Chapter 1201 The Origin of Guardian Power. Thousands of meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. As the distance was getting closer, everyone in the field turned their eyes and locked onto Charlotte Lingling and Akainu. Facing this power that was handed over. In the eyes of any of them, it was a hot commodity. It can be said that everyone present was now betting that Akainu and Charlotte Lingling would not be able to lose face and would not be willing to take down these two groups of guardian power. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. The expressions of Akainu and Charlotte Lingling were changing rapidly. Finally, a trace of ferocity passed across their faces, and the next moment, the two of them had no time to think about it and reached out to catch it. The guardian power that is so close at hand is a hot commodity in anyone's eyes. It is obvious that Akainu and Charlotte Lingling cannot resist this fatal temptation. In their eyes, this huge guardian power will be within their reach. Bang! The explosion sounded suddenly without any warning. Two balls of dark green guardian power exploded more than 10 meters away from Akainu and Charlotte Lingling. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, they turned into streams of light and shot out in all directions. They never thought that one of the four emperors and the admiral of the navy would be teased in public. Grab! Hurry up, don't let them fall into the hands of others. A cry of surprise sounded without any warning. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. Originally, the situation that had slightly calmed down suddenly became chaotic. What surprised everyone was that after the two detonated forces dissipated in the sky, they quickly flew towards the major forces with a purpose. Seeing this strange scene, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, and even the Marshal Zhang Guo's faces changed slightly. They are not stupid people. The fact that they can survive in this sea of the survival of the fittest is enough to show that they are not simple. Faced with this strange behavior, Qin Yu's thoughts were obviously guessed. Ace, accept the kindness of Qin Yu. Ben Beckman, you also let some brothers who want to get the power of the Guardian accept the good gifts of Qin Yu. Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks were the first to speak. Zhang Guo, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, did not speak, but his face sank and he also winked at he and others. Originally, the faces of those naval generals who did not get the power of the Guardian were full of enthusiasm, and suddenly blossomed into ecstasy. They rushed up and accepted the generous gifts given by Qin Yu. As the Guardian power became like their bodies, the group of people who originally had normal auras began to change. The aura that emanated from their bodies was rising steadily. You bastard, you dare to tease me! Charlotte Lingling's face turned pale and she roared ferociously. She now wished that she could chop off the hand that had just been extended. Mom, don't be impulsive. Let's not be enemies with Uchiha Qin Yu now. Katakuri spoke first. Those guardian powers. Qin Yu just detonated two huge groups of guardian power and deliberately guided them to other forces to share equally. Charlotte Lingling was indeed teased, but there were still dozens of guardian powers remaining in the area occupied by the Big Mom pirates. However, after experiencing the public humiliation of Charlotte Lingling just now, facing these guardian powers, they were fanatical, but they did not dare to fight for the distribution casually. After all, when they made a move, it felt like they were slapping Charlotte Lingling in the face. Seizing a guardian's power, they slapped her in the face. It can be said that the question raised by Katakuri now is undoubtedly a timely rein for others. Damn guy, damn kid, I hate you. Charlotte Lingling clenched her fists, and her finger bones were crackling. However, reason finally suppressed Charlotte Lingling's anger and face. Originally, the number of people who seized the Guardian's power was less than that of other forces. If, even this sum of the Guardian power that was given away was also given up, the strength gap between the two sides will be infinitely widened. At that time, let alone fighting for the last Raifdru's secret treasure, whether he can survive to the end is another matter. Go ahead, you can allocate it according to your own needs. I don't care about anything. Charlotte Lingling gritted her teeth and said. As soon as he said these words, everyone who was still watching with eagerness and had been hungry and thirsty for a long time took the lead to rush out uncontrollably. For a moment, he watched as the powers of the Guardians were taken away one by one. The feeling was like slaps directly on Charlotte Lingling's face. No. It should be said that even Akainu is no exception. The power of hundreds of Guardians was divided up in the blink of an eye. Everyone who received the blessing of power had an obvious change in their aura. What's more, a radical change has taken place. Feeling the changes in his body, the person who gained the power of the Guardian looked at Qin Yu, and his eyes were undoubtedly a little softer. At least after receiving these benefits, they felt that the person in front of them, who was known as the most vicious person in the sea, became a little more pleasing to the eye. Qin Yu had a panoramic view of these changes. Just now, he secretly took action to collect the power of the guardians, not just on a whim. Instead, it is to study what kind of power this force is. As Qin Yu, who possesses the top medical ninjutsu in the world of Naruto and most of Orochimaru's human body experience, it was quickly deduced that this power could make people stronger and transformed instantly. It is similar to the power of the curse developed by Orochimaru in the world of Naruto. However, this power is closer to the Otsutsuki clan's Chimera's strengthening method. But these powers are not as simple as they appear. There are still various methods left in it. If Qin Yu were a native of this world, there would be absolutely no way to find out. However, in the world of Naruto, the first stop of reincarnation, the technology and the weirdness of ninjutsu are completely unmatched by this world. Moreover, many members of the Otsutsuki clan died at the hands of Qin Yu. The most important point is that Qin Yu is a reincarnated person and has a systematic possession. It can be said that from the beginning, he was invincible. Now Qin Yu was waiting for Yi Mu, who was hiding behind the scenes, to reveal more of his fangs and catch him off guard. To make an enemy despair, you must excite him. Only under this extreme change of mood, no matter how long a person lives, her mentality will definitely collapse. At that time, who will win and who loses will be very clear. Chapter 1202, full of benevolence, justice, and morality. The atmosphere in the huge battlefield suddenly changed. However, more people's eyes subconsciously fell on Uchiha Qin Yu. Faced with this powerful appearance of the Sea Emperor, and his puzzling behavior, they were eager to know what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Uchiha Qin Yu, the power of the Guardian has been completely divided, and the king who was blocking the outermost periphery has also been destroyed. Whitebeard was the first to speak. However, I would like to know what the conditions are for you just giving us your little guardian power for free, right? No, it should be said that you are not going to use this power of the guardian to make all of us here give up and continue to enter Laughtrue, right? The atmosphere suddenly changed. These words obviously tensed everyone's nerves. The battle for the power of the guardian just now was very fierce, and there were huge casualties. However, after seeing with my own eyes the wonderful effectiveness of the guardian's power, they knew clearly that the secrets hidden by Laughtrue were completely beyond their knowledge. Even now, he is still on the periphery, and he is already able to obtain such abnormal power. If they go a little deeper, what opportunities are waiting for them? At least, for these pirates who lick blood from their swords, they have already been mentally prepared for death. You can become stronger by surviving. Based on this, asking them to retreat is not scientific at all, nor is it the least bit convincing. Master Qin Yu, Whitebeard is right. We are all determined to die. We have come here. If you just rely on your kindness to let us retreat, I'm afraid it's not only us who are unwilling, but also our subordinates. People will never be convinced. Red-haired Shanks also said with a smile. The two Yonko expressed their opinions at the same time, which undoubtedly broke the atmosphere in the field. The remaining Charlotte Lingling, Barrett, and others, and even Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, did not speak. However, after Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks expressed their opinions, they had no reason to leave. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yu. They knew clearly that the outermost guardian leader had been destroyed, and they had overcome the first difficulty. However, once the Sea Emperor in front of him was really determined, he would stop them outside of Laughtrue. What awaits them will be a more severe death battle than that of the Guardian Commander. Once they really fight, what they usually talk about after dinner will be all kinds of mysteries about Uchiha Qin Yu. It will also become the real danger of this battle. Haha, you are overthinking. I am a very easygoing person, but I can't handle such a domineering thing. Qin Yu said with a warm smile. However, before going deeper, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Everything inside should not be the same as you imagine. It will be sure hell, and it will also be the biggest crisis you will encounter in your life. The probability of death will be 99%. So, if you choose to retreat now, there is still a chance. Once you really set foot in the forbidden area of this world, the final consequence may be only one word. Death. As the word fell, everyone's nerves tightened at once. If this word came from the mouth of an ordinary person, they would not be afraid at all. However, even Uchiha Qin Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, gave such an evaluation. This is enough to show that this matter is not simple. At least, the danger of death will definitely be many times more severe than usual. Haha, Uchiha Kainu, I thought you would say something cruel, but I didn't expect that you would still be full of benevolence and morality in the end. Barrett laughed disdainfully, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the field. Just now when Kaido, the beast, detonated the power of the Guardian, Barrett was also not idle and participated in the looting. According to Chinyu's calculation, Barrett has absorbed at least hundreds of Guardian powers. He now feels like a completely changed face. His muscles are prominent all over his body, and he is as tall as Whitebeard. His originally reddish-brown skin has long turned pale, and the horns on his forehead have taken shape. He looks very similar to the Otsutsuki clan in the Naruto world. There is even a mysterious pattern on his forehead, which is a bit similar to the curse seal planted by Orochimaru. However, this pattern is more complicated than Orochimaru's curse seal. It can be said that Barrett now feels like a completely changed face, like a completely different person. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it can give people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Looking at Barrett, such a big change. The people present, their nerves tensed, had a hint of enthusiasm on their faces. They may not have obtained such a large number of guardian powers like Barrett. However, Barrett's change reflects from the side that this world still has a shortcut to become stronger. At least, in their eyes, the changes brought by this guardian power are no worse than the devil fruit. Moreover, to a certain extent, a devil fruit can only be eaten once in a lifetime. But this guardian power can be absorbed at the same time, 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. As long as your body can withstand this transformation power, everything is possible. At the moment, this is still the periphery of Raftel. There is such a big surprise. If you go deeper, what will happen? The atmosphere in the field suddenly became fanatical. Even breathing suddenly became heavy. Haha, don't worry, what I want to say is here. Going or staying is your choice, but I hope that in the end, you can still laugh instead of crying. Chinyu smiled warmly. Luo, you just stay here, and then let Rayleigh and I go in together. This. Trafalgar Law hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. He snapped his fingers with his right hand, and under the effect of the room, Trafalgar Law disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, Rayleigh and Jabba had replaced him. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, the atmosphere on the scene changed suddenly, and even Barrett's eyes changed slightly. He was reborn with the help of the power of the Guardian. However, facing the appearance of Rayleigh and Jabba, his mind obviously changed. After all, in the former Roger pirates, except Roger, he could suppress him. Only Rayleigh and Jabba could confront him head-on and even suppress him. It can be said that every time Barrett went on a mission at sea, it was basically these two people who suppressed him. Chapter 1203 Reunion after 20 years. Haha, I didn't expect that they were all familiar faces. However, you will feel embarrassed if you stare at us like this. Rayleigh laughed first. But, Brother Chinyu, the Golden Lion guy seems to have to come over. Golden Lion? Many people were stunned for a moment. They still remember the scene of Golden Lion launching the Battle of the Top against the Navy headquarters and finally falling into the hands of Thunder Dragon Laxus. However, in a series of major events that happened later, Golden Lion came back to life. He even joined the Blood Flag Pirates, which undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Originally, when Chinyu made a strong appearance, they were still wondering why the Golden Lion and other heroes did not appear. Whether they had bypassed them and entered the depths of Raftel. The arrival now undoubtedly made them secretly relieved. Haha, Captain, what Walt said is right. We have lived for most of our lives. Half of our bodies are buried in the Loess. What are we afraid of death? Now we just want to see what Roger saw that day and what secrets are hidden in Raftrun. The rolling laughter and words echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. The huge island like Yulo's Yaki directly falling from the sky, it brought an inexplicable feeling of oppression. On the huge deck, there were many familiar faces. Whitebeard, I didn't expect to meet you in this way after 20 years. When we parted that day, I never thought that I would be tricked by Kaido. A figure, like a cannonball, jumped down from the Gorozayaki. In full view of the crowd, he boldly jumped into the encirclement of Whitebeard and other captains. Facing this sudden figure, everyone's nerves were tense, but their eyes couldn't help but light up. Whitebeard took the lead in reaching out and stopped the others, saying, "Don't be impulsive, it's that hateful guy who rubbed the boat, let me deal with it." As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard reached out with his right hand and instantly clenched the naginata inserted diagonally on his side. Without any fancy moves, he swept across the sky towards the falling figure. A knife out. The strong wind brought by it gave people a feeling of being extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, it stirred up ripples and instantly approached the falling black shadow. Facing this sudden attack, the black shadow was startled at first, then laughed and grabbed the sword at his waist with his backhand. Bang! As soon as the two swords came out, they collided with the incoming naginata in an instant. With the thunderous explosion, there were crackling arcs of domineering electricity. The collision of the two forces, which was no less than that, caused a collision of domineering colors that soared into the sky. Even the accumulated lead clouds in the sky were torn apart at once. It felt like a blow that split the sky in half. It was just like the head-on fight between Shanks and Whitebeard in the original work. Facing this shocking fight, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. Before they could wait, they saw the next fight. Whitebeard and Kojiki Oden couldn't help but laugh at each other. Haha, Whitebeard, you are still the same. You look old, but your attack is still as strong as ever. Kojiki Oden laughed. But don't get me wrong. I was killed by Kaido that day, but I beat him half to death. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have used such a despicable means to kill me. The domineering words echoed in this world. Looking at one of the four emperors, the captain of the beast pirates, hanging on Kojiki Oden's mouth, he became so unbearable. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew that Whitebeard had the strength to despise everything. However, they never expected that Kojiki Oden, the former captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, also had this confidence. Just thinking about the strength shown by Kojiki Oden in the Battle of the Sea Burial that day, he was not at a disadvantage in the direct confrontation with the 5 elders. This alone is enough to make people unable to refute. Brother Oden, you are the same as always. I don't know what happened in Wano country that day. If I found out that Kaido dared to attack you, I would definitely sink him into the sea and let him know clearly that my Whitebeard family must not be bullied. Whitebeard stomped the naginata in his hand and shouted in a deep voice. He, Whitebeard, is famous for protecting his shortcomings in this sea. Otherwise, Ace would not have gone to the sea to hunt down Blackbeard because of Thatch's death. In addition to avenging Thatch, this also declares to everyone that no matter who it is, as long as they touch the bottom line of the Whitebeard pirates, they must die even if they escape to the ends of the earth. Faced with this conversation, Kaido, the beast hiding in the sky, couldn't hold his face. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard was strong, I'm afraid they would have fought just now. Brother Oden, I didn't expect you to come too. Marco stepped forward and said with a smile. However, after 20 years, you are still the same, but my hair is starting to go bald. Kojiki Oden was resurrected by Chinyu using the impure world reincarnation, so his strength and appearance are both at their peak in his lifetime. Compared with Marco, who has spent 20 years, he does look younger. Haha, if you say that, I won't dare to call you Brother Marco anymore. Kojiki Oden laughed, but the smile on his face was soon replaced by solemnity. Whitebeard, Marco, I came here not just to meet you, but more importantly, I hope you can withdraw from Raftel. I can't say what might happen in Raftel, but what Chinyu said is not a lie. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became depressed. Looking at the gathering scene just now, it suddenly changed. Not to mention other people, even Whitebeard and Marco's faces became ugly. Brother Oden, you suddenly said this, but it caught me off guard. Whitebeard put away his smile and said. However, after so many years of friendship, you should know what I would choose, right? Kojiki Oden was speechless, then sighed helplessly, and laughed again and said, haha, Brother Whitebeard, I already knew what you would choose. However, I still want to remind you to be careful. If you really encounter an irreversible situation, put aside your pride and find Chinyu as the boss. He is a good man. If there is nothing else, we will leave alive and continue to reunite. It will be very strange to have so many people watching. Chapter 1204 Even luck cannot escape death. After saying this, Kojiki Oden turned around and left without stopping. Seeing the arrival of Golden Lion, Walt, and others, Chinyu sighed helplessly and said, well, since you all have the determination to die, go and see the secret of Raftel. As the captain, I will not say anything more. However, if you really reach a point where you are helpless, don't stay too far away from me. Chinyu still underestimated the death awareness of the great pirates of Golden Lion and others. Perhaps, it was for this reason that the pirate King Roger chose to return to Rogue Town to die, and the curtain was raised on the amazing era. Haha, Captain, don't worry, since even Roger can walk out alive here, I can definitely do it. Golden Lion laughed and said. Who knows, we will do better than Roger. Yes, this is the first time I agree with the old lion. Valder also laughed and agreed. Looking at the Golden Lions who had made up their minds, Qin Yu also gave up the idea of continuing to persuade them. He frowned and looked into the depths of Raftel. The eyes that fell on Qin Yu clearly caught the change in his expression, and subconsciously followed his gaze, revealing a suspicious expression. At least, within their sight, they could not see anything that would make the Sea Emperor, Uchiha Qin Yu, frown. No, don't kill me, save me quickly, I'm the goddess of luck. A disheveled figure rushed out from the depths of Raftel. A broken golden armor, a head full of messy brown-red hair, and a face full of fear and despair. The hysterical request for help made everyone's nerves tense. In the empty ruins caused by the fierce battle, the figure who escaped with staggering steps gave people an eye-catching feeling. Anyone who has visited Golden Emperor Tizero knew clearly that this extremely embarrassed woman was his extremely coquettish subordinate Bakura. At this moment, many people present suddenly realized. Golden Emperor Tizero, who had just joined forces with Barrett, had never appeared in the fight for the power of the Guardian from beginning to end. The appearance of Bakura now undoubtedly means that Golden Emperor Tizero took advantage of the melee and sneaked into the depths of Raftel. Lord Barrett, save me quickly, I got a lot of devil fruits, as long as you save me, I will give them to you, I am the lucky fruit ability user, I can give you the luck of never dying. Bakura's eyes lit up, and he roared hysterically again. Unfortunately, this time, Barrett didn't take action. Bakura staggered again, walked more than 10 meters, and her body suddenly froze in place. The next moment, an incredible despair emerged on her face. In front of everyone, the whole person was as if sucked dry and shrank quickly. In a few short breaths, the originally charming beauty finally turned into a mummy. Raised her right hand with all her strength and smashed it hard on the deserted battlefield. The broken golden armor also shattered and turned into gold powder all over the sky. The 4 devil fruits on her back rolled to the ground. A gust of wind blew in the deserted wilderness. The shriveled body, like a mummy, collapsed and scattered. In the end, only a skeleton was left in front of everyone, telling that there was a desperate beauty asking for help here just now. Looking at this woman who secretly bypassed them but died a violent death, at this moment, no one could laugh out loud. Just now, Bakura had been talking about his luck of not dying. In the blink of an eye, he was dead. The huge gap between the two finally made many people notice something was wrong. Even those who possessed the lucky fruit could not escape the death. What was hidden in the deepest part of Raftel? It seems that it has already begun. Qin Yu withdrew his gaze indifferently. I thought that Yumu, who was hiding behind the scenes, would continue to wait and see. However, I didn't expect that he would lose his temper so soon. Could it be that Yumu thought that he had enough confidence to deal with me? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, and subconsciously looked around the field, and found that most of the eyes in the city were on him. Captain, what are you laughing at? Have you seen the clues? The Golden Lion was the first to lose his temper. Walt and others did not ask, but the urgency on their faces obviously betrayed them all. Nothing, the mystery will be revealed soon. As the old saying goes, if you leave now, there may be a chance. Qin Yu put away his smile and said. Humph, the guy who pretends to be a ghost, it's just that one of Tizero's men died. This kind of trash is a burden if he lives. Barrett said coldly with disdain. There are so many people here, let alone a mere Raftel, even the world government can be easily razed to the ground. The death of a mere woman does not mean that Tizero is in trouble. Maybe he has found the secret of Raftel now. I don't want to waste time with you here. After leaving these words, Barrett did not pause at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned around and rushed into the depths of Raftel. Feeling the power in his body increase several times, or even 10 times, Barrett has enough confidence to deal with any danger. Even challenged Uchiha Qin Yu head-on. On the huge battlefield, the originally oppressive atmosphere was suddenly broken by Barrett. Originally, a group of pirates followed Barrett and Tizero temporarily. Many people looked at each other and hurried to catch up. In their eyes, Barrett was right. At this moment, Raftel gathered all the top forces on this sea. This force is enough to overthrow the world government that has stood for 800 years. They just plan to fish in troubled waters in the battle, and are not interested in the secrets of Raftel at all. If you really want to find an adjective to describe their mentality, joining in the fun is not a crime. Hurry up and keep up with Lord Barrett. Even a woman can get 4 devil fruits. There must be some unknown secrets deep in Raftel. Tisk, the first thing we have to do now is to snatch the 4 devil fruits that woman got and increase our strength. Hey, these 4 devil fruits are what we like. Don't try to get your hands on them. Tisk, aren't we allies? It doesn't matter who wants them, right? Chapter 1205 Infinite Possibilities of Divination. The battlefield, which seemed to be depressing, suddenly became noisy. The moment hundreds and thousands of people rushed out, the tense scene was suddenly detonated. Looking at the figures rushing towards Raftel quickly. Originally, the pirates who were still watching were also moved. Kid, don't we go in? Becky said with a cigar in his mouth. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body was obviously improved. The body has also changed. In the fight for the power of the Guardian just now, it is obvious that there are gains. However, the biggest change is still Kid, the first supernova. Originally nearly 2 meters tall, he has surpassed 1 head, and his muscles are prominent, giving people a sense of explosive power. The cruel smile on his face adds a bit of unbridled confidence. Becky, this is just the beginning. I look down on Barrett, but what he said is not true. Now is just the beginning. Even if there is danger inside, it is not a big deal with the gathering of many forces. Kid said disdainfully. Don't forget, the purpose of our continued cooperation is to fish in troubled waters. As time goes by, there will be more pirates who come late. The more chaotic the scene is, the more beneficial it is for us. At this point, Kid subconsciously turned back and said, Hawkins, is there a result? Kid does not trust the mysterious means of divination too much. However, it is undeniable that sometimes superstitious means can best stabilize the morale of the army. Almost done, I need to confirm again. Hawkins took out the last card with his backhand, and when he saw the content on it clearly, his face changed. What's wrong, is the result different from what you thought? Ulki asked in a deep voice. Barrett's words made a breakthrough in the pirate's state of mind, but in order to make his subordinates more fearless, Hawkins's theology is absolutely indispensable. Uchiha Kainu proposed to withdraw from Raftel, and the chance of successful survival is 55%. Hawkins said with a gloomy face. However, I just performed 3 divinations, and continued to go deep into Raftel, and the success rate of survival was blank, and even the tarot cards could not give an answer. Blank? The pirates waiting on the scene couldn't help but change their expressions. In their cognition, it was the first time they heard of this method of tarot interpretation. They also thought about doubt, but Hawkins in front of them was a master of theology who played curses. If even he didn't believe it, why stay here? Humph, Hawkins, as a fortune teller, you should have already explained the result of this blank result. Don't keep it a secret here and disturb the morale of the army. Kid snorted unhappily. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Hawkins. It's an infinite possibility. Hawkins hesitated for a moment and spoke again. I have only seen this situation in the records of tarot cards. I didn't expect that one day it would happen to me. Infinite possibilities. Kid frowned and said. You mean, if we continue to go deeper into Raftel, there will be unlimited success and unlimited death. This is simply a joke. In my opinion, the benefits we get will be unlimited. There are so many forces gathered here, and there are also the top combat forces of the 4 emperors and the navy headquarters. Even the Sea Emperor Uchiha Chinyu may not have the confidence to challenge and offend everyone here. We are just fishing in troubled waters. How can there be unlimited death? Yes, Captain Kidd is right. It's getting late now. Many people have already rushed in with Barrett. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Captain Kidd, let's set off quickly. The scene boiled up all of a sudden, and the pirates who were still on the sidelines finally couldn't hold their breath. Kid looked at the figure that disappeared quickly at the end of the horizon, and finally snorted coldly, Okay, it's getting late, let's set off too. Don't forget the premise of our alliance. Anyone has the opportunity to get the opportunity, but they must never attack from behind, otherwise don't blame me for getting angry. Having said that, Kid looked around the field. When he thought about the 8 guardians that were just at his fingertips, they were snatched away by Hawkins and others. This was unforgettable for Kid. Haha, Kid, don't worry, we definitely won't do it next time. It's getting late, let's set off. Haiming Apu rushed out first. The pirates who were waiting eagerly were suddenly triggered. Like a broken dam, hundreds and thousands of people hurriedly followed. Looking at Apu who rushed out hundreds of meters, Kid's face sank, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face. Shameless man, I'll settle these grudges with you later. After saying this, Kid also led the pirates under his command and rushed up in one step. The remaining Becky and others were not vague at all. Faced with the temptation from the deep secrets of Raftel, no one was willing to give it up easily. Captain Hawkins, this? A believer couldn't help asking. Compared with other pirates who used tarot cards for divination, which was just to boost their courage, they, as believers, had a mysterious trust in Hawkins. Don't ask, I don't know the answer, but I hope it's the same as Kid's guess, with unlimited benefits, even tarot cards can't predict it. After saying this, Hawkins also packed up the tarot cards and followed quickly with his men. Seeing these stragglers also set out one after another, the pirates of the Four Emperors also became restless. Dad, are we leaving? Marco spoke first. Whitebeard raised his naginata, retracted his gaze from Chinyu and said, let's go, even those incompetent people dare to set foot in this place. If our Whitebeard pirates retreat at this critical moment, I'm afraid it will become a joke. Dad is right. After getting the power of the Guardian, our strength is no longer comparable to that of the previous one. Vista clenched his two swords and said excitedly. Now I have the confidence to defeat Hawkeye. Tisk, Vista, do you still have any shame? Hurry up and follow Dad's steps, don't make any mistakes in the middle. Dad is the final candidate for the Pirate King, we must not take it lightly. As Whitebeard led the crowd to leave in a mighty manner. The remaining Charlotte Linlin and red-haired Shanks followed quickly without any hesitation. As for the Marine headquarters, the people who came this time were indeed elite. However, without the support of the world government, Sengoku did not want the pirates to dominate alone, and faced a shortcut method that could enhance the overall strength of the headquarters. The Marine headquarters had no way out. Chapter 1206 The Sacred Tree of the Sea King World. Naruto Chapter 1206. Let's go too. Zhanguo took the lead and jumped after him. Akainu looked back at Chinyu angrily, and then quickly followed. Feeling the transformation of the huge power in his body, Akainu obviously had more confidence in his heart. According to his idea, he now has enough confidence to defeat Zhanguo. Once even the last resort is used, it is not impossible to challenge Uchiha Chinyu. However, the secret hidden in the depths of Raftel has not been figured out yet, and Akainu does not want to tear his face here and miss the opportunity to become stronger. The dark crowd instantly crossed the ruins of the battlefield and rushed into the depths of Raftel, which was shrouded in white mist. When they plunged into the forest, everything in front of them, originally a white situation, was like a shift of time. Faced with this weird scene, they had no time to make adjustments. When they came to their senses, they opened their eyes again, and the first scene that came into their eyes suddenly shrank their pupils. At this moment, the white mist in front of them had already disappeared. They were at the top of a huge earthen mountain. As far as the eye could see below, there were buildings cast in gold. The endless gold and jewels were dazzling in the sun. And at the end of the sight, in the center of the golden city, there was a towering brown giant tree. Judging by the naked eye, the diameter was at least several thousand meters, or even more than 10,000 meters. It was even bigger than the giant bean sprout tree planted on the Sky Island. Look, there seem to be a lot of things similar to devil fruits on that big tree. Someone exclaimed, and many pirates with binoculars looked far away. When they saw the situation on the tree clearly, everyone couldn't help swallowing. At least, in their eyes, this answer that was originally rumored and speculated was suddenly confirmed. This is undoubtedly a powerful news that subverts cognition. The pirates and navy that followed were also shocked by the huge change in front of them. Facing the many fruits on the towering tree at that moment. If it is really the source of the devil fruit, it is genuine. Then the densely packed fruits on the tree may be able to mass produce tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of people with abilities. No. These are still the devil fruits that they can see with their naked eyes, and there are too many places that cannot be seen. If you really want to count, this inferred number may be able to multiply several times. Look, there are also 2 devil fruits on the golden pavilion over there. Someone exclaimed, and soon saw 7 or 8 pirates, like a nimble cheetah, leaped onto the golden pavilion below. He pounced directly on the two devil fruits. "Hey Lao, you are obviously a devil fruit user, why are you fighting with me? Phase, you dare to cut me? Alawu, I will fight you to the death." Two devil fruits, 7 or 8 pirates were fighting for them, and the dispute exploded in an instant. In the face of absolute interests, the so-called alliance is simply vulnerable. Facing the scene of people turning into white blades in and red blades out in an instant, many pirates and navy were also moved. They all knew that if this big tree full of devil fruits was a real existence, the fruits on the tree were enough for them to share. However, human nature is greedy. At least in their eyes, they can get 2 or even 3 devil fruits, why can I only share 1? Look, there are still many places on the street where devil fruits are scattered, and there are guardians. There are not only gold and jewelry here, but also shortcuts that make us stronger. The exclamation instantly set off the whole audience. The pirates who had been eyeing it and arrived here first, rushed down without any hesitation. The charge of thousands of people, like a torrent, occupied a large area of the Golden City in an instant. Humph, a group of weaklings dare to get involved in these opportunities. Barrett snorted disdainfully, and rushed down quickly without any fancy moves. "Marshal Sengoku, what should we do? Dad, are we going?" "Captain Shanks." One after another exclamations sounded. The people who followed closely behind were obviously impatient with the chaos that happened again in an instant. The power of the Guardian, the devil fruits everywhere, and countless gold and jewelry. All of this, in their eyes, is a fatal temptation. Humph, what else could it be? Of course, go grab it. Charlotte Lingling just stood firm and roared angrily. "This time, I got more than anyone else, otherwise, what's the point of you keeping so many lives and souls? Go." As soon as the death order fell, the pirates belonging to the Big Mom pirates rushed out quickly with a look of shock on their faces. Perhaps the precious power of the Guardian could not fall into their hands. But the devil fruits everywhere and the gold and so much are an extreme temptation for them. "Dad." Vista and other captains were anxious. Facing these extremely tempting things, there was obviously a feeling of being impatient. They knew clearly that as long as they were a little slower, the good things would be 1 point less. Their overall strength would be 1 point weaker, and the chance to finally seize the secret hidden by Raftel would be 1 point less. When I thought of this, the anxiety in my heart became even more unbearable. "Don't be impulsive. Let's see what the kid does first." Whitebeard's face darkened and he waved to stop everyone. Seeing this scene, Zhang Guo and others also became hesitant and looked behind them. Finally appeared. "I didn't expect that the sacred tree in this world would grow like this. It seems that under such a feast, the harvest has begun." Qin Yu stopped. Looking at the big tree that took root at the end of the earth, like a tree covering the sky and the sun, he showed a trace of shock. In the world of Naruto, the planting of the sacred tree came from the hands of Kagaya Otsutsuki. At that time, Kagaya did use a lot of means to make the sacred tree bear mature fruits. However, compared with the layout and handwriting in front of him, it is obviously a bit insignificant. At least, the sacred tree in front of Qin Yu feels that it is at least several times stronger than the Naruto world, or even 10 times stronger. It seems that Im has not been idle in the 800 years since he came to this world. This huge sacred tree is probably missing this cycle of harvesting from the distance of true maturity. Otherwise, Im would not have gone to such great lengths to leak the location of the final island, Raftel. It can be said that after this battle, the world will probably experience a blank 100 years again. Chapter 1207 Crazy Like a Zombie. Boom. The explosion sounded like thunder. The huge golden city fell into chaos in an instant. The sound of shouting and killing was endless, and the collision of various ability users made the battlefield appear white-hot. The large golden buildings could not withstand the force of such a collision and were directly torn apart and collapsed. "Kill, hand over the devil fruit quickly. Hira, die. Fis, you dare to do something to me." Hysterical roars rang out one after another. Faced with various temptations, the greed and madness that were originally washed away by the fruit of washing once again blinded people's eyes. It can be said that the current situation is only killing and being killed. In the face of absolute interests, everything except one's own strength seems pale and powerless. "Marshal Sengoku, let's act quickly. If we continue to waste time here, the pirates' power will only grow further. When we reach the big tree, our navy headquarters may be at a huge disadvantage." Akainu spoke first with a gloomy look. After the continuous increase in strength, Akainu's mind has already begun to lose its way, and the whole person has become a little floating. After all, they have all come from the road of strength, and that step compared with the steps left by Bullet and Gianese and the instantaneous strengthening now. The ease makes people feel like they are living in a dream. Most importantly, there is someone in Akainu's heart who is eager to win. This kind of competitive spirit, combined with greed, has long lost the so-called calmness. It can be said that after stepping into this place and seeing the situation in the field with his own eyes, Akainu's breathing has become extremely heavy, and it only takes an opportunity to touch his nerves. Akainu. Zhang Guo's face sank. Unfortunately, before he could speak, a stern sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Hurry up and stop that guardian, there is a bead similar to the guardian's power on its chest. A cry of surprise sounded without warning. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tensed. Soon, a guardian with a tiger-like posture was seen leaping quickly on the Golden City Tower. The speed was so fast that it could cross a distance of dozens of meters in one leap. However, at this moment, what everyone cared about most was the green gem that appeared on the chest of the tiger leopard. This familiar power moved the originally restless people's hearts. In their eyes, this green gem may have a stronger guardian power than the one they just got. Oh my god, this guardian power is several times stronger than the one just now. A cry of surprise sounded again. It gave people the feeling that it was a fatal urging temptation step by step. The pirates who were chasing the tiger leopard guardian were suddenly anxious. Not everyone could get the guardian power just now. Now, as long as you get a guardian gem, you can have a power transformation that is several times stronger than the guardian power just now. It can be said that this is simply a fatal temptation. This is my thing, all of you get out. The prison of the vine. A man with a feminine face roared with a rampant smile on his face. Soon, like a peacock spreading its tail, green vines shot out from his body, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and tied up the pirates blocking the way in front of him like dumplings. For this devil fruit user who suddenly appeared, the pirates who were chasing him together obviously had no time to react. Although, they immediately tried to break free from these restraints by various means. However, in this delay, the so-called advantage had already been lost. They could only watch as this vine fruit user quickly passed them and approached the tiger and leopard guardian directly. As the distance was quickly shortened, the vine user's eyes lit up and laughed wildly with excitement. I accept this guardian gem. As long as I take it, my devil fruit ability will become more powerful. Vine whip dragon. Puff. With the sound of breaking through the air, many vines quickly gathered into a green giant python with a diameter of half a meter as the feminine man waved his hand, rushing towards the tiger and leopard guardian more than 10 meters away. The speed was so fast that the green giant python opened its bloody mouth and was about to approach in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the feminine man seemed to have seen that the power of the guardian had become his own. Humph, a waste dared to get involved in such an opportunity. It's simply overestimating your own abilities. Go to hell. A low voice sounded without warning. There was an undoubted murderous intent between the words. Looking at Akainu who suddenly blocked the tiger and leopard guardian, the feminine man who was still immersed in joy suddenly turned pale. After he set foot on Raftel, his strength did change. However, compared with the admiral of the navy like Akainu, he didn't have the confidence at all. Unfortunately, before he could say a word, Akainu had already taken the lead. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Bang! The hot molten lava flew out with Akainu's punch. In the void, it quickly transformed into a huge molten lava dog of dozens of meters. Without any fancy moves, after swallowing the tiger and leopard guardian in one gulp, it continued to crush the feminine man behind it with its remaining power. Along the way, the giant python made of vines was burned to ashes like paper. The feminine man was swallowed alive by the huge molten lava dog of dozens of meters. For a moment, on the huge golden tower, only the green gem with the power of the guardian that fell from the sky remained. Akainu's figure flashed, like a ghost, and he caught the gem directly. In front of everyone's eyes, without any fancy moves, he crushed the gem. Bang! The green guardian power, like a frenzy, exploded in Akainu's body. It also stirred up a large wave of air, which rolled back in all directions. His height, which was originally more than 3 meters, suddenly rose again. 2 sharp horns rose on his forehead. A mysterious totem pattern quickly emerged on Akainu's forehead. Feeling the power that was rising rapidly again, it finally stopped. The pirates and navy who were still watching and waiting for orders suddenly breathed heavier. That feeling was like a hound that was always thinking about jumping out, panting, and staring at the enemy. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This easier way to get power has brought them to the brink of complete collapse for those who have been walking step by step. If you add drooling, red eyes, and screaming desperately, Qin Yu believes that the scene in front of him, this scene can be described as a zombie riot. It is more appropriate. In the face of fatal temptation, this is as crazy as a zombie. Chapter 1208 Desperate Request for Help. Bang! The violent breath that permeated Akainu's body was finally completely restrained. Feeling the power surge again, Akainu secretly clenched his fists, and the cruel smile on his face became more and more brilliant. He turned around suddenly and said ferociously, "Uchiha Kainu, did you see it? This is the final result of seizing the opportunity. People like you who are timid and cowardly are not qualified to sit on the position of the one emperor and the four emperors. Today I must kill you." The rolling voice came out without warning. The feeling given to people at this moment was like a thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. It can be said that many people present were more or less cautious about Uchiha Kainu. They even wanted to get rid of Qin Yu as a threat as soon as possible. However, they only dared to think about these ideas in their hearts, and they didn't dare to say them out loud. Now Akainu declared war on Uchiha Qin Yu in public. Is this arrogance? Akainu, what are you doing? Zhang Guo's face sank and he shouted in a hurry. The situation is not clear at the moment, and their navy headquarters has lost the support from the world government. In Raftel, they are already weak. It can be said that Zhang Guo hoped from the beginning that the four emperors and Uchiha Qin Yu would fight each other and directly fight each other, thereby weakening the power of the pirates. Let their navy headquarters reap the benefits. However, they never expected. At this critical moment, Akainu actually said such words. Marshal Sengoku, you are old. A mere group of pirates actually makes you always afraid to give in. You dare not even use these forces that can make us stronger in a short period of time. Akainu said with disdain. If we continue to follow your orders, the gap between the strength of the navy headquarters and the pirates will only get bigger and bigger. Once the final battle comes, our navy headquarters will have only one way to die. At this point, Akainu's face was full of a trace of madness, and he said, "So, Marshal Sengoku, I hope you can consider the overall situation and hand over the position of Marshal now, so that I can give orders to change the current disadvantageous situation. As long as you have my leadership, I swear that I will be able to lead you to become stronger and walk out alive here." Crazy? No. It should be said that it is inflated. Whether it is the initiative to challenge Uchiha Qin Yu just now, or now forcing the navy headquarters Marshal Sengoku to abdicate in public. Behind this series of crazy actions, it is enough to show that Akainu is very confident in his own strength at this moment. Faced with this sudden move, the navy, with only Aokiji and other generals who had not taken the power of the Guardian, could barely keep calm. The navy generals and soldiers present looked at Sengoku with impatience, greed, and urgency, as well as a trace of inexplicable hatred. It can be said that no matter in which world, blocking someone's money is like killing his wife and children. Faced with this shortcut to becoming stronger, the floating Akainu undoubtedly hit the mark of many people. It can be said that in the face of Akainu's expansion, the remaining pirates under the command of the four emperors also became restless. They may not have enough confidence to imitate Akainu in floating. However, as time goes by, they will more or less hate those who hinder them from becoming stronger. No one is a true saint. They haven't exploded yet, and it's only a matter of time. Sengoku, do you need me to take action? Crane's face, like dry bark, showed a trace of solemnity, and he was the first to lose his temper. Facing this impetuous human heart, at the critical moment when it could go berserk at any time, Crane's ability of the wash-wash fruit is obviously the best way to suppress it. Crane, your ability of the wash-wash fruit can indeed temporarily suppress their restlessness. Zhang Guo said with a gloomy face. However, this is only a temporary solution. With such a large number, your physical strength can't support it many times. Faced with such an endless and fatal temptation, they will only lose their original intentions again and again. In this case, they can only rely on their own will. Moreover, Uchiha Qin Yu, everything he did from beginning to end, makes me feel that he is waiting. As if waiting for something to come. Crane's face changed slightly. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, her IQ is not covered. Of course, She had already guessed what Zhang Guo said. However, if Akainu is allowed to act recklessly, the fall of the Navy headquarters is also a matter of time. Most importantly, at this critical moment, Zhang Guo interpreted Qin Yu's unfathomable intentions. "Look quickly, isn't that the Golden Emperor Tizero?" An unexpected exclamation sounded, instantly breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the field. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, following the gaze. The first thing that came into view was a huge golden giant figure. Just like the Bakura they had seen just now, he stumbled over. During this escape, the huge golden giant looked behind him from time to time. It felt as if something scary was chasing him. However, if the person who ran away was an ordinary person, perhaps most people present would not take this matter to heart. At most, they would only regard it as a topic of conversation after dinner. However, the person who ran away in panic in front of everyone was the Golden Emperor Tizero. He might not be as good as the 4 emperors who are the overlords of the sea. But judging by strength and means alone, he can definitely be on par with the 7 warlords. Now a strong man with the strength of the 7 warlords fled in panic, which undoubtedly made people feel an inexplicable chill in their spines. Many people looked far away eagerly, intending to see clearly what it was that made the dignified Golden Emperor Tizero flee in panic. "Barret, save me quickly, I don't want to die!" Tizero roared hysterically. He and Barret came together, and they were all on the same side. As a famous Golden Emperor on the sea, Tizero's pride would not allow him to bow his head. But after seeing clearly the secret buried in the deepest part of Raftel, Tizero regretted it. No. It should be said that he regretted coming here to die. As Qin Yu said at the beginning, this is a huge scam. Humph, a waste, why should I save him? Barret snorted disdainfully. However, before he finished speaking, the earth made a rolling roar. At this moment, it felt like an earthquake, and the whole island was shaking violently. Before they could react, Tizero, who was fleeing rapidly, stopped suddenly. Chapter 1209 It Wakes Up. Bang! The huge body of the 1,000-meter-long golden giant suddenly stopped. It felt as if it had hit an invisible wall in an instant. As the roar of the earth continued to intensify, the weird scene undoubtedly tightened everyone's nerves. Even the dignified Golden Emperor Tizero could be stopped, and he was desperately asking for help. It was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. "Here he comes, Barret, he's here, hurry up and save me!" Tizero roared in a hurry. The urgency and desperation between the words seemed to become an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. Even Barret, who had a disdainful look on his face, changed his expression at this moment. Bang! The ground behind Tizero was pierced in response. A dark tree stem, like a tentacle, wrapped around Tizero's body. Against the backdrop of the 1,000-meter giant, this tree stem was a bit scary. Bang! The huge tree stem suddenly wrapped around the waist of the golden giant. Like a tentacle, it quickly climbed and stretched up. Facing this sudden scene, Tizero frantically pulled the tree stem on his body. Unfortunately, all this seemed pale and powerless. As the first tree stem pierced through the earth, the second and third tree stems followed closely. In just a few breaths, the 1,000-meter-long golden giant was tied up like a dumpling. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it was tightened. Under the tightening of that huge force, the seemingly indestructible golden giant began to twist its body surface, and even spread cracks like spider webs. It felt as if it could not withstand this huge force. "No, Barret, save me quickly, I tell you, there is something inside!" Tizero roared in despair. Bang! The huge golden giant collapsed in response. The dense tree stem seemed to have done something insignificant at this moment. The 1,000-meter-long giant was strangled to pieces. The sky full of gold collapsed and fell between heaven and earth. The Golden Emperor Tizero, who was in it, was directly submerged by the tree stems. In the end, there was only a desperate cry. Not even a drop of blood was splashed. Or, that little bit of blood, along with his body, was probably absorbed by the tree stem. The strange scene made the originally chaotic situation suddenly become dead silent. Those pirates who were bloodthirsty felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on their heads. Facing the scene where even the dignified Golden Emperor Tizero was easily crushed to death like an ant. It simply gave them an illusion that was imprinted in the depths of their souls and could not be shaken off. Facing that tentacle-like tree stem, it was 1,000 meters long. Even the Golden Emperor Tizero could not resist it, so if it were them, they would probably be even more vulnerable. What is going on? Those tree stems just now seemed to be hunting monsters. Dao Tu's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but talk to himself. It's awake. Qin Yu said lightly. The small sound, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not be dissipated for a long time. Everyone's nerves were tensed at once, and their eyes turned and fell on Qin Yu. Whitebeard clenched his naginata and said in a deep voice, Qin Yu kid, the you just mentioned, is it the big tree that grows the devil fruit? It woke up, does it mean that it has creatures like humans? Facing Whitebeard's question, everyone present showed urgency on their faces. After all, even the dignified Golden Emperor Teizero couldn't withstand the entanglement of the tree stems and was strangled to death. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? It can be said that the most mysterious Qin Yu has become the key to uncovering this matter. Whitebeard my son, you are not fools. You should be able to guess by now that this tree that can produce devil fruits is really a simple existence. Qin Yu said lightly. It can be said that the devil fruit ability you have comes from it. For you, the existence of this tree is the source of your power. However, the only thing that made you guess wrong is that the secret hidden in Raftel is not the opportunity to become stronger, but the real place of great danger. The place of great danger? The faces of many people present suddenly changed drastically. They thought that Qin Yu would give many answers. However, they never thought that this answer would be like this. After all, when they set foot in Raftel, devil fruits, guardian power, gold, silver, jewelry, and everything else. It gave them the feeling that it was a good thing. Uchiha Qin Yu, you are misleading people again. Are you going to scare us away with a few words and then take everything in Raftel for yourself? Akainu shouted. However, the unnatural look on his face clearly showed that Akainu was undoubtedly planning to find a sense of security in Qin Yu. Take it all for yourself. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. After arriving at Raftel, have you seen me fight for every flower and grass here? Don't put your stupid thoughts on others. It has come to this point, even it has awakened. It is useless to continue to hide it. Because everything I said, it will soon explain everything as it gradually awakens. The small voice once again tensed everyone's nerves. For the first time, Akainu's face showed a look of exasperation. When he was about to say something, Zhangguo took the lead in speaking and stopping him. Akainu, shut up. Just because you don't want to listen doesn't mean that everyone doesn't want to. Zhangguo has been guessing all along, guessing how much Qin Yu knows about Raftel. Guessing what he knows. Until now, Zhangguo finally understood why Qin Yu was reluctant to speak. Perhaps it was in line with the saying that in the face of huge benefits, any well-intentioned persuasion is pale and powerless. So, Qin Yu only insisted on one sentence at the beginning. This thing is poisonous. Qin Yu kid, tell me, I think everyone wants to know why Raftel is a very dangerous place. Whitebeard also spoke in a deep voice. Facing the Golden Emperor Teizero, he was suddenly killed in an instant. Those fights, struggles, and all kinds of fatal temptations, everything has become nothing. Now, it is still in front of them, just eager to solve the doubts in their hearts. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Qin Yu did not continue to keep it a secret. After I'm threw out the important chess piece of Raftel, Qin Yu knew very well. This will be his last stop. No matter what this world will become. Qin Yu will leave in the end. As for pirates and navy, they have little to do with him. Chapter 1210 The Biggest Scam. In the huge golden city, many eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. The invisible pressure tightened people's hearts like a big hand. No matter if they are pirates or navy, when they set foot on this sea, they are destined to hang their heads on their pants. Live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. It can be said that they have long been aware of death. However, facing such a huge gap in life and death, the unknown result makes them impatient. At present, Qin Yu's answer is like a life-saving straw for them when they are drowning. Qin Yu, just say whatever you want to say. Zhangguo also lost his temper. The current situation is not only about pirates, but also involves the life and death of a group of elites in the Navy headquarters. If you are not careful, I am afraid that the whole army will be destroyed. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Zhangguo definitely does not want to see this result. Let me explain this matter. The hurricane swept the whole place without any warning. The dust, blood, and other things that were stirred up by the melee were all dispersed. Looking at the figure that suddenly descended, many people's pupils couldn't help shrinking. I didn't expect that even you would come to join in the fun. I was wondering, with your personality, why didn't I see you when I came? Garp raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. Whether as a father or a grandfather, Garp has always been unconventional. He is indeed a naval commander. But he did not stop Dragon from becoming a revolutionary. He wanted to make Luffy, Ace, and others a powerful navy. However, he sent them to the bandits to be raised, so that they could finally decide the route they wanted to take. Oh my god, I just heard Vice Admiral Garp mean that he is the father of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Is this a vulgar curse, or is it really the father? Don't you know that the name of the leader of the Revolutionary Army is Monkey D. Dragon? He is the son of Vice Admiral Garp. The noisy voices rang out one after another in the field. Faced with this shocking secret, both the pirates and the navy were stunned. They never thought that as a hero of the navy the heroic Garp is actually the father of the biggest enemy of the world government. If you don't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one will believe it. No wonder this little brat can build such a huge revolutionary army in such a short time. He is worthy of being the son of that old guy. Whitebeard's crescent beard pulled up slightly, revealing a knowing smile. For the sudden intrusion of Dragon, this is indeed an unknown and huge threat. However, in this situation that has not been figured out, the more chaotic the situation is, the safer it is. Dad, you are right, but I will temporarily let all my people gather together first, just in case. Marco also spoke in agreement. Soon, the pirates under Whitebeard were seen being gathered in an orderly manner. Facing gold jewelry, devil fruits, and guardian power, these things are indeed fatal temptations. However, after seeing it with my own eyes, the dignified Golden Emperor Teezero was also strangled by the tree stem. This undoubtedly became a wake-up call for them. The rest of Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks, and others also took action. Old man, I am very grateful to you for not dying. Long said with a slightly ugly smile on his face covered with slipper tattoos. However, this time, I want to prove that what I said that day was not false at all. When many civilians in the war on this sea disappeared out of thin air, they were not only transported to the holy land of Marijoa, but more civilians were transported here to serve as nutrients for this strange tree. That day, Alyssa was taken away by the celestial dragons. I searched the entire holy land of Marijoa and could not find her whereabouts. But I firmly believe that all this was done by the world government. No, it should be said that this was done by the 5 elders and I have been tracking down where the people who disappeared out of thin air went. Until I met the pirate king Roger who landed on the final island of Raftel, he said to me, "Where is the most cruel secret of this world hidden?" The dragon's eyes looked far away and fell on the sacred tree rooted at the end. He clenched his fists tighter and his voice became deeper. I have been looking for a way to enter Raftel. I didn't expect that Uchiha Kainu's sudden appearance gave me this opportunity. At the same time, I also found the ring that belonged to Alyssa, which should have disappeared. She mysteriously disappeared that year because she was mistakenly sent here and became the nutrients of this strange tree. Later, even if the 5 elders and Yumo knew that the nutrients sent this time included Alyssa, she had no chance to come back in order to protect the ugly secrets hidden on the final island of Raftel. The only thing the 5 elders and the celestial dragons can do is to insist that Alyssa's disappearance has nothing to do with them. Long paused again, looked around and said, "This time, the 5 elders and Yumo exposed the final island of Raftel. This is not a great opportunity, but a killing game. From the beginning, there was no intention to let you leave alive." At this moment, Chang's words seemed to be infused with magic sounds, tightening the nerves of everyone present. They were indeed surprised to see the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, who suddenly appeared. After all, the final island of Raftel was only the final stop in the fight for the title of Pirate King, and it should have nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Now it was revealed all at once that this was a one-way killing game. Does this mean to tell them that the 5 elders and are planning to be enemies with all the pirate forces present? No. Should we say that they are planning to catch the elite of the Navy headquarters in one fell swoop? Humph, it's just a lie to confuse the public. We are the elite of the Navy headquarters, part of the world government, and the 5 elders and the power to stabilize this sea. Akainu snorted and shouted first. Even if this is really a killing game, it is only for you pirates. What does it have to do with our navy? Revolutionary Dragon, if you were hiding, we might not be able to interfere in the affairs of the world government and take action against you. However, as the biggest traitor of the former Navy headquarters, today I will not only kill Uchiha Chinyu, but also take off your head and send it to Lord Yumu. The thunderous shouting woke up the people who were in a trance. Looking at Akainu, who suddenly jumped up and gushed out hot molten lava, many people's nerves were directly tensed. Chapter 1211 The first bird to come out of the gun. Akainu. Zhang Guo's face sank. The situation has not been clarified yet. The Navy headquarters is originally weak. He doesn't want to establish another terrifying opponent from the Revolutionary Army. Humph, Zhang Guo, you have been timid since you set foot here. You are not qualified to be the marshal at all. Akainu roared repeatedly. Today, I will let everyone know that you are old, and the position of marshal should belong to me. Let me break this unfounded lie. Canine Red Lotus. Bang. A green whip shadow instantly pierced through the earth, bringing a sense of oppression that covered the sky and the sun. The next moment, in full view of the public, he slapped the pirates who broke into the Golden City head-on. The sudden attack gave people a feeling of being caught off guard. Thousands of pirates were too late. The only thing they could do to escape was to hastily raise their weapons for defense. Boom! The black tree trunk, like a dragon, suddenly smashed down at the crowd, and the strong wind it stirred up rolled back like a raging tide. The large golden buildings collapsed under the release of this huge force. As the dust rolled back, a large number of pirates were directly overturned. However, more of them turned into a pool of blood mud directly under the tree trunk. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Facing the huge tree trunk that was originally several kilometers away from them, it suddenly appeared in front of them. At the same time, it also launched such a fierce and unparalleled attack, which undoubtedly exceeded their nerves. Run, run quickly, this tree is a monster, it really hunts people. Oh my god, how many people died in that attack just now, and large areas of buildings collapsed. Run quickly, it's moving again. The scene was detonated at once, and hundreds of pirates who were on the edge and were just overturned by the airwave were the first to wake up. They quickly fled in all directions. Looking at the scene in front of him, like a scene where monkeys scatter when a tree falls, Akainu's face couldn't help but sink. The moment before, he was still questioning Sengoku and Long in public, but now the tree stem attacked like a dragon. This undoubtedly gave him a feeling of being slapped in the face in public. Moreover, the slap on the cheek was extremely painful. Thinking of the major forces behind him who were still watching the excitement, Akainu suddenly clenched his fists and roared angrily. Humph, it's just a tree trunk monster, just destroy it directly, what's there to panic about? Break it for me. Canine Red Lotus. Bang. Akainu punched out, and the hot molten lava gathered wildly on his fist, turning into a giant dog dozens of meters long, rushing towards the dark tree trunk head-on. Facing this sudden attack, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. The sudden attack of the tree trunk just now made the pirates look like paper, vulnerable. Now that Admiral Akainu has taken action, it is undoubtedly eager to see if they can test the details of the tree trunk. The distance of thousands of meters, under the vigorous attack, was approached in just a few breaths. The huge tree trunk has not been swung again on the ground. The hot molten lava has already come with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, crushing it. Bang! The molten giant dog exploded in response. The hot lava that rolled back, the high temperature it brought, and the fierce attacking momentum directly cut the tree trunk in half. In full view of the crowd, a raging fire was burning, and it quickly spread to all sides. Seeing this successful attack, the originally slightly chaotic situation, on the contrary, showed a slight stagnation. From the very beginning, the appearance of the tree trunk directly killed the Golden Emperor Tizero instantly. This made them preconceived that the tree trunk was very powerful. No. It should be said that just based on this huge body with a diameter of 100 meters, it really makes people feel very powerful. However, this superficial power was quickly broken by Akainu, who attacked in anger. This undoubtedly calmed down the panic in their hearts. Stupid guy, you don't care about the other people in the Navy headquarters at all. You are not qualified to be a marshal at all. Crane said with a gloomy face. In this situation, the first bird to be shot will be shot. Akainu, you should be careful. As a naval general, if the admiral is the strongest blade in the hands of the Navy headquarters, responsible for eliminating all kinds of unfavorable situations and enemies, then, the admiral of the Navy headquarters is a brain. Not only should he think about how to solve the problem, the most important thing is to consider how to minimize the damage to the Navy headquarters. However, Akainu's reckless behavior now obviously does not meet the standards for being a marshal. Be careful. The sneer on Akainu's face became a little stiff, and he turned back mechanically and said, Tsuru, are you old and confused? These vulnerable trash are just like you old immortals, what is there to be afraid of? Just watch, I will uproot the strange tree you are afraid of now, and take all the guardian power and devil fruit into my pocket. The stern voice echoed between heaven and earth. Akainu turned around without any fancy. However, before he took a step, a roar suddenly sounded. Akainu, be careful! Bang, bang, bang! The piercing sounds of the air sounded without any warning. Thousands and tens of thousands of densely packed small tree stems shot out from the burning tree stems. It felt like a whip, piercing through the void and rushing towards Akainu quickly. The speed was so fast that in just a blink of an eye, it reached dozens of meters away from Akainu in a short distance of several thousand meters. Faced with these intensive attack methods that occupied his pupils, Akainu's face changed drastically, and he quickly suppressed the idea of escaping by elementalization. The moment before, he had said harsh words in public. Even the face of the marshal, Zhangguo, and the chief of staff, Crane, was completely torn. If he chose to escape now, it would be like slapping himself in the face, which would be a big loss of face. Humph, a mere trick, I can break the huge tree stem, let alone these. Akainu roared. The moment the molten lava in his right hand surged up again, he struck out with a bang without any fancy moves. Scorching river spewing fire. Bang! The hot molten lava exploded like a raging tide. Instantly turned into like a raging tide, it rushed towards the vines and tree stems. The short distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. When the molten lava in the sky collided with the vines and tree stems, the proud look on Akainu's face suddenly became stiff. No. It should be said that the expressions of the people present changed drastically, and their faces were full of disbelief. Chapter 1212 The Real Feast Begins. Bang 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 bang. The long river of molten lava in the sky, like a raging tide, rolled towards the vines and tree stems. However, at the moment of slight contact, the tree stems that should have been easily destroyed by the molten lava were instantly covered by the inky black armament haki. Yes. The people present were not wrong. The aura and form emitted from the thousands of vines and tree stems were exactly the same as the armament haki they knew. Before they could react, the molten lava in the sky was pierced first. The dense tree stems, like spears, attacked Akainu directly. Looking at the dense attack that quickly enlarged in his pupils, the proud look on Akainu's face disappeared instantly. At such a close distance, especially under the premise that even the tree stems used the armament haki, Akainu intended to continue to use elementalization to dodge this attack, but it was impossible. The only way was to resist it. Armament haki strengthen. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Akainu's mind, and then he roared angrily. The moment his hands crossed in front of his chest, the ink-black armament haki quickly covered his body. The next moment, the tree stems and vines that were attacking from the sky pierced like spears. Bang bang bang! The dull collision sound echoed between heaven and earth, giving people a feeling like rain hitting banana leaves. Facing thousands of vines, Akainu's 3 or 4 meter tall body was instantly submerged at this moment. The dense tree stems gave people a feeling like tentacles, and quickly wrapped around Akainu's body. Kizaru, stop looking, hurry up and rescue Akainu. Once these strange tree stems attack, the fate waiting for Akainu will be similar to that of Tesoro. Zhangguo roared in a hurry. Even Tesoro, who used the power of the devil fruit to awaken and turned into a 1,000-meter giant, could not withstand the strangulation of the tree stems. Not to mention Akainu's small body. What's more, Zhangguo knew clearly that the seemingly dense, numerous, and numbing tree stems were nothing compared to the strange trees rooted at the end of this land. If Akainu could not escape as soon as possible, he might be strangled more crazily. Marshal Sengoku, I'll be back soon. Kizaru tilted his mouth and smiled obscenely. His whole body was shining with golden light, and the whole person turned into a spot of light and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was not far from Akainu. He clasped his hands together, and the golden light surged up. Yashikani no Megatama. Buzz. The golden light was like a tide, like a cannonball, shooting out one after another. At this moment, Kizaru seemed to be as dazzling as a golden sun. The flashes of light that shot all over the sky were like a rainstorm, pouring down on the tree stems and vines entangled with Akainu. However, before others could be happy, a strange vibration echoed in the ground below. Bang 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 bang! The soil splashed, and the vines that had been lurking on the ground for an unknown time broke out of the ground in an instant. There were so many that they appeared on the ground as far as the eye could see. However, the most horrifying thing is that most of the vines have a skeleton rooted in them. On the skeleton, except for some soil, there is no flesh and blood. Looking through the so-called life characteristics, these skeletons are human, animal, long-armed, giant, etc. Some skeletons that have experienced the ravages of a long time, even the moment they break out of the ground, they are scattered between heaven and earth in the breeze. It can be said that at this moment, what is presented in front of us is not only dense tree stems and tentacles, but also countless corpses. Looking at it, there are at least hundreds of thousands of them. Moreover, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. If it is really as Qin Yu and the Revolutionary Long said, this is the biggest scam. Most of the missing humans every year will be sent here to become nutrients. Then from the establishment of the world government to the present, for more than 800 years. I am afraid that every inch of this place is buried with piles of bones. This is chilling and shocking. At this moment, they finally understood why Uchiha Qin Yu emphasized from the beginning that this was a place of great danger, a real hell of Shura. Get out of my way quickly, don't block my way. Go to hell, it's better for you to die than for me. Run away quickly, this is not a good place at all. Rapid roars sounded one after another. The pirates who had planned to stay in place and take advantage of the situation panicked. The pirates under the command of the 4 emperors who had been silent were no exception. Facing the overwhelming tree stems and vines in front of them, they could still display the crazy scene of armed color domineering. It can be said that in their eyes, it was a nightmare at all. If possible, I am afraid that as long as Whitebeard and others gave the order to retreat, many people would flee in panic. However, this thought just came to mind. Many people had this thought in their minds. The next moment, a cry of surprise sounded without warning. It's a big problem. We have no way back. Oh my god, there is a bottomless cliff in the fog behind us. We are trapped here. The scene was in chaos. The pirates who were secretly rushing to the back and planning to retreat along the original route suddenly stopped. The endless white fog that originally covered the earth like a natural barrier seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands at this moment. The unfathomable cliff that had already been transformed was revealed. In the distance, there was already endless darkness. The so-called sea had disappeared long ago. It's really a big deal. They directly transferred everyone to the different space. Qin Yu's eyebrows jumped, and he didn't feel surprised. This kind of space jumping method is simply a natural magical power for the Daitongmyo clan. After all, the Daitongmyo clan was originally in the interlayer of the alien space. Their duty is to plant sacred trees in other alien worlds like tree planters. Absorb the power of this world to make the sacred tree grow. Then, as the guardian of the sacred tree, the Daitongmyo members will use the fruits of the sacred tree to increase their own power. It can be said that if this world is selected by the Daitongmyo clan, unless there is a big change, the people in this world will only become livestock in captivity and become fertilizer for the sacred tree. And this scene in front of him undoubtedly confirmed Qin Yu's guess from the beginning. Now Yumu directly moved the island into the alien space. Then it means that this feast has come to the real opening time. Chapter 1213 The largest gambling scene. Dad, there is no way back, we are all trapped here. Marco's face sank and he spoke in a hurry. Originally, in their eyes, no matter what kind of things and dangers were inside Raftel, as long as Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors, was there, they could at least get out of this unscathed. However, they never expected that the 5 elders in Im, who were hiding behind the scenes, would actually use such means to cut off the entire island from the outside world. For a moment, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and even other pirate captains, also turned their eyes to Whitebeard. At this moment, whether it was Whitebeard and others, or even the major forces, they were also playing the same scene. Once the retreat was cut off, for them, it was like being forced to go to Liangshan, with no way out. This was probably the real must-kill situation. They are coming! Someone exclaimed, breaking the silence in the field. The vines and tree stems with corpses hanging all over the sky rushed towards them like a black tide. Wherever they passed along the way, the earth seemed to be torn apart, and shocking cracks spread rapidly around. Some pirates who didn't have time to escape were instantly chased by vines and tree stems. For a moment, hysterical roars sounded one after another. The attacks from many pirates fell on the vines and tree stems that were attacking like a rainstorm. Black Dragon Slash. Hadouken. Sharp Tiger Poison Claw. Bang, bang, bang. The dull collision sounds sounded one after another. The approaching vines and tree stems that were attacking the sky appeared to be stagnant. However, this stagnation disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those seemingly fierce attacks were suddenly submerged and covered by the vines and tree stems that came from behind. The pirates who stood up to attack were instantly entangled by the vines that attacked like tentacles. The next moment, in full view of the public, the whole person's body quickly shrank. It felt as if the blood in the body was directly squeezed out in an instant. The strange scene made the pirates present feel cold in their spines. The pirates who were planning to fight back were defeated instantly. Run away quickly, there is no way to stop these vines. As long as they are slightly touched, they will drain the blood in the body. Don't block the way, or you will die. Kill a bloody way quickly, I don't want to die. Hysterical roars rang out one after another in the field. Looking at the irresistible disaster, these desperate pirates obviously cast their eyes on the stumbling blocks that blocked their way out. They did know that the so-called retreat was cut off. However, the principle that it is better to die than to die for a fellow Taoist is applicable everywhere. If they were given a choice, they would rather let others die first than die themselves. Watching that in an instant, thousands of pirates were strangled and drained by the vines all over the sky. The faces of the various forces that were still holding on to the mountain suddenly changed drastically. Air shock. The simple two words came out, and the Whitebeard, who had been motionless, suddenly clenched the naginata in his hand. Without any fancy moves, the vibration light wave lit up on the blade. He swung it towards the vines and tree stems that were attacking from all over the sky. Bang! A flash of white light, and the air flowing in the entire space stagnated for a moment. The next moment, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Accompanied by the violent explosion wave, the huge impact the attack turned into a hurricane, crushing the vines and tree stems. Boom! The violent force exploded. The vines and tree stems that were attacking from all directions were shattered. The strong impact was like a sharp blade, cutting off the vines and tree stems within a radius of 1 kilometer. The wind and waves that were stirred up even sent many pirates flying around. Looking at the sudden attack of Whitebeard, many pirates who were busy escaping were also implicated. However, looking at those vines and tree stems that had made them unable to resist, they were harvested in an instant. Many pirates showed a hint of ecstasy. Everyone is afraid of unknown dangers. However, as long as they see a breakthrough, they feel like they have grasped a life-saving straw. On the huge battlefield, not only are they trapped in a dead end, but there are also a group of powerful people standing on this sea. Facing Whitebeard's sudden attack, whether it was Sengoku, Charlotte Linlin, or even red-haired Shanks, they were all surprised. They all locked their eyes on Whitebeard. Facing these strange vines and tree stems in front of them, before they knew the details, everyone wanted to buy more time to observe. Now Whitebeard suddenly took action. Could it be that he had found a countermeasure to deal with it? However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Whitebeard suddenly shouted first. Uchiha Chinyu, you are from another world, I know you must have a way to solve the current dilemma. Imu wants to deal with you, which proves that there is definitely an irreconcilable reason between you and her. If we are willing to be your command and become your sharp blade against the enemy, I think you should not refuse this deal. The hurried words shook everyone's nerves. In the eyes of most people, Whitebeard is a hegemon, known as the strongest man in the world. However, now the strongest man is willing to ask a junior for help. Does this mean that Whitebeard intends to put all the chips on Chinyu? If everyone present follows Whitebeard's example, this will probably be the largest gambling scene in this world. Haha, Whitebeard, it seems that I have praised you too much. No, it should be said that you are old. A mere broken tree has made you abandon the dignity of a strong man and ask for help from an enemy. Now, I will show you what is the strongest power and who is the most suitable person to lead the Navy headquarters. Akainu's roar sounded without warning. A series of blazing flames shone through the dense vines and tree stems like the sea. The next moment, the boiling magma exploded like a tidal wave. It turned into a beam of light and rushed straight into the sky. The vine tree stem that looked like an ocean was directly torn open with a huge hole. The hot and burning magma quickly rolled back to the surroundings. The seemingly indestructible vines and tree stems were set on fire. For a moment, the land within a radius of thousands of meters was instantly covered by magma. Chapter 1214 Unexpected Changes. Bang! The hot magma light column directly pierced through the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. The violent air waves turned into a hurricane and rolled back, causing the temperature of this world to rise suddenly. Looking at the sudden change in the field, it was no less shocking than the attack of Whitebeard just now. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on the center of the magma fire column. However, the scene that came into view made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink, and their faces were full of disbelief. Monster! Looking at the figure walking out of the soaring magma, this absurd idea emerged in the minds of many people. The figure that walked out of the lava no longer had the image of Akainu. Instead, there was a demon-like figure that was covered with scales, had red wings on its back, and was 6 or 7 meters tall. The fangs in its mouth and the mysterious pattern on its forehead that looked like eyes. It added a few inexplicable and weird flavors. Haha, why doesn't anyone recognize me? This is the transformation from the power of the Guardian. Now, I can directly shatter the world with a wave of my hand. I can easily uproot a strange tree. After destroying everything here, I will also kill the so-called Emperor of the Sea. The familiar voice from Akainu came out of the demon's mouth. The original speculation of the crowd was confirmed at once. Facing Akainu, who suddenly became a different person, Zhangguo's face changed, and he couldn't help but shout. Akainu, don't mess around, figure out the situation first and then take action. At the beginning, when the final island raftel was exposed, Sengoku speculated how much this matter had to do with the 5 elders and even I'm behind the world government. What role does their navy headquarters play? Originally, when landing on the island, Sengoku still attributed the navy headquarters to the righteous side controlled by the world government. However, he never expected that after waiting so long, not only did he not wait for the reinforcements from the world government, he was also caught in this crazy trap. Now Sengoku most urgently wants to know why the navy headquarters has become a discarded pawn. Humph, Sengoku, you are still indecisive. Since the 5 elders and I'm treat us as abandoned pawns, I will uproot all this. Akainu roared disdainfully. The next moment, the molten lava all over his body exploded, and his right hand clenched suddenly, and he slammed towards the sky. Meteor volcano. Bang, bang, bang. The hot magma was madly thrown into the sky by Akainu. The leaden clouds that accumulated in the sky were pierced at once. Most of the sky was directly illuminated red. The next moment, fists made of magma swooped down like a rainstorm. At the same time, Akainu stomped his feet. The moment his footsteps fell, the air roared and a large ripple was stirred up. The left hand turned into a hand knife, and the hot magma rolled and expanded rapidly. Without any fancy moves, it chopped down the ground below. Boom! The magma that gushed out instantly turned into a giant blade that could support the sky. It fell towards the tree stems and vines that gushed out wildly below. Wherever he passed along the way, the space ripples were rapidly stirred up, giving people the feeling that even the void could not withstand this blow. Accompanied by a shocking explosion. Those vines and tree stems that had just rolled out on the ground were torn to pieces. The ground was torn apart abruptly, and the hot molten lava rolled back and spread rapidly to the distant ground. Looking at Akainu who succeeded in one strike, the tree stems and vines were instantly suppressed. That powerful posture completely refreshed everyone's cognition. After all, during the period when Uchiha Chinyu emerged and the Blood Flag pirates rose, Akainu fell one after another on this sea. The reputation accumulated in the past was also squandered by these defeats. However, the sudden outbreak now tore the dilemma that forced everyone into a desperate situation. It made all the desperate people feel like they had grabbed a life-saving straw while drowning. In particular, looking at the golden city below, the tree stems and vines that emerged wildly were all covered by the molten lava. It gave people a feeling of winning. Zhangguo, did you see that? This is my strength. Didn't you say that the power of the Guardian is not very useful? Akainu flapped his wings, showing a hideous and playful smile, and said, "Open your eyes and see clearly. Are you regretting now that you believed that guy when he said that these things are poisonous? If it is really poisonous, why didn't I die? Why can't I be like a savior and save all of you?" The roaring sound was hysterical. Seeing Akainu, who had gained the upper hand, Zhangguo's expression was a little stiff. Subconsciously, he looked at Chinyu, who had been silent. Akainu's unusual behavior made his pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The devil's claws, with molten lava rolling, moved without any warning. However, this sudden rise was not to launch an overbearing attack again to tear the ground below. Instead, it went straight to Akainu's chest and stabbed directly. Puff! The molten lava splashed, and the claws with knife-like sharp nails directly gave Akainu a chill. Originally, Akainu, who was still arrogant, had an unbelievable look on his face. Subconsciously looking down at his chest, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. What is going on here? Why did Akainu commit suicide? Does he feel regret for bumping into Marshal Zhangguo just now? Bah, you are talking nonsense. With Akainu's style and strength, would he do this? I think it is definitely because Uchiha Chinyu saw Akainu's great power and was worried that he would be threatened, so he killed him in advance. The chaotic exclamations sounded one after another in the scene. Looking at Akainu who suddenly attacked himself, everyone present was not calm. The moment before, Akainu was a little crazy, but he did suppress the weird vines and tree stems directly with his own strength. Give them a chance to breathe. However, now this Akainu, who is like a life-saving straw, is self-harming in public. This undoubtedly subverted their cognition. It can be said that in the face of this weird scene, only in Uchiha Chinyu's body. It seems that there is a reasonable explanation. Sorry, you think too much. Chinyu said calmly. However, you will know the truth soon. I didn't expect them to lose their temper so quickly. Let me remind you to be careful of the people around you. Chapter 1215 The Poisonous Power of the Guardian. Be careful of the people around you. The inexplicable words, at this moment, were like a depth charge, shaking the nerves of many people. No. It should be said that only a small number of people could instantly smell what was implied in these words. Zhangguo, be careful. Garp roared and stood up. With one step, he pushed the Navy's 6 styles of razor to the extreme. When he appeared again, he had already rushed behind Sengoku. Bang! 7 or 8 crisp metal collision sounds rang out without any warning. Those bright blades, covered with the armament haki, pierced directly into Garp's body. The huge impact force made Garp, who had just arrived and had not yet gained a firm foothold directly hit Zhangguo. The two flew backwards quickly in front of everyone. However, before the two could react, the 3 commodores also attacked instantly. The various weapons in their hands were chasing after the two. The sharp sonic boom shook the nerves of many people. One sword style, backslash. The crisp roar sounded first. Daotu, who had been guarding Crane, took the lead. He took a step and disappeared out of thin air, and appeared again behind the 3 commodores. The clenched Jin Kun Luo in his hand, with the sound of the knife ringing, chopped directly at the back of the two. Bang bang! The huge impact force made the 3 people's bodies tilt, and the attack missed. The whole body fell to the ground in front of everyone, splashing a large amount of sand and dust. Taking advantage of this opportunity to catch their breath, Zhangguo and Garp quickly turned a somersault in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Facing this sudden assassination, Zhangguo and Garp had 100,000 questions in their hearts. As a naval marshal, Zhangguo may not be able to do anything perfectly. However, it does not mean that he has a bad reputation in the naval headquarters. At least, in Zhangguo's eyes, he should not be subject to any assassination. Unfortunately, the scene before his eyes now overturned his cognition. Not only were there 3 naval brigadiers chasing him, but also several vice-admirals and major generals who were originally guarding behind him. This assembled lineup made Zhangguo unbelievable. In Zhangguo's eyes, it was already very good for the enemy to incite a naval general to rebel. 2. It was a great means. If it was 3, 4, or even more. This would mean that as a naval marshal, he was no longer suitable to lead the naval headquarters. However, from the time he landed on the island until now, there was nothing out of the ordinary in what Zhangguo did and the orders he issued. This should not lead to a fatal disaster. Mamaji, be careful, they are standing up again. He shouted in a hurry. Mamaji, who had just stood firm, suddenly changed her face. In the previous attack, she did take into account the lives of the 3 brigadiers and did not kill them. But the power contained in that attack was not small. Mamaji was confident that she could easily knock down even an elephant. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Mamaji's mind. She didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly turned around to look behind her. The first scene that came into her eyes made Mamaji's face change suddenly. I saw 3 commodores struggling to stand up. Which human cheek had long been replaced by green fangs. Large pieces of scales quickly appeared all over the body, giving people a feeling like a demon. Roar! The three commodores roared to the sky, and the wings that had grown halfway on their backs suddenly flapped down. They rushed towards Daotu at a rapid speed. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. Facing the sudden change of the three commodores, their cognition was completely overturned. Even though Daotu was close at hand, at this close distance, he couldn't recover in time to defend himself. 6th level Necromancy Magic Shroud of the Dead. Bang bang bang. The ground under Daotu's feet bloomed with dazzling magic circles. Black shrouds broke out of the ground without warning. Before everyone could react, they took the lead and wrapped around the three commodores who suddenly jumped up. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cocoon, making people unable to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Daotu suddenly woke up. After taking another look at Qin Yu, he quickly withdrew and retreated. However, all this was just the beginning. The moment a series of low roars sounded. On the huge battlefield of ruins, the companions who were fighting side by side the moment before drew their swords against each other the next moment. Dongla, why are you trying to kill me? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, are you crazy? I'm setting the mountain on fire. Keeler, I'm your brother, stop it quickly. One after another, exclamations were heard not only in the camp of the navy. Even the sphere of influence of the four emperors was no exception. Those companions who had transformed into demonic figures suddenly waved their weapons without hesitation, turning into a butcher knife, harvesting lives. It can be said that if they had understood Qin Yu's meaning a moment earlier, they might have been able to avoid the attack without any damage. However, not everyone could think of this. Faced with this sudden situation, the huge battlefield obviously fell in an instant. Zhang Guo's face changed drastically. As a wise general of the navy, he immediately figured out what was going on when he thought about Akainu's changes. He didn't have time to think about it and shouted, Fujitora, use your fruit ability quickly to suppress the entire battlefield. Also, everyone present, remember to be careful of those around you who have used the power of the Guardian. This thing is poisonous and they have been controlled. As soon as the voice fell, the pirates and navy who were still awake felt a chill in their spines. Just now, many of them still thought that they were unlucky and could not get the power of Guardian to transform themselves. Now, hearing Zhang Guo's words, they instantly felt like they had walked through the gates of hell. Gravity Zone. Fujitora rolled his eyes slightly, and the staff knife clenched in his hand was instantly unsheathed. The huge gravity, like a frenzy, spread rapidly with Fujitora as the center. Blink of an eye during this period, not only the navy headquarters, but also the forces of the four emperors were covered. The people who were still fighting madly faced this sudden and huge pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was blessing me, and I stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Faced with this indiscriminate attack method, Whitebeard and the others' expressions changed slightly, but they cast grateful glances. After all, the sudden riot just now was completely beyond their expectations. If he hadn't understood Qin Yu's reminder in advance, even Whitebeard would have almost capsized in the gutter. Chapter 1216 There is still a glimmer of hope. Boom! The earth was roaring, and the huge impact was like the weight of a mountain, causing the originally chaotic battlefield to be suppressed all of a sudden. The pirates and navy who were fighting violently were even crushed to the ground. Feeling this huge gravitational pressure, many people present who were busy avoiding attacks got a chance to breathe. There was a hint of joy in Fujitora's eyes. In this sudden riot, everyone was caught off guard. If it weren't for Fujitora's timely action, with the help of gravity suppression, there would be a brief stagnation in the chaotic battlefield. They also had no chance to gain some breathing time and clear their heads under the crazy attack. Dad, what should we do now? 1/3 of the captains under my command have obtained the power of guardians. They have all transformed into demons and been completely controlled. Marco suddenly became anxious and frantically activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into the form of a phoenix to resist the huge gravity on his body. However, facing the previous moment, we were still life and death partners fighting side by side. Now he has become an enemy with drawn swords. All this is difficult for them to accept. Roar! Buffalo Itzmo roared in pain, and his expression became even more distorted. The body, which was already as huge as an iron tower, made a crisp sound of bones brittle. The exposed muscles all over the body squirmed, and there was a feeling as if they had been burst. Pieces of green scales grew rapidly. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of Marco and others. If it were an ordinary pirate who transformed into a demon, they would have the confidence to suppress it directly with force. However, Buffalo Itzmo is a captain-level existence. Once they really transform into a demon, whether it is the sudden increase in strength or the identity of the captain, it will be difficult for them to strike hard. Everyone, my gravity suppression only works for a short time. Once it takes too long and they get used to it, the effect of the suppression will be infinitely weakened. I hope you can find a solution as soon as possible. Fujitora turned over. He rolled his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. The expression of the pirate navy, which had just recovered its breath, suddenly changed drastically. Rao Shi Senguo and Whitebeard are no exception. Facing their former companions, once the suppression fails, it means that what awaits them will be a life and death battle. I'm afraid both sides will have a chance to give up only if they fight to the end. Old Dad, kill me quickly, I don't want to become the opponent's puppet and attack you. Buffalo Itzmo roared hysterically. He grabbed the big knife at his waist and cut his throat directly. Yi Zhang, stop him quickly. Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed. However, given the current chaotic situation and the distance of 100 meters, it was simply beyond their reach to stop them. Yi Zhang on the side was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He never thought that one day, the gun in his hand would be used by his companions. However, in the face of Whitebeard's urgent order and the slightest hesitation, in the realm of invisible gravity suppression, it was obviously impossible to catch up with the enemy for a moment. Clang! A series of sparks splashed on the throat of the Buffalo Itzmo. The bright sharp blade tugged at the throat of the Buffalo Itzmo. The blue scales give people an indestructible feeling. Under such circumstances, let alone commit suicide with the little will left. I'm afraid I can't even cut a small wound. Bastard, bastard! The Buffalo Itzmo was startled at first, and then roared hysterically. The armor that had been held up high on his body exploded to pieces. Under the green scales all over the body, it was forcibly raised to more than 5 or 6 meters. It has 2 wings on its back and fangs spitting out from its mouth, which only adds to its inexplicable ferocious aura. It can be said that the Buffalo Itzmo now feels like a green-faced and fanged evil ghost. It has nothing to do with humans at all. Itzmo, I know you can hear my voice, wake up quickly. Yi Zhang finally reacted and shouted urgently. Roar! The Buffalo Itzmo let out a low roar and stared under his blood-red eyes. The body suppressed by the gravity field slowly lifted up. The next moment, his feet suddenly kicked off, and the ground roared. The Buffalo Itzmo jumped up to Izo, who was about 10 meters away. The big knife in his hand was even more violent, and it was slashed down without any trace of fancy power. The sudden appearance of the killer caused a huge change in the expressions of those present. On Whitebeard's ship, you must not take action against your companions. This is an iron rule that cannot be shaken. All the captains and crew members, all of them, strictly abide by it. However, now, the Buffalo Itzmo, as soon as he made a move, showed a killing gesture. This is enough to show that the puppet means used by the opponent completely occupied the thinking and reason of any person. Even the Buffalo Itzmo, one of the captains of the 16th Division of Whitebeard, could not resist the invasion of spiritual intelligence by these external forces. Not to mention other people. Fire Fist! Boom! The blazing fire wave, with a devastating gesture, hit the Buffalo Itzmo first. The huge impact force directly flipped him out. Under this gravity field, the suppression of this elemental attack method was undoubtedly weakened to the minimum. However, before they could be happy, the Buffalo Itzmo, who fell heavily to the ground and transformed directly into a green-faced and fanged demon, rolled on the ground and stood up again. The unscathed posture made many people pale. In any situation, in a life and death battle, the most fearful thing is to meet someone familiar. Especially, this familiar person is not only extremely powerful, but also an indestructible cockroach. Once this time comes, if you don't do everything you can to put the other party to death, then what awaits them will be a dead end. Don't panic, we still have a glimmer of hope. First, try your best to suppress all the runaway people, at least make them lose their combat effectiveness. Ace roared first. With the flames in his hands rolling back, he slapped the ground fiercely. Yandi Yanhuang land! Bang bang bang! The blazing flames, with Ace as the center, shot out a flame streak, which quickly swept across the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the Buffalo Itzmo as the center, it circled around and formed a flame prison. Looking at Ace, who took action again, everyone present was surprised at the same time. But what they wanted to know most was where the ray of hope Ace mentioned came from. Chapter 1217 Those who come with bad intentions will not come with good intentions. In the chaotic battlefield, many people's eyes turned and locked on Ace. Facing the pirates and navy who gradually became familiar with gravity and began to riot, they wanted to know what solutions there were. There are many ways to suppress gravity. However, most of these suppression methods are only temporary solutions. There is no way to solve the current dilemma. Ace, if you have any ideas, just say it, we will fully cooperate with you. Marco was the first to lose his temper. Even Whitebeard's turbid old eyes flashed a trace of urgency. He has always flattered and never attacked his companions. He even treated his subordinates as family. If Whitebeard were to take action now, he would solve these runaway people. With Whitebeard's strength, coupled with the power of the tremor fruit, he can definitely kill a kid with one punch. It's a pity that Whitebeard can't do it. Feeling the many eyes cast around, Ace's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and said, "Actually, I don't have any good way, but I know that Uchiha Chinyu must have the means to solve this dilemma." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate for a long time. Facing Ace's sudden words, the people present were surprised, but they felt that they had no way to refute. This is perfect. Facing this kind of means that are completely beyond their cognition in this world. According to Chinyu's identity as a visitor from another world, there should be many more methods than they know. The current situation is unknown, and the effect of gravity suppression will become smaller and smaller. To reverse this disadvantage at this juncture, the only way is to place hope on Chinyu, who also plays cards unconventionally. Haha, Fire Fist Ace, you think too perfectly. That guy is indeed from another world, but the premise of coming from another world also has a high and low status. I forgot to tell you that Lord Im is the supreme god in another world, and this sacred tree also comes from Lord Im's hands. The loud laughter of a monk sounded without warning. The people who were originally eager had no time to think about it and tensed their nerves. At this critical moment, those who come with bad intentions will not come. As one of the leaders of the final island Raftel's big scam this time, the appearance of a monk is definitely not a good thing. Fujitora, the first bird to be shot will be shot. You like to be a hero so much, I will give you a generous gift. The monk fell from the sky like a ghost. The first generation of Kaititsuo in his hand was pulled out with a backhand, without any fancy. Stabbed directly into the ground. Rock Dragon Assault. Boom. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded, and the earth at this moment, like a giant turning over, moved violently. The thick rock layer of the ground was torn apart. With Fujitora as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer. As the earth shook violently, it turned into a series of rock dragons, breaking through the field control and rising. There were so many of them that they appeared densely packed, shooting towards Fujitora from all directions. For a moment, this sudden killer not only tensed Fujitora's nerves, even others are no exception. They know clearly that facing the great changes brought by the power of the Guardian, those pirates who transformed into green-faced demons were temporarily suppressed by the gravity field displayed by Fujitora. As time goes by, this effect will gradually diminish. However, it is better than forcibly interrupting them now and letting them face the enemy in advance. Quick, hurry up and help Fujitora cover. Garp's face sank and he shouted in a hurry. He is indeed known as the hero of the Navy headquarters. However, this is only limited to those things that can be solved simply with fists. Unfortunately, the conspiracy and intrigue presented in front of them undoubtedly exceeded this range. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and dozens of rock dragons chased after them in a posture that penetrated the sky and the earth. The short distance of 1,000 meters was undoubtedly pale and powerless under this kind of joint attack and encirclement. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in the pupils, a biting cold wind rolled back without any warning. Ice Age. Boom. Ice crystals all over the sky rushed out of Aokiji's body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge sky dome, colliding head-on with the incoming rock dragons. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder-like collisions echoed, and the endless collisions made the huge ice crystal sky shake violently. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the situation where one wave has not settled, another wave has risen. The people who were secretly relieved at the scene were nervous again. Unfortunately, before they could react, dazzling golden lights bloomed like little suns. Yashikani no Megatama. Bang, bang, bang. The golden laser beams turned into a series of silk threads, centered on Kizaru, and shot out in all directions. Wherever he passed, the ice sky and the rock dragon were shattered in an instant. The huge impact force, even the residual power, rushed straight to the sky and exploded like fireworks. For a moment, most of the sky was directly illuminated by golden light. General Kizaru, I thought you wouldn't take action. Green Bull looked at Kizaru falling from the sky and said with a slightly teasing tone. Haha, General Green Bull, you think too highly of me. Kizaru just stood firm and said with a wretched smile. I am also an admiral of the navy. If Fujitora and Aokiji have taken action, and I still look indifferent, Marshal Sengoku will definitely tear my body apart afterwards. However, now is not the time to chat. We should find a way to alleviate the current dilemma as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this situation continues, no matter how strong we are, we will be exhausted. As an admiral of the navy, Kizaru has always given people the impression that he is not doing his job properly. However, he is not a stupid person. He knows clearly that once the headquarters of the navy is destroyed here, he, as an admiral of the navy, will also be inseparable from it. Most importantly, without the headquarters of the navy, Kizaru will lose the opportunity and interest to play soy sauce in his future life. Humph, Kizaru, I didn't expect you didn't snatch the Guardian's power like Akainu did, so I can't control you for the time being. However, I forgot to tell you that I am the user of the Earth fruit. Every inch of land you step on is within the range of my fruit ability. Chapter 1218. This break is too much of a joke. Naruto Chapter 1218. Haha, Admiral Green Bull, you think too highly of me. Kizaru just stood firm and smiled obscenely. I am also a navy admiral. If Fujitora and Aokiji have taken action, and I still look indifferent, Marshal Sengoku will definitely tear my skeleton apart afterwards. However, now is not the time to chat. Let's find a way to alleviate the current dilemma as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this situation develops, no matter how powerful we are, we will be exhausted. As a navy admiral, Kizaru always gives people the feeling that he is not doing his job properly. However, he is not a stupid person. He knew clearly that if the navy headquarters was destroyed here, he, as a navy admiral, would also be involved. Most importantly, without the navy headquarters, Kizaru would lose the opportunity and interest to play a supporting role in his future life. Humph, Kizaru, I didn't expect that you didn't snatch the Guardian's power like Akainu did, so I can't control you for the time being. But I forgot to tell you that I am the user of the Earth fruit. Every inch of the land you step on belongs to the range of my fruit ability. The rock layer is shaking. A monk shouted. While his hands were flying, he slapped the ground below. Boom! The ground made a dull roar. The invisible air wave impacted, and it quickly stirred with a monk as the center. Wherever it passed, the ground was shattered like a spider web. The most shocking thing was that this shattering trend passed everyone and appeared at Fujitora's feet. Fujitora, be careful! Sengoku's face changed, and with the golden light on his body, he turned into a giant Buddha. Originally, from the beginning, Sengoku had fantasized about classifying himself and even the entire marine headquarters back to the world government, or even the five elders. However, what they never expected was that this division was completely self-satisfied. Neither the five elders nor the hidden I'm behind the scenes took it to heart. Now that the monk attacked Fujitora as soon as he made a move, this was undoubtedly an attempt to put them to death. The identity of the abandoned child was undoubtedly confirmed. Since the enemy was unkind, Zhangguo was undoubtedly planning to be unjust. The moment the golden light bloomed on his body, Zhangguo knew clearly that in order to solve the crisis in front of him, he only needed to defeat the five elders and force I'm hiding in the dark to come out, so as to find out the truth. Tianzu judgment, I pronounce you guilty. The low voice was mixed with the unquestionable taste of judgment. The words that suddenly came out, even Zhangguo's face changed drastically. They had seen with their own eyes that the five elders and Qin Yu had fought each other, and understood the weirdness of this method. The huge golden light balance bloomed in the void at the same time. The golden light in the sky was like a tide, covering the bodies of Zhangguo and others in an instant. The next moment, accompanied by the golden light balance in the sky, there was a crackling sound of swinging. The faces of Zhangguo and others who were in the golden light changed drastically. Perhaps it was difficult to drain the power in their bodies at once with this large-scale magic. However, on this spine, any external interference was as fatal as it was. Especially when feeling the rapid loss of power in the body, the faces of Zhangguo and others changed drastically. Fujitora rolled his eyes and quickly controlled a piece of rock, using the power of the fruit to float in the air and escaped the ground-sinking attack of a monk. However, feeling the loss of power in the body that was forcibly taken away, he said with a gloomy face, "Everyone be careful, gravity may not be able to continue to suppress them." Roar. The roar like a beast sounded without warning. One after another, it came out. It felt like being released from prison, and the ferocity was vented. Once the gravity was removed, it felt like a wild horse that had broken free. "Haha, you soft-hearted guys, aren't you unwilling to fight your companions? Now, I'll see if you are really great enough to watch them come to kill you, but you are unwilling to kill them." A monk laughed teasingly. "This is a dead end, no one can solve it." The unbridled laughter, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Everyone in the field changed their faces at once. As the monk said, in this situation, they had no way to refute. "Sorry, did you miss me? I thought it was Yumu's hiding guy who came out, but I didn't expect that you guys would be defeated." Qin Yu smiled warmly. "As for these so-called endgames, isn't it just a matter of a moment to solve them?" The sudden words at this moment gave people the feeling of the sound of nature, shaking everyone's nerves. Qin Yu, who had been watching coldly for a long time, finally let go. This scene made many people feel like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. The face of a monk suddenly stiffened, and he was the first to lose his temper and shouted, "Uchiha Qin Yu, you are just a lie to confuse the people. This is the supreme power of Lord Yumu. Ordinary people have no way to break it. Don't think that you can delay time with just a few words. In the eyes of a monk, Yumu's existence is high above. No one can break the legend. Even Uchiha Qin Yu, who was treated specially by Lord Yumu, is no exception." However, this thought just emerged in his mind. The next moment, the scene that first came into view made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink. Roar. A deep roar sounded vigorously. The buffalo Atesmo, who had been attacking violently and falling into madness, stopped in mid-air. His muscles were prominent, and his figure was like a rock. At this moment, he stood stiffly in place as if he had been acupunctured. Mysterious pattern seals quickly spread and covered his body. After the seals occupied his body, the buffalo Atesmo, who had been in a runaway state, stopped completely. Strange scenes appeared one after another in every corner of the battlefield. Looking at those figures who had been in a runaway state, they stood stiffly in place like statues, completely losing their fighting power. Not to mention Whitebeard, Warring States, and others. Even the 5 elders were stiff in expression. In their eyes, Uchiha Qin Yu gave people the feeling of being an outsider and watching coldly from the beginning. He had never made a move, let alone silently exerted any means on these violent people. However, now, in an instant, the situation that they were completely helpless in collapsed. He even used means that they had never heard of, which completely overturned their cognition. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would probably not be willing to believe it. The situation that forced them into a dead end was broken so easily. No possibility, what means did you use?" The monk's expression could not help but stiffen, and he was the first to roar without holding back. The moment before, he was still flattering the myth of Yumu. The next moment, it was ruthlessly broken. It can be said that this slap in the face came a little too fast. Chapter 1219 The Fury of the Four Emperors. The huge battlefield, which was originally in chaos, suddenly became a little dead silent. Seeing the changes in the field, everyone was stunned. The previous moment, everything presented to them seemed like a dead end. No one thought that things would change so quickly. Most importantly, they had no idea that Qin Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines from beginning to end, would take action and interfere with the battle. Yes, at the beginning, when you distributed the Guardian's power to them, you made a move. A monk suddenly woke up. After entering this place, Qin Yu had not taken action. However, when he was outside Raftel, he secretly collected 1/10 of the Guardian's power, and finally gave it up in front of everyone. At first, a monk and others did not figure out the reason for Qin Yu's strange behavior. I just think that Qin Yu, after seeing the power of the Guardian with his own eyes, couldn't bring himself to possess it, so he handed it over. No one would have thought that Qin Yu had already quietly kept a backhand. You guessed right, Yiseng, but unfortunately there is no reward. Yu clapped his hands and smiled warmly. When he saw this guardian power, Yu first thought of the curse seal method possessed by Orochimaru. That day, in the world of Naruto, Yu didn't take Orochimaru's curse seal experiment seriously. However, more skills don't hinder people. Yu can reach the maximum level with one click, and he only needs to spend a little time to take Orochimaru's scientific research power for himself. This kind of easy thing, why not do it? However, Yu never thought that it would be used in such an occasion. Uchiha Yu, you ruined our good things again, you are simply looking for death. A monk roared. I thought that this time, the killing game set up by the final island Raft Lu, led by Im himself, would definitely be able to wipe out all the forces in this sea. With the help of the domineering power of the Guardian, it would be able to catch Uchiha Yu off guard. No one would have thought that this seemingly sure-win battle would be broken in an instant under Yu's hands. The first generation of Kaititsu, with his right hand clenched tightly, slashed towards Yu with a dignified sound of breaking through the air without any fancy moves. One sword flow rock dragon break. Roar. With the roar of the air, the rock layer rolled and instantly turned into a huge rock dragon of 100 meters, which crushed Uchiha Yu across the air. The distance between the two was only more than 1,000 meters. Under this sudden attack, it was close in the blink of an eye. Looking at the bluffing bloody mouth, a trace of ferocity flashed across the monk's face. He knew clearly that this attack would not bring any actual harm to Yu. However, at least in the eyes of a monk, this action could disgust Yu a little and vent his anger. Buddha's shock wave. The golden light bloomed like a small sun. The violent shock wave, like a raging tide, collided with the rock dragon one step ahead. Boom! The rock dragon, which was 100 meters long, shattered in response. The huge impact force, even more powerful, shattered the earth mountain below in response. For a moment, the rocks and boulders splashed, like a rainstorm, covering the land within a radius of 1,000 meters. The land that was hit head-on was even more abruptly blasted out with a big hole. The sudden scene made everyone present change their expressions. This shock was not only from the powerful force of this attack. In addition, the person who made the move was shocked. In their eyes, the Navy headquarters and the world government are inseparable. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo is like a lackey of the world government. However, Zhang Guo, who is now in the posture of a Buddha and with a solemn golden light, actually helped Yu, a pirate, to block the attack. If you don't trademark see the scene with your own eyes, I trademark am afraid not many people are willing to believe it. Zhang Guo, are you rebelling? You dare to attack me for a pirate? Do you really not take our 5 elders into consideration? A monk was stunned at first, and then roared angrily. However, as soon as these words fell, a burst of laughter soon came from the huge battlefield. Haha, these 5 elders are really shameless. Just a moment ago, they even treated the Navy as abandoned pawns and killed them as soon as possible. Now that they can't kill anyone, they ask the Navy to listen to their orders. Isn't this a joke? I think this is a typical example. They are shooting themselves in the foot and now they regret it, so they pretend to be confused. You say, will the 5 elders say that they were just dreaming and didn't think that what happened just now was real? The huge battlefield exploded all of a sudden. The laughter that came one after another was like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. A monk's cheek twisted suddenly, and he clenched the first generation of Kaititsu in his hand, and roared again. What a group of ants, I am generous and give the Navy headquarters a chance to show my determination. Since you guys are so eager to die, don't blame me for being rude. Rock wave. Boom. The violent devil fruit power exploded in the monk's body. The earth's rock formations instantly turned into a huge sea of quicksand and were lifted up. The next moment, it turned into a huge wave of yellow sand that spanned 10,000 meters and rose to the sky, hitting the pirates below head-on. If this attack really hits. Not to mention the pirates who were fixed by Yu's curse seal, even the pirate forces under the 4 emperors such as Whitebeard would find it difficult to escape for a while. Humph, Yiseng, do you really think that we 4 emperors are air? You can manipulate life and death as you like. Today, even if we risk our lives, we must let you know that the anger of the 4 emperors can destroy mountains and seas. Air shock. Boom. Whitebeard, who had not made a move, took the lead. The moment he clenched his naginata with both hands, without any fancy moves, he chopped the huge wave of yellow sand that was rolling down in front of him. Bang! With a knife, the space in front of him was shattered like a mirror. The violent explosion wave gave people an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. With a devastating gesture, it collided head-on with the incoming waves. Boom! The huge waves of yellow sand that were coming from all over the sky were pierced through. The invisible shock wave, with its remaining power, went straight to the monk and crushed him across the sky. Feeling this suffocating force, the monk's face changed drastically, and a white wave of mercury blocked him in front of him. Chapter 1220 Being a Dog That Can Find Its Owner. Mercury Mountain and River Map. Boom! The mercury that rushed in like a river turned into a mountain in the blink of an eye, blocking the monk in front of him, forming an impenetrable defense line. It collided with the raging waves formed by the invisible impact that covered the sky and the earth. Bang! The huge air wave was directly overturned. The land within a radius of 1 kilometer could not withstand this huge impact force first, and it collapsed. As a battlefield, the Golden City has already become a place of scars. The gold jewels, devil fruits, and even guardians with guardian power that were once regarded as treasures were shattered. Looking at the two figures slowly walking out of the dust, everyone present couldn't help but look gloomy. Humph, I thought the 5 elders were those guys who hid their heads and showed their tails. They hid and wanted to attack. Is it really suitable to show up so soon? Whitebeard stomped the naginata in his hand heavily on the ground and snorted disdainfully. However, these words seemed to be light and indifferent, but Whitebeard secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The way the 5 elders acted was shameful. But their strength was in front of them. If Hoya and Hira hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to attack, that would be a truly terrible thing. Humph, Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. This matter is just as we thought, and there were some minor incidents, but it doesn't mean that you can really escape from the hands of Lord Im. Hira dissipated, and the mountain made of mercury looked around coldly and said, that kid does have some means, but compared with Lord Im, he is still far behind. Zhangguo, now we, the 5 elders, give you a chance to redeem your crime and make meritorious service. Join hands with us to kill all these pirates who destroy justice and help us establish a new world order again. The voice of not fighting, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Everyone present couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. They have seen shameless people. However, they never expected that the 5 elders, when shameless, had no bottom line at all. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Zhangguo. They were eager to know how Sengoku, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, would respond to the offer from the 5 elders. Facing the change in the atmosphere, the 5 elders obviously didn't take it to heart. Hoya, who appeared on the stage together, spoke again. Zhangguo, you should be very clear about your identity, but the first thing to do as the admiral of the Navy headquarters is to preserve the strength of the Navy headquarters. During this period of time, your Navy headquarters has suffered one defeat after another in this sea, so Lord Im decided to abandon you. However, you can rest assured that as long as you agree to cooperate with our 5 elders and wipe out all these hateful guys in front of you, we will ask Lord Im for mercy for you. At this point, Hoya's face showed a hint of proud judgment and said, Zhangguo, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will be dead. I forgot to remind you that everything just now is just the tip of the iceberg for Lord Im's layout. Once the full picture of the plan is really revealed, let alone you, even that hateful kid will definitely die. Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. Facing the 5 elders, this is a speech that is both logical and emotional. The atmosphere at the scene was as if an invisible hand was tightening people's hearts, making people feel inexplicably suffocated. It can be said that in the eyes of any person, absolutely do not want to see that the situation that has just started to turn around will change because of Zhangguo's choice. Sorry, you think too much. Our Navy headquarters is not a dog. Even if it is a dog, it is a dog that chooses its own master. Zhangguo said in a deep voice. Everyone, if you are dissatisfied with my decision, if you have any objections, you can leave on your own. However, the justice of my warring states can distinguish right from wrong. Let's fight. The voice of neither servility nor arrogance was infinitely amplified at this moment. Facing the choice of warring states, let alone ordinary navy and pirates, even Whitebeard and Garp and others couldn't help laughing. At least, at their level, the awareness of life and death has long been there. Sometimes what matters is a person's integrity. At least, now warring states has done it. Haha, 5 elders, your wishful thinking seems to be really unsuccessful. Didn't you just say that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Lord Im's plan? We don't have the patience to wait any longer. Hurry up and use your means, and then let Im come out and chop us. An unbridled laugh came out of the golden lion's mouth. His long, wild golden hair fluttered in the wind in the void. Unlike the landing of others, with the help of the ability of the floating fruit, the golden lion directly moved the entire Gorozayaki into the air. Seeing that the golden lion, who had been watching coldly, suddenly expressed his opinion, not to mention ordinary pirates and navy, even Whitebeard and others showed a hint of joy. As old rivals in the past, Whitebeard and others knew clearly that the golden lion was an impulsive master. When he was in the Rocks Pirates, he was already an expert in getting into trouble. Now he openly spoke against the 5 elders. This means that the golden lion has completely lost his temper and is going to take action. As long as the golden lion joins, even with his strength, he cannot defeat the 5 elders. But at least, he can also pull Qin Yu in and join the battle circle. Good, very good. Hoya's face darkened, and he said sternly, Zhangguo, your choice really made me see your noble character, but I will let you know how stupid your choice is, and how much you will regret it when you die, and let all the navy under your command be buried together for your recklessness. Now, I will give you another chance. Whoever is willing to stand on the side of our world government will have a chance to survive. You only have 10 seconds to choose. The aggressive words, like an invisible heavy hammer, hit the depths of everyone's soul. Faced with Hoya's tireless exhortation, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He knew clearly that there was no shortage of stupid people in this world. But there were no stupid people who would stick their warm faces to cold butts after being betrayed to death. Facing the dissipation of Hoya's words, the dead silence in the field clearly confirmed that Zhangguo's words were not nonsense. Chapter 1221 Powerful Transformer Core. 10 seconds passed in a flash. On the huge battlefield, the oppressive dead silence, like an invisible big hand, directly hit the faces of the 5 elders. Looking at the indifferent expressions of the Navy headquarters and the pirates, as if watching a joke. Even if Hoya and others were thick-skinned, they couldn't help twitching. Okay, very good, you dare to look down on us, the 5 elders, then let you continue to taste what despair is. Hoya was the first to lose his temper and roared. Warring States, our world government wants to treat your Navy headquarters as a discarded child because we have found a way to replace it. We have endless devil fruits and powerful means of cyborgs. Let you natives see the supreme cyborg core brought by Lord Im. Cyborg? Hearing these words, Kaido, who had been entrenched in the void and had not taken action for a long time, suddenly became extremely gloomy. As one of the 4 emperors, he is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Kaido also thought that one day he would really be killed. However, he never thought that after being killed, he would be resurrected and used as a puppet. For him, this is simply a great shame and humiliation, and it has nothing to do with the so-called whipping of corpses. In particular, he felt the eyes around him that fell on him intentionally or unintentionally. Even if Kaido, a thick-skinned scheming villain, felt embarrassed and couldn't help twitching. Oceanshu, let our strongest cyborg core come out and let them see what true despair is. Elam was the first to step out of the crowd, and stomped the ground heavily with the cane in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the earth roared like thunder. Under the rolling of the rock layer, the huge tree root vines that were thought to have been burned to ashes by the rampaging Akainu broke out of the ground directly. However, this time, they did not attack the people around like crazy tentacles. Instead, the end of each thick tree stem vine was connected to a nutrient solution glass warehouse of different sizes. Through the glass filled with green liquid, you can clearly see the various figures being cultivated inside. Oh my god, that was 10 years ago. The great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion on the sea Knight Tren, disappeared for no reason after destroying a big country. Unexpectedly, he not only died, but also became a cyborg. Look, that's the double-bladed drow with a bounty of 700 million Baileys. That was 20 years ago, the Reaper Sniper Tula with a bounty of 500 million. That was the 420 million Lalier, that's 390 million Ur. One exclamation after another sounded in the field. Looking at the recognized faces in the incubator, everyone's face changed one after another. They never thought that in addition to copying and transforming Kaido, the beast, the world government also secretly cultivated so many cyborgs. They also wanted to use this to build a huge army to replace the Navy headquarters and rule the sea. It can be said that anyone will wait until the moment of death. However, when I think of my hard work in my life, I have made a great reputation. After death, perhaps because of this reason, I will become a puppet in the hands of others, without will and thinking, and only know how to fight. This is simply a great shame, and it is inevitable that I feel a sense of grief. However, along with the faces of the former enemies and the enemies they killed, they are presented in front of them like a horse-drawn lantern show. At this moment, for Whitebeard and others who stand on the ceiling of combat power, there is only one thing they want to figure out most urgently. They, as expected, have been resurrected without exception. Whitebeard was the first to lose his composure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the last few incubators. Through the glass door, the first face that came into view was the former pirate king Roger. There was also Rox, the captain of the Rox pirates, who became famous earlier than Roger and was known as the most evil existence. As for the incubators beside him, Silver Axe, Wang Ji and other members of the Rox pirates who had already died were staying. Looking at this luxurious lineup that suddenly appeared, Whitebeard and others couldn't help but take a breath. If the world government really resurrected these people through genetic modification, coupled with Grey's spiritual fruit ability, I'm afraid that even if they don't have the combat power of their peak period, but putting these dozens of sea powerhouses who have survived in history together will also become a nightmare. Haha, your expressions are really wonderful, which makes me want to laugh. A monk was the first to lose his temper and laughed unscrupulously. What's wrong, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters? Didn't you just say that even if you are a dog, you must be a dog that knows how to find its master? Now you see this lineup of cyborgs, I wonder what you feel. However, don't worry, if you unfortunately die in battle later, we will also follow the same method, regenerate you through genetic modification, and then retain your original consciousness, watch your body with your own eyes, become a puppet in our hands, and fight for us forever. Make us puppets? Whitebeard and others' faces suddenly sank. As one of the 4 emperors, they are also one of the best in this sea. Their mood at this moment is similar to Kaido. In particular, seeing that even Rox and Roger are not immune. This is simply a huge shame for them. Well, it's getting late, and it's time for you to personally experience the feeling of despair. A monk said with a fierce smile. Uchiha Kainu, I don't know what method you used last time to get Kaido out of Grey's control, but this time, no matter what method you use, it will be ineffective. Everyone, come out, this is the beginning of a feast. Bang! Hearing the sound of the nutrient hatch opening, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Many people subconsciously cast their eyes on Qin Yu. Even Whitebeard and Golden Lion, who stood on the ceiling, were no exception. It can be said that in their eyes, even Pirate King Roger, Rox, and other peak strong men of the era were resurrected in a different way. Then the next will be a tough battle. To win this tough battle, the only way and hope is to place it on Uchiha Qin Yu. Chapter 1222 Green and Shining Roger. Bang! The heavy glass panel was pushed open directly. As a large amount of nutrient solution gushed out, the cyborgs who were nurtured in it opened their eyes. This scene tensed everyone's nerves, but more people's eyes turned in unison and locked on the last few figures. This represents the existence of the ceiling strength of the last 2 eras. If you are not careful, the battlefield may be reversed. If it weren't for Uchiha Kainu, this unknown confidence, perhaps many people would have retreated without a fight. What's going on? I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene after so many years of death. An unexpected voice sounded without warning. The familiar tone made the faces of the older generation of pirates such as Whitebeard suddenly change. For this existence known as the Pirate King, their memories are deep in their bones. Especially Whitebeard, the relationship between him and Roger is an enemy and a good friend. Is he really the Pirate King Roger? Ace was the first to lose his temper. He is the godson of Whitebeard. He also wants to help Whitebeard and ascend to the position of Pirate King. However, for this biological father, there is also a special feeling hidden. He is indeed Roger. It seems that the situation is a bit tricky this time. Whitebeard said with a slightly gloomy face. Wait a minute, no matter what happens, don't fight Rox, he's a madman. If anything happens to me, don't worry about it. Try your best to keep up with Qin Yu's pace, so that you can survive as much as possible. At the beginning, Whitebeard was worried about Kaido's alternative resurrection and the 5 elders' plan to transform people. When he landed on the final island, Raftel, he was always thinking about when he would face those powerful enemies who might appear in the past. But he never expected that these former enemies would appear as guards of the final island, Raftel. Dad, you mean for us to give up on you? We can't do this. Ace's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but said in a hurry. Marco and other captains who were not affected by the power of the Guardian did not speak. However, the resolute expressions on their faces clearly showed that their awareness was the same as Ace's. Haha, Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to have a good son. Although the way I appeared at the beginning, I also felt strange, but it was a blessing in disguise to see so many familiar faces after so many years. Roger just walked out of the nutrition cabin and laughed first. Little boy, you are really as loyal as your father. Seeing your young appearance reminds me of my baby son, who should be about the same age as you. If he chooses to be a pirate, he will definitely be a famous newcomer. However, Garp is a Navy man. With his personality, he will definitely train my son in the direction of the Navy and make him a supernova of the Navy. This is a bit unnatural. Hey, why do you think my expression is a bit strange? Did I say something wrong? Garp, are you here too? You didn't turn around and leave because you saw me, did you? Chang's voice drifted away with the wind on the huge battlefield. It gave people an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Even Garp, who took a step and wanted to leave quietly, couldn't help blushing, and quickly coughed, and couldn't respond for a while. The Fire Fist Ace you praised just now, who called Whitebeard Dad, is your son. Qin Yu spoke first in a light voice. The voice was not loud, like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. The originally deadly atmosphere suddenly became more intriguing. Ahem, Roger, listen to my explanation. Whitebeard coughed dryly and spoke first. Explain. Roger's eyes suddenly widened, and he clenched the saber beside him with his backhand. The next moment, he moved first. Bang! With a big step, Roger disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The ground under his feet collapsed under the huge impact. When he reacted again, Roger had appeared in the air, only a short kilometer away from Whitebeard. I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as a fool. I must kill you today. Slash in the air. Boom! With a swing of the knife, the air currents flowing all over the sky seemed to be used by Roger. Under the violent air waves, as the blade was swung out, it turned into a raging tide, crushing Whitebeard. Before the attack came, an inexplicable suffocating pressure first fell on everyone. This sudden attack made everyone present feel like they were in a raging tide, as if they had become a small boat that could capsize at any time, and their faces changed drastically. They never thought that the dignified pirate King Roger would actually attack without saying a word. Moreover, a casual attack actually reached the level of a slash in the air. This feeling is similar to the shock wave attack caused by Whitebeard using the tremor fruit. Roger, you lunatic, you don't listen to anyone's explanation at all. Whitebeard's face darkened, and he roared angrily. The naginata clenched in his hand, at the moment when the vibration light wave lit up, without any fancy moves, slashed forward. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder was loud, and the space in front of him collapsed with a sound. The violent impact wave collided head-on without any hesitation. Bang! The two forces exploded, and the violent airflow turned into a hurricane and rolled back and crushed. Large areas of rocks and forests were swept by the aftermath and directly shattered. A large number of pirates and navy were affected by the power and flipped out like sandbags. For a time, the huge battlefield gave people the feeling that it was as if it was hit by a hurricane. Haha, Whitebeard, your attack is really as good as before. Today I will compete with you in both strength and life and death, although I have already died. Roger laughed again. It was as if he was in the midst of this violent hurricane wave, but his voice could not be covered. The powerful armament haki swept over his body, and he instantly entered the state of full-body armament haki. He stepped down suddenly in the void, and the whole person plunged into the center of the impact and collision like a sharp arrow. No. It should be said that Roger now obviously intends to use full-body armament haki for defense. He broke through the attack and intended to fight Whitebeard in close combat. This intention was obviously seen by many people. Especially Whitebeard and Qin Yu, their eyebrows raised, looking a little surprised. Chapter 1223 He is acting. Is Roger crazy, Captain? Do we need to stop them? Golden Lion blocked the violent wind wave coming towards him and was the first to lose his temper. Whitebeard is old, but now the 5 elders and I'm are hiding some tricks, and rocks is the most difficult one. If Roger takes care of Whitebeard, the situation will probably be disadvantageous for us, right? As old rivals, Golden Lion is very clear about the strength of Whitebeard and Roger. It can be said that if they were in their prime, the two would fight to the death. However, the current fight has changed in the eyes of Golden Lion. At least, in the eyes of Golden Lion, the current Whitebeard is no longer as brave as he was in the past. He is now an old man in his 70s. Moreover, because of the huge side effects of the tremor fruit, he is dragging a broken body. And Roger, who was resurrected by the 5 elders and is at the peak of his physical fitness and strength, is completely incomparable. Once they really fight, or the current Whitebeard, in a short-term fight, he will not be at a disadvantage. But over time, the difference in Whitebeard's body will be easily revealed. No need, this is a good show, you just watch here. Qin Yu said lightly. Golden Lion and others were stunned. In their eyes, the fight in front of them should be a battle of both superiority and inferiority, and life and death. Why did it taste different in Qin Yu's mouth? However, before they could react, Roger, who was armed with domineering aura, instantly broke through the violent air waves. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Whitebeard one step ahead. Seeing this sudden scene, Ace and others woke up and wanted to help. Unfortunately, let alone for the sake of face, Whitebeard was absolutely unwilling to accept this kind of help. The strong wind just caused had already overturned them dozens of meters away. It was difficult to even stand firm, let alone help. The only way now was to watch Whitebeard being forced to take action. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. The next moment, the first scene that came into view made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Roger, who came from nowhere, just approached Whitebeard, and the armed color domineering on his body faded away in an instant. Grey, Roger is acting, that guy wants Whitebeard to kill him and get rid of our control. A monk's face darkened and he roared in a hurry. Grey was also surprised. They also thought that Roger would be furious because of the relationship between Ace and Whitebeard, and would rush up to fight a life and death battle. They never thought that all this was just a farce. Looking at the figure falling from the sky, Grey hurriedly wanted to take action to take back Roger's mental control. However, at this close distance, Grey was able to take back the control. However, in a short period of time, if Roger could use a method to block Whitebeard's attack, I'm afraid the success rate would be 0, right? Roger, you bastard, go away. It seems that our reunion can only be left for the future. Whitebeard shouted in a deep voice. The naginata in his hand vibrated with the power of light waves, mixed with the unparalleled Ryasakura domineering. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down Roger with a swift and fierce posture. Bang! The violent power was released, and Roger, who was close at hand, showed a relieved smile, and looked at Ace for a second. Whitebeard, you dare to really use my son as your father? At that time, I was just drunk and said something stupid. But thank you very much. The next time we meet in the underworld, I will beat you to death. A hearty laugh dissipated with the hurricane. Bang! Roger, who was close at hand, shattered into pieces. The blood mist in the sky dissipated like a tide. The remaining power of the shock wave, mixed with a crushing posture, rushed towards the 5 elders and others in the distance. It can be said that this attack freed Roger from being controlled. It also contained Whitebeard's anger towards them. Damn Roger! A monk roared with a ferocious look, holding the first generation of Kaititsuo in his hand, and was about to hit it hard while the Ryuakaku was surging. Black hole dark tide. The black wave, like covering the sky and the sun, turned into a huge vortex, and collided with Whitebeard's attack first. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed, and the black tide swirling all over the sky seemed to turn into a big mouth that could swallow the world at the moment of contact. It directly swallowed up all the impact. In just a few seconds, the scenes of flying sand and rocks, which were originally like the end of the world, were completely calmed down. The black wave that rolled back all over the sky also quickly converged, and finally merged into a burly man with leopard eyes, long black hair, and a mustache. Haha, Whitebeard, you are still the same as before. Your attack power is indeed one of the best in this sea. I haven't seen you for 38 years. It seems that you have all become independent pirates. No wonder you wanted to rebel against me that day. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded. Looking at this man who suddenly took action and displayed the power of the dark fruit. Whether it was Whitebeard or Charlotte Linlin, even Kaido, who was hovering in the sky and had not yet taken action, his face suddenly turned pale. Is this Rox? I didn't expect to meet him in this form. The Golden Lion's face also had a rare look of concentration. Heavy. It can be said that in this sea, Roger is the partner that Golden Lion has set his sights on. After Roger's death, Whitebeard is the only other half of the person that Golden Lion can recognize. However, the only person who can really make Golden Lion call him captain is Qin Yu, the reincarnated person who forcibly broke in. Rox in front of him is definitely the first one. This comes from the suppression and conviction of strength, which cannot be explained clearly in just one sentence. Rox, I didn't expect that you would be resurrected in this form. After the battle on the Island of Gods, many people have been saying that you are not dead, but after 38 years, your era has long passed. Now even Roger has a rare chance to be resurrected, and in the end he is unwilling to become a puppet running dog of the five elders. I think Captain Rox, you should also want to die under my knife, which is better than letting you be infamous all your life and then be ashamed at the end. Whitebeard stomped the naginata in his hand heavily on the ground, and then spoke in a deep voice. Captain Rox, I hope you won't embarrass us crew members. Besides, your dark fruit should have been stolen by the traitor Blackbeard. Teach. Chapter 1224. There are 100 ways to kill him. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to disperse. Facing this speech from Whitebeard's mouth, it is undoubtedly more powerful. However, this time, the person Whitebeard faced was Rox, who stood at the top of the pirates as the ceiling of the era 38 years ago. In his era, he was an existence that even the Navy headquarters was afraid of. After all, the 3-4 emperors in front of them, as well as the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, are also members of the Rox Pirates. A pirate group that can produce so many peerless overlords is enough to show that he is not simple. However, what many people care about more is that the devil fruit ability possessed by Rox comes from Blackbeard, who rebelled from the Whitebeard pirates not long ago. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Rox would have used the power of the dark fruit so skillfully. At this moment, many young people finally understood why Blackbeard risked the world's disrespect and the endless pursuit from the Whitebeard pirates, violated the iron rules on the ship, and killed Captain Sage of the 3rd Division. It seems that everything he did was to get the same power as Rox. However, in their cognition, each kind of devil fruit will only appear once in the same period of time on this sea. The 5 elders resurrected Rox through special means. However, this resurrection only stays on the body and mental memory. It is similar to the resurrected Kaido of beasts in the Battle of the Burial at Sea that day. Only after resurrection can you get the devil fruit that originally belonged to you. Now that Rox has obtained the power of the dark fruit. Does this mean that Blackbeard has been killed by the 5 elders? Chaotic thoughts have emerged in the minds of many people, which makes people feel terrified when they think about it carefully. Blackbeard's means are despicable. However, he was able to become a 7 warlords of the sea, and also attracted a group of LV6 criminals from the undersea prison to join his ranks. This alone is enough to show that Blackbeard's methods are not simple. However, Blackbeard, who has such methods, has now been secretly solved by the 5 elders. If it weren't for seeing the dark fruit fall into Rox's hands with his own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. Humph, Whitebeard, you are simply dreaming. Roger's matter can only be regarded as an accident, but we will not make the same mistake with Rox. A monk took the lead and said sternly. Whitebeard, you should thank us for helping you solve the Blackbeard who has not been killed by you. Now that Blackbeard is dead, we have helped you save a lot of face. While speaking, a monk still subconsciously glanced at Gray. With Roger as a precedent, a monk obviously didn't want the most precious collection to lose the second one because of a momentary negligence. Gray understood instantly and looked at Rox not far away. Rox, I know you were very powerful in your prime, but for safety reasons, I will cut off your control over your body. I will use my mental abilities to separate your combat experience from your mental imprint. At that time, your body will be completely reduced to a combat posture until the final moment of death. During this process, you still have a sense of the outside world. At this point, Gray's dormant devil fruit ability exploded in an instant. The cyborgs who had just walked out of the culture medium had not had time to show their presence in front of others. Instead, mental imprints quickly lit up in their bodies. This is the mental imprint that Gray, one of the 5 elders, has copied through various means. With the help of genetic technology, after creating cyborgs, their mental imprints were injected into the body, achieving an alternative regeneration. However, this kind of mental imprint copying is so difficult that even Gray feels it is difficult. If it weren't for the battle in the Valley of Gods, Rock's body would have fallen into Gray's hands. Roger's body was secretly delivered to him after being beheaded in Rogue Town. I'm afraid there is no way to perfectly match the personalities of the two. Recover. As for most of the other pirates, many of the modified humans only rely on incomplete spiritual imprints to control their bodies. What's more, only the consciousness of fighting remains, and other emotions have long been lost in the long history. Sora was left with a body, reduced to a puppet in the battle. Wu Liaoxing, you still do things the same way. You always like to hide behind and let the people in front work for you. Rox laughed. However, 38 years have passed since the battle in the Valley of Gods, and I haven't encountered such a luxurious decisive battle lineup for a long time. Besides, it would also be nice to see how far these guys who betrayed me in the past have reached, and see who of you can survive in the end. The sound of rolling words echoed between heaven and earth. Faced with a completely different choice from Roger, the expressions of many people in the audience suddenly changed. The brief attack by Roger and Rox just now was enough for people to see that their strength was different. It can be said that if Rox's personal strength is alone, it may be enough to compare with the combined strength of all other Transformers. Now Rox has been imprisoned by reason and humanity, only retaining the consciousness of fighting. This means that once there is a fight, Rox will be reduced to a humanoid war machine, and he will be even more unscrupulous. Captain, Brat, you have the most tricks. You don't need to do anything. Why don't you disrupt them first? Golden Lion Shiji was the first to lose his temper. As a former member of the Rox Pirates, he knew exactly how frightening Rox was when he went berserk. Even after 38 years, the Golden Lion has become a great pirate-like existence. But those years, every time I think of them, still send chills down the Golden Lion's spine. Don't worry, Golden Lion, but you seem to have got the wrong person. Qin Yu patted Golden Lion on the shoulder and said. Our real opponents are Wu Liaoxing and Yumu. Rox, who used to be the strongest, is now just a war puppet. If we take him too seriously, it will only lower our position. This is not conducive to force him to get out. What's more, Rox is very powerful, but that's for you. If it were me, I would have at least 100 ways to kill him. Mad. This absolute madness is no longer here. Faced with Qin Yu's calm words of comfort, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly fell into an inexplicably oppressive silence. They placed their hopes on Qin Yu. But he never thought that Qin Yu would be so arrogant. Chapter 1225 Rox Trademark Remnants. 100 Ways? The huge battlefield fell into a brief silence. If Rox still had control over his body, he might still be able to speak half a sentence. Perhaps, I'm afraid it has already exploded. However, in the face of these crazy words, Whitebeard and others' expressions changed slightly, but they fell into silence. If these words were said by others, they would definitely sneer at them. However, after seeing Qin Yu's endless methods with his own eyes, and after taking action in time to resolve the huge crisis of internal strife, Whitebeard and others did not have the confidence to doubt Uchiha Qin Yu. On the contrary, after hearing these words, I felt an inexplicable peace of mind. What a brat! You are indeed arrogant enough. I want to see how confident you are to say such a thing. The monk's face darkened and he roared angrily. Gray, let them do it. As a 5-year-old star, he has been frustrated and suffered losses at the hands of the same person over and over again. This is a shame for anyone. Gray, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head and locked his eyes on Qin Yu. She had long silver hair that was flowing freely without wind. A trace of ferocious determination flashed across her face without any hint of fancy. She clapped her hands together suddenly. Kid, I want to see how you can lift my control over them this time. Miraculous puppet, kill them for me. Roar. Dazzling spiritual marks bloomed on their bodies. The next moment, the remaining trace of will was directly annihilated in the sea of consciousness. It can be said that in order to prevent these transformed people from following the old path of Kaido, Gray was cruel and directly wiped away the remaining will. In his eyes, these transformed human puppets only have the will to fight, even if Qin Yu's methods are powerful. There is absolutely no way to reverse his methods. Roar. A series of crazy roars sounded one after another. A reformed person who originally had a weak will and a somewhat dull expression. All of a sudden, like a ferocious beast, he roared to the sky and rushed out with the weapon in his hand. The speed was so fast that the distance of 1,000 meters was shortened under their feet in just 10 breaths. When everyone reacted, Silver Axe, holding a silver axe, had already arrived in front of Marco and the others. This is the Silver Axe on Rock's ship. This guy is a user with the Silver Fruit ability. His favorite weapon is the axe, but he is a difficult guy. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows while holding the naginata, and said in a deep voice. On the Rocks pirates that day, in addition to a few of their cotters, there were many combatants and cotters. Among them, Yin Axe, John, Wang Ji, etc. are one of them. White, Beard, Zi. Intermittent words came out of Silver Axe's mouth, and the silver axe clenched in his hand quickly enlarged to tens of meters in an instant. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down with force. For a moment, the sound of wind and thunder was loud, and the air and even the space along the way seemed to be torn apart, stirring up large ripples. The people below felt a crushing feeling like covering the sky and the sun. Looking at this shockingly huge axe, they finally understood why this man was called Silver Axe. Possessing a devil fruit, he can transform into any means to attack. He had to transform into a huge silver axe, which was very consistent with his title. However, facing this former member of the Rocks Pirates, no one dared to underestimate his sudden attack. Fire Fist. The hot flames spewed out, like a volcano erupting, forming a huge flaming fist, and instantly hit the silver axe that was chopped down with force. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded suddenly. Under the flames, the huge axe was directly overturned. The big bald silver axe was no exception. Seeing the successful attack, Ace jumped out first and said, "Dad, leave it to us, you can concentrate on dealing with rocks." As Ace, who had fought with Blackbeard, he was very clear about the bug-like effect of the dark fruit. Being able to invalidate the power of the devil fruit is a test for any ability user. However, just as Ace jumped out, Whitebeard, who had been standing in place, suddenly glared and shouted in a hurry. "Ace, be careful!" Buzz! The air vibrated, and people's eardrums also felt an inexplicable stinging sensation. Ace, who was in mid-air, was stunned at first. In the observation haki, a death aura was instantly reflected, directly covering the spine. Before he could think about it, Ace let out a long howl, and the flames all over his body rolled back and expanded rapidly. The Great Flame Emperor, the Flame God. Boom! 100-meter-high flame shot up into the sky, turning into a surging vortex. Ace shook his body and directly transformed into the posture of the Flame Emperor, raising the power of the flame to the extreme. The next moment, a black feather arrow like a dragon, wrapped in violent explosive streams, pierced through the void. In full view of everyone, it plunged into Ace's shoulder. Bang! The flames were exploding, and the power contained in the arrow feathers directly shattered the flames on the Flame Emperor's shoulders. The black sharp arrow that penetrated the body, with its remaining power, attacked Whitebeard. Diamond! Jaws took a step forward and stood in front of Whitebeard. The moment his muscles bulged like rocks, the black feather arrow had already fallen with a bang. Bang! The huge impact force made Jaws fly back 4 or 5 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. The seemingly sharp black feather arrow was directly bounced into the air and finally shattered. "Jaws, are you okay?" Marco put his hand on Jaws' back, revealing a trace of worry. The remnants of the Rocks Pirates were so strong that they were beyond their cognition. "I'm fine, but Brother Ace." Jaws stood firm and looked at the Flame God in a hurry. "I'm fine too. I just used the fire to disperse and escaped the fatal blow." The flames scattered all over the sky, dissipated with the wind. Ace walked out from the legs of the Flame Emperor. The body of the 100-meter flame giant that he transformed into also disintegrated. However, seeing Ace who was unharmed, several captains present also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Ace was obviously like Pika, using his huge flame body to hide from attacks. As long as the body is still connected to the flame, it will not suffer fatal injuries. It can also quickly transfer to the flame giant. "I'm glad you're okay. The power of the Guardian has reduced the number of people we can fight by 60 to 70%. In addition to Silver Axe, the one who took action just now was Wang Ji." Chapter 1226 The Perverted Dark Fruit. Wang Ji. Is it Black Arrow Wang Ji? Marco's expression changed slightly. There are many snipers in this sea. Most of the snipers like to use guns, sniper rifles, etc. as their main weapons. However, there are also alternatives. For example, Usopp uses a slingshot. And Wang Ji, a sniper on the ship of the Rocks pirates, uses a special hard bow. It is made of ultra-high hardness and toughness, and the tendons of the Sea King are used as bowstrings. Once the hard bow is strengthened by the armed color domineering, the power it can exert is not as simple as 1+1. Yes, this guy and Silver Axe, John, once they join forces, they are not a fuel-saving lamp. At that time, Kaido was abused a lot. Whitebeard said with a gloomy face. As a member of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard, who possesses the power of the Tremor fruit, is one of the strongest fighters after Rocks. Even Whitebeard feels that they are difficult opponents, which is enough to show that these three people are not simple. Damn Whitebeard, haven't you also suffered from them? I am just a little more than you, what is there to expose? Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, roared with anger. Pucci! 2 white rays of light rose into the sky like the Milky Way and chased Kaido. Everyone just feeling a flash in front of his eyes, the attack has appeared in front of Kaido. The fierce momentum suddenly awakened Kaido, who was in a rage. The moment the dragon claws were tightened, there was no fancy, and they slapped forward. Boom! The violent air wave was rolling back. The white light like a galaxy was directly slapped away. A figure with long blood pink hair, wearing samurai armor, holding 2 samurai swords, turned over and fell in the air. A pair of wings like eagles fluttered quickly on the back. John, you actually attacked me. Kaido took a look at the cracked scales on the dragon claws, and roared in a deep voice. Originally, he had not taken action for a long time, just waiting for the 5 elders to show a flaw, and then he would kill them. But he never thought that he would be caught in the crossfire and be targeted by John. Humph, Kaido, you are planning to watch the show here, I'm afraid this wishful thinking will not work. Whitebeard snorted coldly. 38 years ago, Rocks was indeed very strong, but that was 38 years ago. We are not as strong as we were 38 years ago. As long as we join forces, what is there to fear about him? The stern voice came out, instantly inspiring many people in the field. In this dilemma, if the 4 emperors can really put aside their prejudices and join forces, it will definitely be a great thing. Humph, I have no objection. Charlotte Linlin snorted first. I have no objection either. Red-haired Shanks, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Watching the 2 emperors take the lead in expressing their opinions, Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, changed his expression one after another, and shouted loudly. Okay, considering that these guys dare to turn me into a puppet, I am willing to join forces with you. Watching the 4 emperors reach a temporary alliance agreement at once. Not far away, Sengoku and others couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. For a long time, the Navy headquarters was most worried about the movements of the 4 emperors. The Navy headquarters was not afraid of the power of the 4 emperors alone. But the combination of the 2 emperors has been regarded as the resurrection of the Rocks pirates. For the Navy headquarters, this is already a nightmare. However, now that the 4 emperors of the sea have threatened to join forces, if the Navy is the opponent this time, I am afraid that the only outcome will be a fight to the death. However, it is precisely because of this reason that it is enough to prove the sea cleansing plan led by the 5 elders, and I'm behind the world government. Even the 4 emperors had to join forces to fight. Do it! Whitebeard was the first to shout. The series of fighting methods just now, which were independent of each other, put them in a passive position. As the 4 emperors, when have they ever been so frustrated? It can be said that everyone is full of anger. Air shock. Breath of wind. Emperor sword hegemony. 1 sword rock break. Boom. The 4 attacked at the same time. The huge force swept across the entire island in an instant. The invisible shock wave, the raging waves, took the lead and attacked the group of cyborgs. The hurricane formed by the breath of wind, the countless wind blades contained, turned into a mad sword aura and fell down like crazy. Following closely, there was the hegemony that penetrated the sky and the earth, and the rock break that tore the earth apart. For a moment, the whole world seemed to be in doomsday, and the huge battlefield was crushed and collapsed inch by inch. The priceless golden city was like paper, torn into ruins. Feeling this devastating pressure, the monk's face became more and more ferocious, and then he roared angrily. Gray, use that move, I'm going to kill them all. Got it. Gray responded coldly. The spiritual mark on his body shone as brightly as a little sun. The moment when the devil fruit ability dormant in his body was activated to the extreme. A figure took the lead and rose from the sky, blocking the incoming attack directly. Black tide big acupuncture point. Boom! The black wave, like a raging wave, exploded with rocks as the center, and directly unfolded into a huge vortex. It seemed to turn into a bloody mouth that could swallow the world, swallowing the incoming attack head-on. Bang! The 4 attacks from the 4 emperors exploded. The huge black curtain vortex, like a balloon, suddenly expanded. The rounded posture gave people a feeling that it would explode at any time. Standing below, Rox, who had long been washed of his personal will, spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 7 or 8 steps before he could barely stop. With each step he took, the rock layer on the ground could not withstand this huge force and shattered. However, the huge black vortex in the sky expanded briefly. The next moment, as if it was deflated, it annihilated all the attacks that were swallowed into the void. This scene made many people stare with their eyes wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. They knew clearly that the joint attack of the 4 emperors would definitely crush and even kill some cyborgs. However, the scene before them now overturned their cognition. He was able to stop the attack of the 4 emperors at the cost of spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was not only because of Rox's strength that made people shocked. The most important thing was the perversion of the dark fruit. Chapter 1227 Hidden Murder. Kill them! Gray shouted coldly. The cyborg, who was standing there like a fool, took the lead. Dozens of pirates who were once famous on the sea swooped out like a group of agile cheetahs. The leader was the 3 members of the Rox pirates. The distance of 1,000 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. As Silver Axe jumped up, the axe transformed by the power of the devil fruit in his hand suddenly rose again. Perhaps he had a special liking for the axe type of weapon. The last attack was blocked, and this time the Silver Axe suddenly rose more than 100 meters. The posture that covered the sky and the sun, without any fancy, chopped down head-on. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder suddenly became louder, and the air along the way roared. The huge axe of 100 meters approached Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was the obsession left in his life, in the case of the battle between the strong. The 3 people who were all members of the Rox pirates, the one who was obviously the first to be dealt with was Whitebeard. Humph, if you want to attack our king, you have no chance in your life, and the same is true after death. Marco snorted coldly. The light blue flame rose against the wind, bringing a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and rushed towards the Silver Axe. Bang! The claws wrapped in the armed color domineering collided with the Silver Axe. The black shadow that covered the sky and the sun was kicked out directly. As a user of the mythical beast devil fruit ability, the Phoenix does not belong to the power system, but Marco can become the captain of the first team under Whitebeard, and his strength cannot be ignored. At least his physical skills, which have been honed over and over again, are enough to compete with many top physical skills masters. Brother Marco, be careful! Ace shouted urgently, and flames rose from his body, directly forcing the approaching pirates to retreat. A black shadow like lightning has crossed the ruins and arrived in front of Marco. At the same time, a ghostly figure followed closely. The 2 sharp blades in his hands turned into a galaxy and slashed down in the air. The 2 attacks approached one after the other, but formed a fatal joint attack posture. Such tacit cooperation made many people's faces change drastically. Originally, the Silver Axe that was thrown away also stood firm in the void. With a turn of the waist, the giant axe in his hand once again chopped down with an overwhelming posture. For a moment, the combined attack of the 3 gave people a posture as fast as thunder. Marco, who was in the void, changed his face drastically. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire sounded without any warning. The black bullet, 1 step ahead, collided with the feather arrow that was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! The 2 exploded, and the black feather arrow turned into debris scattered in the void. At the same time, a low and cold roar suddenly sounded. Rice cake stab! Swish! The black shadow flashed in the void, bursting with the sound of thunder, and there was also the domineering power of the flow of cherry blossoms, and the crackling arcs were jumping. At an extremely fast posture, it went straight to John. John was washed away by Gray's remaining will. However, the experience of fighting was stripped out and imprinted on the body of the cyborg without reservation. Facing Katakuri's fierce attack, the 2 galaxies slashed by the double swords suddenly turned, and when they intertwined in front of the chest, they collided with the incoming trident of the sea god. Bang! The powerful explosion and wind were rolling back like a hurricane. It directly knocked John out. There were no more two deadly attacks from the front and the back. While Marco was secretly relieved, the blazing flames below turned into a beam of light and collided with the silver axe that was chopped down. Boom! The three's fatal attack was instantly disintegrated. Marco took advantage of this opportunity and quickly withdrew. "Brother Marco, are you okay?" Jaws hurried to meet him. At that moment, the attack came too fast. Among the captains present, except Ace who was able to get rid of the entanglement in time, the other captains obviously couldn't spare their hands to support. If there hadn't been an accident in the middle, I'm afraid Marco would have died here long ago. "Don't worry, I'm fine, but I have to be grateful that someone helped me." Marco shook his head and looked at Katakuri and Ben Beckman in the distance. If it weren't for these two people helping him at the critical moment just now. Marco has the power of the Phoenix, which can reduce the damage to a minimum. However, in this kind of melee, the battle situation is full of twists and turns. If you can avoid being injured, it is definitely the best thing. "Haha, Captain Marco, you are too serious. Now we are all in the same boat. Helping each other is the best way. If we continue to fight alone, I am afraid that the world government will take advantage of it." Ben Beckman took a deep puff of cigarette and grinned. Katakuri, who took back the trident, did not speak, but the same meaning was clearly written on his face. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and everyone present knows it clearly." Humph! Kaido, who was entrenched in the void, couldn't help but snorted coldly. Compared with Whitebeard and others, the beast pirates under his command had already been wiped out by Qin Yu. It can be said that he is now a bachelor commander. However, when Kaido thought of the scene of being killed that day, a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his pupils. "Hey, like to commit suicide, but that is based on the premise that I will not die." However, after seeing Qin Yu's methods with his own eyes, Kaido dared not act rashly. Now that he has been resurrected, Kaido does not want to die again. "Marco, be careful, just now it was just a warm-up, the next will be a life and death battle, don't lose the face of the Whitebeard pirates." Whitebeard raised his naginata and spoke in a deep voice. As the initiator of this joint effort, Marco is also the captain of his first team. He does not want to lose his hands at the beginning under the opponent's targeting. At the same time, Whitebeard can't afford to lose his face. "Dad, don't worry, I will be careful." Marco looked back. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and then he shouted in a hurry. "Dad, be careful! Bramank, are you crazy?" The rapid roar sounded without any warning. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. Everyone followed Marco's gaze. The first scene that caught their eyes made everyone's pupil shrink. Looking at Bramank, the captain of the 6th Division, who was originally guarding behind Whitebeard, the wooden hammer he was usually good at using had long been replaced by a cold knife blade. The shining blade brought a series of blood beads and pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Chapter 1228 He Can't Die Yet. Puff! The blood splattered, giving people an unusually eye-catching feeling at this moment. Looking at the blade that pierced through the chest, everyone's face turned pale at once. Even Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks, and even Kaido, the beast entrenched in the void, who were also 4 emperors, were no exception. It can be said that in this unclear battle situation, Whitebeard's existence and the ability of the strongest superhuman tremor fruit he possesses can definitely influence the battle situation. However, now they have encountered this sneak attack from their own people, which completely overturned their cognition. Could it be that even Whitebeard's godson has changed his heart? Is this still the family that Whitebeard always said he would never betray? If Blackbeard's betrayal was premeditated, then now Bramank, as one of the captains of the 6th Division, he is regarded as a son by Whitebeard. But he suddenly attacked at this critical moment. This is not only stabbing the knife into Whitebeard's heart. He also slapped Whitebeard in the face. "Captain Brat!" Golden Lion's face changed suddenly. Seeing that Whitebeard and the other 4 joined forces to fight the remnants of the former Rocks pirates, Golden Lion also wanted to take action in his heart. Whether it was for the sake of the past relationship or to break the current dilemma as soon as possible. However, Golden Lion never expected that the situation would reverse so quickly. "Don't be too nervous." Whitebeard turned his body in an instant and dodged the most fatal blow. Moreover, his heart should be the opposite. With his physique and vitality, he will not die easily. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm just wondering. I'm obviously took Blackbeard away. He shouldn't give up this bad chess piece for nothing. It turns out that he is also using the trick of stabbing from behind. Captain, you said he is Blackbeard. The face of the Golden Lion changed suddenly. He never thought that the 5 elders would use such a despicable method. Blackbeard, you bastard, I will kill you today. Whitebeard glared, and it felt like an uninjured person. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched suddenly, and the power of the Zhen fruit was pushed to the extreme. Without any fancy, he turned around and punched suddenly. Haha, Dad is very surprised. Blackbeard smiled teasingly, and under the black wave of his left hand, there was no fancy, and he hit hard in the face. Dark water. Bang. The fists collided instantly, and the powerful force splashed. The ability of the tremor fruit wrapped around Whitebeard's fist was quickly swallowed up by Blackbeard's dark water. Looking at the blow that should have been unparalleled, it was instantly silenced. The sudden scene made the faces of the people in the field change drastically. Another dark fruit, so there are 2. Ben Beckman's face changed suddenly. Even red-haired Shanks was no exception. In their cognition, every devil fruit that appeared in this sea was unique. Only when the original fruit ability user died, the devil fruit he possessed would appear again in this sea. This has always been a fact passed down by word of mouth. However, the scene now presented in front of them subverted their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that this scene was true. Blackbeard, you are looking for death. Ace's expression changed, and he roared angrily. The hot flame dormant in the body exploded like a raging tide. The whole person rushed towards Blackbeard like a meteor. Ace has always regarded killing Blackbeard as his mission. When everyone saw Rox use the dark fruit after his resurrection, they speculated that Blackbeard was dead. Ace was still unwilling to help Thatch with revenge because he had no way. However, now he saw with his own eyes that the Blackbeard he had been thinking about was not only alive, but also hiding his identity. Whitebeard attacked violently. This was simply infuriating for Ace. Hehe, if you want to save Whitebeard, you still need to get through us. 3 figures rushed out from below like ghosts, colliding with the flames in the sky. Bang! The wind rolled back, mixed with large pieces of flames, and slapped in all directions. Like a flaming meteor, Ace, who was swooping down, was blocked in an instant. Looking at this scene, Blackbeard showed ecstasy on his face and took the lead to attack again. Dad, I'm sorry, give me your tremor fruit ability. I will miss you after you die. Black Cave Road. Endless dark tides rushed out of Blackbeard's body. In this close situation, Blackbeard obviously intended to use this trick to swallow Whitebeard directly. After completely suppressing the devil fruit ability, he killed Whitebeard. Brother Marco, hurry up and stop them. Ace's face changed drastically, and with a roar, he burst into a more blazing flame, intending to break through the defense line in front of him. However, as a prisoner in the underwater prison, each of them who walked out of the LV6 layer is not a fuel-saving lamp. At least, in the case of risking his life, Ace can't break through for a while. Dad, I'm here to save you. Marco's face also changed, and his wings suddenly flapped under the surge of light blue flames all over his body, and he jumped away quickly. Bang! The black bullet, obviously covered with armed color domineering, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air, shot directly towards Marco's way. Feeling the murderous intent that was shrouded, Marco's figure who was diving quickly stopped suddenly, and kicked out with his right foot like lightning. Bang! The bullet was shot away in response. However, the opportunity to rescue Marco was obviously delayed. Haha, our king cannot be disturbed by you. It's too late to help him now. Yenyu Fan-oka, who was hiding in the distance, laughed teasingly. In his eyes, as a competent sniper, the most important thing to do is to create a chance for himself or his companions to win. Fan-oka was very satisfied with the shot just now. At least, this was the final blow to Whitebeard's death. Looking at Ace and Marco who failed one after another, everyone present suddenly changed their faces. Only the 5 elders who had been watching the show in the distance showed an eager joy. It seemed that in the next moment, they could see the scene of Whitebeard's head and body being separated. Sorry, my king said that he can't die yet. The slightly frivolous and indifferent words sounded without warning. The next moment, Whitebeard, who was in the endless black tide, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Chapter 1229 Blackbeard's Backup. Room. Whoosh. A stone instantly replaced Whitebeard. The next moment, the black tide that was surging in all directions slammed down. Bang! The black tide was rolling back, splashing around like thick paint. The expressions of everyone present suddenly became stiff. Even the 5 elders in the distance were no exception. They had never thought that there would be a sudden turn at this last moment. "It's that bastard kid!" The monk's face sank and he roared angrily. The moment he saw Whitebeard suddenly disappear, Qin Yu's figure flashed in his mind. However, after looking at the calculations, there were still complications. The result made the monk's mind go blank instantly. For a moment, everyone who came to their senses turned their eyes to the Gyulazayaki floating in the void. "Dad, are you okay?" Ace burst into blazing flames all over his body, and after forcing Moonlight Hunter Karina and the other 2 to retreat, he was the first to lose his temper. In Ace's eyes, Whitebeard was hit hard by the surprise attack because he was not careful. At the same time, he did not kill Blackbeard as soon as possible, which led to such a big mistake. "Don't be impulsive, Ace, otherwise they will have an opportunity to take advantage of you. Don't forget that Blackbeard is a real villain." Marco stopped Ace and looked around the field with cold eyes. He never thought that in the melee, Blackbeard would use the ability of Karina's mythical beast Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit to change his face into a familiar face, so that they would let their guard down. At present, Whitebeard was injured, and the situation was not clear. If Ace made a big mistake again because of his impulsiveness, Blackbeard and even the 5 elders would have an opportunity to take advantage of him. This is definitely not a good thing. But Ace was anxious. In his eyes, he was the one who was most responsible for Whitebeard's injury. "Ace, don't say but, the responsibility for Dad's injury is not yours, it's just that Blackbeard is too despicable." Jaws quickly caught up and patted Ace on the shoulder. "What's more, in this situation, do you think there is a place safer than that guy's side?" Ace's expression froze, and he subconsciously looked at Qin Yu, who looked calm. As Jaws said, Qin Yu has never really participated in the war. However, every time he made a move, he would reverse the situation. It feels like he is playing chess with him, who is hiding behind the scenes. As for, whether it is the headquarters of the navy or their 4 emperors, they are all black and white pieces in their hands. "Haha, Whitebeard, you old man, you almost fell into the gutter. Why don't you thank the captain quickly? If he hadn't asked Luo to prepare, you might have really died." The Golden Lion laughed heartily and threw a bottle of wine to Whitebeard. However, anyone can see that he looked relieved just now, and obviously didn't want this old opponent to die like a coward. Whitebeard recovered, took a look at the wound left on his chest, his face sank slightly, and said, "Boss Qin Yu, thank you this time. However, let me deal with the Blackbeard guy myself. I will let him know how terrible the anger of Whitebeard is." Boom! The domineering aura dormant in Whitebeard's body exploded like a tidal wave. The majestic breath directly tore the accumulated leaden clouds in the sky apart. The domineering momentum swept the entire battlefield in an instant, tensing everyone's nerves. The wrath of the 4 emperors, or Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man on the sea. Once he is really angry, it will be like destroying the world. For a time, everyone's nerves were tense, even the 5 elders were no exception. "Teach, die for me!" Whitebeard roared, and the naginata clenched in his right hand. The moment the vibration light wave lit up, without any fancy, chopped it forward. However, just when the knife was halfway chopped, Whitebeard's body suddenly stopped in mid-air. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Dad, what's wrong?" Ace's face changed suddenly. "I thought that Whitebeard would be very safe after being rescued by Qin Yu. I never thought that Whitebeard's body was still in trouble." "Teach, your weapon just now is poisonous." Marco's face changed suddenly. He didn't care too much at all. With the undead flames on his body surging, he flapped his wings and rushed towards Whitebeard. When he saw the black wound on Whitebeard's chest clearly, his face turned pale. "Haha, Captain Marco, you are the doctor that Dad trusts the most. You should be able to see how strong this poison is, right?" The black wave covering Blackbeard's body was absorbed into his body like a tide, revealing a teasing smile on his face. "This is a poison that can kill a Super Sea King in an instant. Dad, you can hold on for so long, it's already very good." Feeling the many angry eyes cast around him, Blackbeard paused and spoke again, "What's wrong, do you think I'm despicable? This is a fight with the legendary Whitebeard, the king of the sea. If I don't use some tricks, do you think I can win? Earthes is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only idiots can face such a monster head-on. Of course, I also want to let my father vent his anger and kill me for the death of Captain Thatch, but can you do it now? It's just a pity that I didn't succeed in taking the tremor fruit. It seems that I can only get it from Lord I'm afterwards. The teasing words revealed a sense of showing off everywhere between the lines. Being able to kill Whitebeard, the strongest man on the sea. Whether it is a sneak attack or using poison. This is something worth showing off. At least, in their eyes, the death of Whitebeard is a great achievement. At the same time, their Blackbeard pirates don't have to worry about Whitebeard coming to kill them one day. Eduk, you damn guy! Whitebeard's eyes widened in anger. However, he obviously lost his domineering attitude, and the black wound on his chest was stained with poison, which was spreading rapidly. Dad, don't be impulsive, leave Teach's matter to me. Ace jumped down and said anxiously, Brother Marco, please help Dad detoxify quickly. If it's too late, it may cause irreversible damage to Dad's body. In Ace's eyes, Marco is not only the best ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. He is also the user of the mythical beast devil fruit, the phoenix fruit. The blue flame he possesses can grow white flesh and bones. With these means alone, he can definitely be called a first-class existence, enough to look down on this sea. Chapter 1230 I'll test your wish. In the huge battlefield, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Marco. As the strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard's ability is too important for the current battlefield. If he really died of poisoning because of Blackbeard's despicable means, this is definitely a serious blow. Ace, don't make it difficult for Marco. Since Teach used this poison to deal with me, he must have counted Marco's medical methods. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he had no suspicion of the members on the ship. However, it does not mean that Whitebeard is a fool, otherwise he would not have survived until now, and even became the leader of the 4 emperors. Brother Marco. Ace grabbed Marco's arm. Seeing the latter fall into silence, he immediately roared angrily, Teach, I will definitely kill you. Ship doctor, who of you has a good ship doctor, come and save Daddy quickly. Trafalgar Law, you are known as the immortal surgeon, you have the power of the surgery fruit, you will definitely be able to help Dad detoxify. Hysterical, the voice of Dealey echoed in the huge battlefield. Facing Ace, who was a little confused, many people present fell into silence. Every pirate group, if conditions permit, will be equipped with a ship doctor. If the captain is the heart of the pirate group, then the ship doctor is the foundation of the endurance of this pirate group. On the pirate ship of the 4 emperors, the ship doctors equipped are even more first class. However, these ship doctors are obviously inferior to Trafalgar Law and Marco, who have the surgery fruit and the phoenix fruit, which can assist in treatment. If even the 2 of them can't treat, they are too aggressive and end up in a shameful end. Haha, Dad, I know you want to kill me now to vent your hatred, but how long can you hold on in your current situation? Blackbeard laughed unscrupulously. Is it 1 minute or 5 minutes? You don't even have the strength to stand now, right? Originally, I was planning to stand here, accept my father's anger, and die under his fist. It seems that my wish has not come true. The unscrupulous voice echoed between heaven and earth. Facing the smug look of Blackbeard, many people's faces sank. It can be said that as a captain, whether it is Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, or even Kaido, the beast, he absolutely does not want anyone to betray him. At the moment, Blackbeard's despicable villain makes people want to kill him as soon as possible. Teach, I'm going to kill you first. Ace roared angrily. If Whitebeard hadn't been by his side, I'm afraid the fire dormant in his body would have exploded like a volcano. Looking at Ace, who was a little exasperated, and Whitebeard, who was about to fall, the smug smile on Blackbeard's face became more and more brilliant. However, compared with Blackbeard, the eyes of the 5 elders swept towards Chinyu without a trace. A monk couldn't hold back his temper and said, Blackbeard, you should have used more poison just now, so that Whitebeard had no chance to survive. You are still too kind. Facing the scene that seemed to be sure to win, a monk and others were indeed very satisfied with Blackbeard's move. However, it was precisely because this matter was too smooth, and there was a feeling that Uchiha Chinyu had suffered a loss, which made the 5 elders feel a little uneasy. As for how to eliminate the uneasy feeling in their hearts, the only way is to pray for Whitebeard to die sooner. Haha, a monk, you are too boring. This kind of poison, I let Poison Q analyze almost all the poisons in this sea and develop it specifically for the Whitebeard pirates. It would be good if there was a vaccine formula at the beginning, otherwise once you are poisoned by this poison, you can instantly seal your throat. Blackbeard laughed again unscrupulously. In this situation where death is inevitable, I really regret that I can't let you teach me a lesson. For most of his life, Blackbeard has been living under the shadow of Whitebeard. Now he has finally tricked Whitebeard, but he is unwilling to give up the advantage of his mouth. I will test your wish. Qin Yu said lightly. The voice was not loud, but at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Whether it was Blackbeard, the 5 elders, or even Ace and others, their expressions were all stiff, and they looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. Qin Yu, the head of the family, are you kidding? Marco was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, Qin Yu's strength is unfathomable. However, it does not mean that he also knows medical skills. Even if he really knows medical skills, he will definitely not be stronger than these professional doctors, right? What's wrong? Don't you believe it? Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile, my teacher is the strongest doctor in the world. I can solve this poison in an instant. Do you want to see Whitebeard die, or do you want to see Whitebeard beat Teach? Qin Yu's medical ninjutsu was mainly inherited from Tsunade. However, later, under the one-key full-level system, Qin Yu learned all the medical knowledge in the entire ninja world. It can be said that Qin Yu now calls himself the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, and no one dares to refute it. Boss Qin Yu, please save Dad quickly. We all want to see Dad beat Teach. Xiao Zhi hurriedly made way. Looking at Qin Yu who suddenly intervened, Blackbeard panicked and said in a hurry, no. No possibility, this poison has been carefully prepared by Poison Q. Even if you really know medical skills, you will never be able to extract the serum of the poison in a short time. Everyone present knew clearly about the question raised by Blackbeard. It is precisely because of this reason that Trafalgar Law and Marco are in trouble. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Who said I want to detoxify him? Just separate the venom from the blood. Qin Yu replied lightly. As the scarlet blood spread rapidly in his pupils, the 9 Magadama Sharingan was directly revealed. At the same time, Qin Yu flipped his right hand, and an old scroll appeared. When Whitebeard sat cross-legged, Qin Yu quickly flipped his hands and slapped the ground. Ninjutsu, Fine Extraction Formation. Bang! The powerful chakra rushed out of his body, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of mysterious seals spread out, covering Whitebeard. The body of the sun. Chapter 1231. It's over before it even begins. Bang! The mysterious seal, like a big net, instantly entangled Whitebeard's body. The next moment, like a tentacle, it took root directly into Whitebeard's body. The strange scene made everyone present tense up. Ace, Marco, and others clenched their fists. Looking at the strange seals that took root in Whitebeard's body, which were like blood vessels, the dense posture made people feel tingling. If this scene was not from Uchiha Qin Yu's hands, they might have stopped it a long time ago. Damn guy, stop this arrogant guy quickly, and don't let him save Whitebeard. A monk roared. Originally, he blamed Blackbeard from the beginning, why didn't he just do it? He never thought that the most worried scene would happen. If someone else had rescued Whitebeard, Yiseng would never have believed that there was hope. But the person who took action now was the unfathomable Uchiha Qin Yu. After going through so much, even if he said that he would pick the moon in the sky, Yiseng would still believe it. Blackbeard's face also darkened. This slap in the face came too quickly. No matter whether Uchiha Qin Yu could really succeed, Blackbeard was absolutely unwilling to let Whitebeard recover. He knew clearly that the sneak attack just now had once again touched Whitebeard's reverse scale. If Whitebeard really recovered, what was waiting for him would be Whitebeard's desperate fight. Thinking of this, Blackbeard was the first to lose his temper. He clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand and punched through the air. Dark Tide. Bang! The Devil Fruit ability dormant in Blackbeard's body exploded. The black wave was driven to the extreme, turning into a dark tide, and it rolled over Qin Yu and others. Humph! Whether it's true or not, hold Whitebeard first and let him die of poison. Grey also snorted coldly. Rox, who had been controlled by him, was the first to leave. The domineering aura dormant in his body erupted like a volcano. The same fruit ability, in the hands of different people, is obviously different. There are no incompetent devil fruits, only useless hosts. Big dark wave. Boom. The violent dark tide exploded with rocks as the center. It turned into a huge wave and rolled straight into the sky. That situation occupied half of the sky in an instant. The black mass gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, and the thick situation was as creepy as ink. The momentum was so huge that it was completely incomparable to Blackbeard. Seeing rocks, who would have been fine if he hadn't taken action, but would have made a huge move once he took action. The faces of Ace and others changed drastically. At this moment, they finally had the honor to see with their own eyes what level the strength of the former 4 emperors who had followed the captain of the pirate group had reached. Bang! A sonic boom sounded. The black curtain that accumulated in the void, covering the sky and the sun, seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. It turned into a vortex with a diameter of several thousand meters, and it rolled down in the air like tearing the void. From a distance, it felt like a huge millstone falling from the sky, which was bound to crush everything to pieces. The same fruit ability, just from the power of one blow, was enough to see the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Go, buy time for Qin Yu to be the boss. Marco roared. The blue flames all over his body suddenly rose up, and he completely entered the state of the phoenix. The next moment, without any fancy, he brought a large piece of blue flame and hit the black curtain vortex that was rolling down in the sky. The Great Flame Emperor, the Flame God. Bang! As soon as Ace attacked, he was ready to fight to the death. Ace always believed that it was his responsibility for Blackbeard's successful sneak attack. He thought Whitebeard would die, but now Qin Yu's rescue made Ace grab a life-saving straw. It can be said that at this critical moment, even if Ace chose to risk his life, he would never let anyone stop Whitebeard's rescue. Roar! The blazing flames were steaming, and under the violent flames soaring into the sky, Ace's incarnation of the Flame Emperor directly expanded to more than 200 to 300 meters. Perhaps compared with the Golden Emperor Tizero and the Demon Descendant Barret, it was a little inferior. But at this moment, the power and momentum burst out by Ace were no worse than the two. Vulcan Trident. Bang! Endless flames gathered crazily in Ace's right hand, and turned into hundreds of meters in an instant. Without any fancy moves, he suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, making a sonic boom, and shot towards the black vortex that was crushing down from the sky. At the same time, the captains who stayed on the field also took action. However, compared with S. Marco, the attacks they launched were obviously not comparable. Looking at the riot of all the members, Whitebeard, whose body was imprisoned by the seal, looked slightly depressed, revealing a trace of worry. As someone who had followed rocks in the past, he knew clearly that this attack was definitely not something Ace and others could take together. Even if everyone exerted their desperate efforts, it would be difficult to resist. Not to mention, with the addition of Blackbeard, the ability of the dark fruit controlled by Blackbeard might not be able to be fully utilized. To the level of rocks. But as a straw that broke the camel's back, it is not a problem. Haha, Dad, are you worried that Captain Ace and the others will also die in my hands? Blackbeard obviously caught the change in Whitebeard's expression and laughed. Unfortunately, you can't move now, or you can ask for help, or watch them die, but as the leader of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, asking for help seems a bit embarrassing. The small voice echoed between heaven and earth, which seemed a bit annoying. Whitebeard's body twitched slightly when he heard it. Looking at the figure of Ace and others who were desperately delaying time, his lips moved slightly, and he was about to ask for help. Okay, your poison has been solved, and I have helped you recover from your injuries. Next, you can make a big fuss. A voice suddenly sounded without warning. Looking at Qin Yu, who looked calm, as if he had done something ordinary. The people present were stunned. After Qin Yu said that he could heal Whitebeard, Rocks and Blackbeard came to his rescue. It took only half a minute. Now, Qin Yu not only told them that the poison had been resolved, but also that the injuries had been healed. If they had not heard this with their own ears, I am afraid no one would be willing to believe it. This is probably the legend that it ends before it even begins, right? Chapter 1232 I am your son. It's over. Whitebeard was stunned and subconsciously looked down at the wound on his chest. The completely healed posture made his pupil shrink. In particular, feeling that the old injury that had been bothering him for a long time was now gone. This was completely beyond Whitebeard's expectations. Master Qin Yu. Whitebeard couldn't help but speak. No need to guess. I just helped you clear the old blood clots in your body and the physical damage caused by the Zhen fruit. You should be fine now. Qin Yu lifted the magic seal array, patted the dust on his body and said, however, you are fine, but your godsons seem to be having some troubles. Ace. Whitebeard turned his head hurriedly and looked at Ace and others. Everyone, be careful to step back and leave it to me. Dad, are you okay? Ace and others were the first to exclaim. However, the attacking movements in his hands were not ambiguous at all. Facing the black vortex that was rolling down from the sky, Ace's flaming fist that was shot across the sky was instantly cut off and struck across the sky with the remaining power. At the same time, Marco also stopped the attack. However, the blue flame wrapped around his body turned into a phoenix several tens of meters in size and continued to swoop away. It intertwined with Ace's attack, forming a powerful momentum. Bang! The two attacks instantly sank into the black vortex that was rolling down from the sky. The huge impact force caused the rolling down to stagnate a little. Two flames, one blue and one red, shot out across the sky, bursting like bright fireworks all over the sky. The black vortex that was rolling down finally played a swallowing role. It spread madly towards the two flames. It gave people the feeling that it was like a giant whale, swallowing the opponent with its size advantage. The weird scene made Jaws and others who followed closely and stopped the attack suddenly change their faces. Just now, they attacked without caring about anything for their full blood. They never thought that the power of this black vortex would be so strong that it could even swallow the attack displayed by the devil fruit. If they really collided with the black vortex because of impulse, I am afraid that not only the devil fruit ability on their bodies will be invalidated, but they will also be swallowed directly. In just a few breaths, the two flames in the sky were instantly swallowed up by the darkness. Jaws and others who were in the air just used the force to withdraw in the air. The next moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. Teach, don't you want me to beat you up? Then I will do as you wish. Air shock. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and his 10 fingers on both hands suddenly tightened, and he suddenly grabbed at the void. Bang! The 10 fingers snapped down, giving people the feeling that they were snapped on the space. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in the space. Whitebeard's arms, revealing muscles that bulge like rocks, giving people a sense of explosive power. Without any fancy, Whitebeard's hands suddenly pulled down. Boom! The thunderous roar and vibration sounded in an instant. The black curtain vortex that was rolling down from the sky seemed to be overturned in an instant. No. It should be said that at this moment, everyone felt that the whole world seemed to be overturned by an invisible huge force. The footsteps were unsteady, and the stars were shifting. The black curtain vortex that was rolling down from the sky seemed to be thrown over the shoulder by an invisible giant, and quickly found a breakthrough in Blackbeard's body. For a moment, the sound of thunder rolled, and the black curtain in the sky seemed to turn into a raging tide and rushed straight towards Blackbeard. It felt like the sky was torn open by Whitebeard. Looking at the attacks that were originally launched against Whitebeard and others, they were all directed at themselves in an instant. Blackbeard's face suddenly changed drastically, and he let out a hysterical roar without thinking too much. He quickly cut off the connection with the previous attack and pushed the power of the devil fruit in his body to the extreme. It was also the ability of the dark fruit, but facing the more fierce and unmatched attack launched by rocks, Blackbeard obviously had no ability to assimilate it. The only way was to attack and block the attack. Why don't you help quickly? Do you want to die together? Blackbeard barely stood firm, feeling the attack that completely occupied his pupils, and the dark tide driven by his hands hit the air crazily. Big dark acupuncture point. Laser sniper. Destruction fist. One attack after another was launched in the hands of Van Oka and others in an instant. Faced with this sudden change, they also did not expect that the fierce and unmatched offensive of the previous moment. At this moment, it would become a stone that smashed their own feet. Faced with the dramatic change in the situation, Yiseng's face also changed suddenly. He hurriedly asked Gray to give rocks in order to regain control of the black vortex. Unfortunately, everything seemed too late. The arrow had to be shot. The two attacks that came down from the sky collided with each other with a deafening explosion. Bang! The violent air waves were rolling back. The dark tide in the sky turned into a hurricane and rolled back. The entire battlefield was instantly plunged into darkness, giving people a feeling of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. Break it for me! Blackbeard roared in exasperation. The darkness wrapped around his body tore a hole in the black fog and rushed out first. As a devil fruit power owner, Blackbeard knew clearly about this kind of dark tide attack. Once you stay in it for a longer time, it will not only have an effect on the devil fruit power user. Even for ordinary people, it will have an effect similar to the evaporation of anesthetics. As time goes by, physical strength, 5 senses, and even will be devoured by darkness. It can be said that this is the real horror of the dark fruit. Now Blackbeard has to do the first thing, which is to maintain his own safety. Teach, you have kept me waiting for a long time. It takes you so long to break such a cheap attack. This is so disappointing. Whitebeard's voice sounded suddenly. Blackbeard, who had just rushed out of the black fog, froze and looked up at the sky in a hurry. The first scene that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. I saw Whitebeard stomping down from the sky, and his right foot was entangled with the vibration light waves that were condensed crazily under the rage. Wherever he passed, the space seemed unable to withstand this huge force, and it was the first to break and spread a series of spider webs. What's wrong? Your face is a bit ugly, Teach, I hope you don't die too fast. Whitebeard's falling speed suddenly increased with a cold face. Falling into Blackbeard's eyes, it made his spine shiver. He was the first to lose his temper and roared, Dad, don't kill me, I'm your son. Chapter 1233 The Big Killer Move Against the Four Emperors. Dad, I'm your son. The hysterical roar was like thunder at this moment. Looking at Blackbeard, who showed a face of despair and called Dad shamelessly. Not to mention the Golden Lion and others, even the 5 elders were stiff. They have seen shameless people. But they have never seen someone who was beaten to call Dad. It can be said that Blackbeard today completely refreshed their cognition. Humph, today I am teaching my son a lesson. If you want to blame someone, blame me for accepting an ungrateful person and letting you get on the boat. Whitebeard snorted angrily, but his attacking posture did not stop at all. Under the heavy strides, the power release was raised to the extreme. Seeing Whitebeard showing no mercy at all, Blackbeard's face turned pale and he roared angrily. The only thing he could do was to madly increase the almost dried up power in his body to the extreme, turning it into 2 black tide whirlpools and slapping it towards the sky. Boom! The blow that contained all the anger of Whitebeard so far was like a spear falling from the sky, directly slashing on the dark whirlpool driven by Blackbeard. The destructive vibration light wave exploded. The dark whirlpool that could have swallowed all the power of the devil fruit. At this moment, it seemed unable to withstand the impact of this huge attack. It was the first to be unable to withstand it and exploded. The powerful impact force pressed Blackbeard directly to the ground. At the same time, the ground under his feet collapsed as if it could not bear the weight. Whitebeard's sharp blow, which came straight after him, landed on Blackbeard's body. Bang! The violent impact was like a wave rolling back. The armament haki that Blackbeard hastily covered his body with was like paper, and could not be resisted at all. As blood gushed out of his mouth, Blackbeard's huge body was directly smashed into the rocky ground. Bang! The ground shattered like a spider web. It quickly spread 1,000 meters away, causing the battlefield to sink. The explosive hurricane swept away the black fog that remained in the void in an instant. Feeling the earth shaking violently, the people who had just stood firm suddenly woke up. They hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The first thing that came into view was Whitebeard stepping on Teach. The figure of the sun. Facing the blood-spitting, miserable Teach, Whitebeard obviously had no mercy at all. Especially when he thought of the scenes just now, he clenched the naginata with his backhand. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down at Blackbeard head-on. The cold blade shone brightly, accompanied by the sound of the air, and the white vibration light waves bloomed on the blade. Facing the new and old hatreds of the past, Whitebeard obviously had the intention to kill. What daddy? Everything was thrown behind his mind. Blackbeard panicked all of a sudden, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and roared in a hurry. Yiseng, quickly activate the power in my body. If I die, you will lose a point in defeating Uchiha Chinyu. Activate the power? Whitebeard frowned, and the attack momentum in his hand suddenly surged. He knew clearly that if he could not kill Blackbeard instantly this time, there would be a more difficult hidden danger waiting for them. For a villain like Blackbeard, who has a treacherous character, at this moment involving life and death, Whitebeard knew clearly that Blackbeard would never joke with his own life. Open it for me. Elim roared first. The scales of judgment, I declare Whitebeard guilty. Endless golden light bloomed on Elim's body. In an instant, he turned into a dazzling sun. As the golden scales gathered behind him, Whitebeard felt the power in his body weakening rapidly. At the same time, a mysterious curse seal bloomed on Blackbeard's forehead, and a strange vertical eye tore under his eyebrows and suddenly opened. The devil fruit power that was almost exhausted in Blackbeard's body exploded. Bang! The black dark tide rushed out of Blackbeard's body. It collided with the naginata in Whitebeard's hand. At the moment of contact, the air flowing through the whole world stagnated a little. The next moment, it swept back in all directions with a sweeping gesture. Bang! The earth shook violently, and all the buildings, rocks, etc. along the way were directly shattered. Whitebeard rushed out first. A big hand made of black mist, like a dragon, went straight to grab Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's face sank, and the naginata in his hand chopped forward again. Bang! The invisible slash tore the space in front like a mirror, and the black mist hand that was chasing it shattered. The slash with vibration, even more powerful, chased down. Boom! The earth collapsed. Under the rolling black mist, a figure with devil wings flew out from it. It was so fast that it flew into the air in the blink of an eye. When everyone saw Blackbeard's appearance clearly, everyone's pupils contracted and they couldn't help but gasp. Now Blackbeard not only has a dead fish white vertical eye between his eyebrows. At the same time, he has black wings on his back. Originally, he suffered a severe blow from Whitebeard, and his collapsed chest recovered quickly like a balloon. Fangs are prominent, and black air is entangled. Compared with the changes that happened to Akainu and others when they encountered the backlash of the Guardian's power not long ago, Blackbeard is obviously more like a demon. Power, this is a huge power, Dad, did you see it? You can't kill me. Blackbeard clenched his fists suddenly, laughing grimly. This is the power given to me by Lord Im, which is not comparable to the power that Akainu and others fought for. Now I am 10 times stronger than before. Whitebeard, I must kill you today. Dark cave wave. Bang! The darkness exploded in Blackbeard's body, like a volcano erupting, sweeping across the world. It turned into a black wave that rose to the sky and slapped Whitebeard across the air. Facing this powerful attack, everyone was awakened. Whitebeard's face sank, and he also attacked angrily. Air shock. Bang! The two forces collided with each other. At the same time as the destructive explosion wave rolled back, Charlotte Linlin and Red Hair Shanks, who were watching the battle on the side, were extremely nervous in an instant. At this moment, they all felt a sense of death coming, surging in their hearts. There was no time to think about it, and they hurriedly turned back to look behind them. The two figures that first came into view made their pupils shrink suddenly. The dark magma was rolling wildly, and the 100-meter-long spear it turned into pierced through the void and crushed over. In addition, there was also a black laser beam at the position where Red Hair was, chasing behind him. This is a big killer move against the four emperors. Chapter 1234 A Reborn Apprentice Crew. Boom! Two unexpected attacks came one step ahead. Charlotte Linlin and Red-Haired Shanks, who were originally attracted by the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, suddenly changed their expressions. Without thinking too much, they attacked instantly. Emperor Sword Hegemony. One Sword Hurricane. Boom! The violent attacks collided with each other without any hesitation. The explosive air wave directly knocked the subordinates gathered around the two out. At the same time, a figure stepped on the black molten lava, and the demon wings behind him suddenly flapped down, and shot towards Charlotte Linlin at a very fast speed. What Red Hair was facing was also the power of the Guardian. Barrett, who was devoured by the devil. However, at this moment, he had obviously used the posture of a devil. While his feet were rooted in the ground, the violent devil fruit ability, after being blessed, quickly surged. Under the effect of the combined fruit ability, the surrounding land was quickly assimilated by the fruit ability. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-long demon with horns on its head and black wings on its back appeared in front of everyone. The figure that covered the sky and the sun made people's faces turn pale. Akainu, you dare to sneak attack me, aren't you afraid that I will overturn the headquarters of the Navy afterwards? Charlotte Linlin roared. Looking at her subordinates who had already suffered a lot of casualties, they were swept away directly. Her heart was bleeding. These were all the strong men of every race that she had collected on this sea with great effort. It can be said that some races are still out of print on this sea. More importantly, her sons. Even their biological fathers were killed by her. If these sons were swept away at once, Charlotte Linlin would become a single commander. Even if she could walk out of the final island of Raftel alive, she probably wouldn't have the ability and effort to find so many people to breed and give birth to a baby monkey. It can be said that Akainu's sneak attack just now was destroying Charlotte Linlin's ambition to rule the world. Roar! Akainu roared like a beast, and the dark magma on his body surged like a tide and rushed up. Facing Charlotte Linlin's threat, Akainu obviously ignored it completely. No. It should be said that the current Akainu gave them the feeling that he had become a beast that could only fight. Boom! The magma in the sky turned into a huge wave and rolled over. The posture that covered the sky and the sun made Charlotte Linlin's face change suddenly. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin had of course fought with the admirals of the navy. When she was young, she had fought against Akainu. However, the feeling that Akainu gave her now was that his strength had obviously increased tenfold. Facing this overwhelming attack, even Charlotte Linlin felt it was difficult. However, feeling the overwhelming pressure coming from the front, Charlotte Linlin obviously could not afford to think too much, and she roared in a hurry. Zeus, Prometheus, come on! Got it, Mom! Zeus and Prometheus immediately agreed. Endless lightning and thunder splashed, and under the steaming flames, it turned into a fist and was directly caught by Charlotte Linlin. Damn kid, dare to challenge my majesty, go to hell! Fire in the sky! 10,000 thunders! Boom! As soon as the 2 fists came out, it was like a sun exploding, and under the crazy flames, there were lightning shooting. Rushed head-on towards the oncoming magma. Bang! The sound of the collision was like thunder falling from the sky. The violent explosion wave rolled back at the same time. Barrett, who had transformed into a towering giant in the distance, also attacked suddenly. The huge fist, when it was raised, without any fancy moves, chopped down towards the red-haired man. The 1,000-meter-long arm, at this moment, seemed to have turned into an indestructible blade, mixed with a crushing momentum. The red-haired man's face suddenly showed a trace of solemnity, and he didn't care about the situation of other companions at all. The moment his only remaining right hand clenched the hilt, the 3-color domineering aura was instantly fully opened. As a supreme swordsman, he had already fully integrated the so-called sword moves into any attack. Puff! A knife came out. The oncoming strong wind seemed to be torn apart. The air flowing through the whole world stagnated for a moment. A huge slash of hundreds of meters shot up across the sky. However, this kind of casual attack obviously had more than one. After the first strike, red-haired Shanks obviously wanted to quickly suppress Barrett, who had completely lost his mind and turned into a war machine. He chopped with the saber in his hand one after another. Bang, bang, bang! Dozens of sword energies, like a frenzy, hit the huge fist that was crushing down. For a moment, the sound of thunder-like collisions was endless. The fist that covered the sky and the sun, after shattering 3 or 4 sword energies, obviously showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, it was finally stopped by the slash that followed. In front of everyone, there was a slight retreat. Facing this scene, red-haired Shank's eyes lit up, and when he clenched the hilt with his backhand, the whole person's momentum changed instantly. With one strike, in this unpredictable situation, red-haired Shanks will obviously solve the trouble in front of him as soon as possible. He clearly knows what the principle of delay leads to change is. One sword style, slash through the air. Boom! With one sword, the air flowing through the whole world seemed to belong to Red Hair. It turned into a violent invisible slash that quickly attacked the 1,000-meter giant transformed by Barrett. Looking at this powerful attack, the expressions of those who were fighting or watching changed slightly. Slashing through the air is a fighting skill possessed by the real strong. It is also the ability of physical skills and kendo to reach the peak level, and one's own aura affects the world. In the original work, only Roger and Whitebeard had used it. At that time, Red Hair was still a trainee crew member on Roger's pirate group. However, no one would have thought. The former trainee crew member has become so powerful. Roar! It's just, facing this blow that affected the world, Barrett seemed to be completely unaware, roared wildly, swung up his other arm again, and slapped it head-on. Boom! 2 huge forces collided with each other. The invisible wind slashed, as if it turned into a sky-high blade. The 1,000-meter-long arm showed traces of slashing. The dense posture finally connected into one piece, and the huge arm was cut in half. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, it turned into debris all over the sky, falling on the field like a rainstorm. Facing this unparalleled blow, while the faces of the people present changed drastically, some people were secretly amazed. The former trainee crew member had already been reborn. Chapter 1235 Borrowed Devil Fruit Ability. Boom! The huge arm was directly crushed by the violent sword. It turned into a sky full of rubble, pouring down from the sky and hitting the ground heavily. Ben Beckman and others, who were originally knocked over by the aftermath of the attack, barely stood firm after avoiding the rubble. The next moment, an inexplicable dangerous aura came straight to his heart. Roar! The giant transformed by Barrett roared. The crushed arm and the rubble on the ground changed in an instant. No. It should be said that these rubbles, as if they turned into liquid, were directly assimilated with this piece of land. Along with the roaring roar, the earth was lifted up like a raging wave, turning into a series of sharp earth cones piercing up. The dense posture completely occupied the entire land, making people feel like there was no place to hide. Go to hell! A crazy voice came out of Barrett's mouth. He was indeed controlled and turned into a killing machine. However, the brutality of his body was completely preserved. Along with the roar of the earth cones that emerged, like maggots on the toe bones, locked onto everyone's body and shot up with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. The faces of Ben Beckman and others changed suddenly. With the full power of observation haki, they frantically blocked the earth cones that shot up. However, with Barrett's blessing of the power of protection and the awakening of the devil fruit ability, the frequency and number of such attacks obviously made people feel as if they couldn't breathe. Facing these black earth spears, as long as they were a little distracted, they would be waiting for a hornet's nest. Red-haired Shank's face sank, and the famous sword in his hand chopped out one after another, smashing the approaching earth spears, and quickly went to support. He also thought about attacking from a long distance, but facing this dense attack like a rainstorm, it was obviously not allowed. In order to avoid hurting innocent people, he still planned to go there in person. However, as soon as he took a step, Barrett, who had transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, stomped his feet towards the ground. The power of the fusion fruit quickly rolled back like a raging tide. He took control of the land of thousands of meters in radius. This scene made the red-haired Shanks, who had just rushed out, feel a little nervous. The next moment, Barrett roared again. The rock layer of the ground under his feet roared like thunder. It was like two door panels, with them as the center, they were lifted up and closed towards the center. Watching the crazy scene of raising the two sides of the land as a means of attack. On the battlefield, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, who were still fighting, also changed their expressions. After quickly repelling the attacks of Blackbeard and Akainu, the two also withdrew and retreated violently. Facing Barrett, this kind of crazy attack method. They also dared not be arrogant, in case they were affected by the aftermath of the attack. It created an opportunity for Blackbeard and Akainu to attack. In such an unpredictable battlefield, it was obviously not allowed to have any mistakes. However, it was precisely for this reason that they were eager to know how red-haired Shanks, who was under such an overwhelming and crushing attack, would deal with it. Red-haired, you are one of the 4 emperors. I will give you a little more bonus. Who made you unwilling to cooperate with us? A monk roared ferociously. The first generation of Kaiditsu stomped on the ground in his hand, and the ability of the earth fruit dormant in his body was madly activated. Roar! The earth's rock layers were rolling, like waves, rolling up dozens of huge dragons hundreds of meters long, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms tearing the air. Chasing red-haired Shanks and others. Captain, should we attack? I don't take Red Hair seriously, but if he's here, he can at least contain the 5 elders and increase our chances of winning. Golden Lion was the first to lose his temper. In his eyes, this kind of overwhelming offensive might be difficult for Red Hair to escape unscathed if he had to protect his companions at the same time. But if he uses his floating fruit, it won't be a problem to escape safely. No need, that guy is the most hidden person among the 4 emperors. Qin Yu patted Golden Lion's shoulder and said. As a man with a heart and hope for the new era, his ambitions are just beginning now. Golden Lion was stunned. It was the first time he saw Qin Yu give such a high valuation to a person. After joining the Blood Flag Pirates, not to mention him, even Whitebeard, who was regarded as a symbol of the times, was not so highly praised by Qin Yu. It was precisely for this reason that Golden Lion couldn't help but widen his eyes staring at the red-haired man. However, as soon as he looked at him, the first scene that came into his eyes made the golden lion's pupils shrink suddenly. The white vibration light wave that should not appear on the red-haired man, which belongs to Whitebeard, surged on the griffin in the red-haired man's hand without any warning. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he suddenly slashed out. Bang! The space in all directions stagnated for a moment, and then it shattered like a mirror. The violent shock wave, with an even more fierce and unmatched crushing posture, hit the attacks coming from all directions head-on. Boom! The 2 rock layers and dozens of rock dragons that were lifted up collapsed in response. Under the overturning of the wind, sand, and rocks, it was like the end of the world. The dust and sand rolled back in the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The aftermath of the shock turned into ripples, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Everyone in it, especially Whitebeard, changed their faces at once. As the owner of the Tremor fruit, he clearly felt that the attack that red-haired Shanks had just launched was very similar to his Tremor fruit. No. It should be said that in that attack just now, he felt that the abundant power of the devil fruit in his body seemed to disappear without a trace. This disappearance was very vague. If it weren't for Qin Yu's action to completely heal the injuries in Whitebeard's body, allowing him to reach the peak level, I'm afraid it would be difficult to capture this slight change. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Whitebeard suddenly felt a sense of horror. An extremely absurd idea even emerged in his mind. In that attack just now, red-haired Shanks was borrowing his devil fruit power. Captain Kid, I seem to be dazzled just now. Could it be that the red-haired kid also got the second Tremor fruit on this sea? Golden Lion was the first to lose his composure. After seeing with his own eyes that the abilities of Blackbeard and Rock's dark fruit overlapped. The scene just presented in front of me, I am afraid that only this statement can make sense. Chapter 1236 Special Fruit Ability. 2 Tremor fruits? Everyone present clearly saw that there was something wrong with the attack of red-haired Shanks just now. The aftermath of the battle with Whitebeard was very similar. Facing this strange scene, the first thought that came to mind was obviously the same as the Golden Lion's. Only this idea can explain the confusion in my heart. No, his power should not be that simple. Qin Yu glanced at Whitebeard. As for red-haired Shanks, he has been paying attention to him since he came to the world of One Piece. It can be said that if Qin Yu were to rank him, red-haired Shanks is definitely a mysterious existence, second only to Im, and above the 5 elders. Regardless of his relationship with the world government or what he has done all along, it is hard to figure out. However, Qin Yu does not know what means he has hidden. But as a person who has a longer-term plan than Blackbeard, red-haired Shanks is undoubtedly more complicated and dangerous. The scale judgment, I find you guilty. Elim's slightly sacred voice suddenly sounded. Endless holy light bloomed behind him, and the huge scale condensed in the air. A golden beam of light shone on red-haired Shanks. The breath emitted by red-haired Shanks was weakened at once. At the same time, as the scale tilted, another golden beam of light with power amplification poured on Hoya. As the breath of each other ebbed and flowed, Hoya took the lead in grabbing it in the air. Infinite sea of air. Boom! As a superhuman, airflow fruit ability user, Hoya can control the airflow of this world as a means of attack. The sky and waves rolled, turning into a sea of air, and quickly crushed towards red-haired Shanks as the center. Let red-haired Shanks, who was in it, feel like he was trapped in a quagmire. Mercury shackles. After a successful attack, Hira's actions were also unambiguous. The mercury hidden under the earth instantly broke through the rock layer and quickly wrapped around red-haired Shanks. The 5 elders joined forces to form a deadly dilemma. It can be said that at this moment, red-haired Shanks could not even move his fingers, let alone attack. It is not easy to escape from the double bondage. Humph, 5 elders, do you think I don't know about your wolfish ambitions? Red-haired Shanks snorted coldly. He didn't care about the trap situation at all. Originally, this trump card was reserved for dealing with Im, and let her pay with blood. Now I'll show you in advance. Roar. The sound of dragon roar fell like thunder. Red-haired Shanks' expression flashed a trace of ferocity, and scarlet scales quickly appeared on his body. Ben Beckman, who had just escaped from the aftermath of the battle and stood firm, sighed after seeing this scene and said, "Finally, we have come to this point. Although it is not perfect yet, I hope it can help the captain." As a member of the Red Hair Pirates, he is also the confidant of Red Hair Shanks. Of course, they know what Red Hair Shanks has been planning all along, and what trump cards he has to support it. Now, this trump card is in advance used. But they knew clearly that it would definitely subvert everyone's cognition and make people look at it with new eyes. Roar! The sound of dragon roar resounded through the sky. The moment the scarlet scales appeared on the surface of red-haired Shank's body, his body also changed rapidly. The huge body rushed out of the sky, carrying a force of 10,000 pounds, and violently tore the shackles on his body. After shaking his body, he directly transformed into a dragon posture similar to Kaido, who was entrenched in the void. No. It should be said that except for the color, the form that red-haired Shanks has now transformed into is exactly the same as Kaido. Roar! The giant dragon appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and exhaled hot dragon breath. It turned into a streak of silk and pierced through Elim. The speed was so fast and the power was so great that it felt as if it was not affected by Elim's scale sanctions at all. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. A monk jumped out first, and the first generation of Kaiditsu, holding his hands tightly, slashed out first. One sword-style gun longsha. Boom! The 1,000-meter-long rock dragon rose from the ground and collided with the incoming breath. Bang! Two violent forces rolled back against the hurricane. Large pieces of rubble fell like a rainstorm. The 5 elders gathered again, looking up coldly at the red-haired Shanks, who was hovering in the sky and transformed from the dragon form back to his original body. Facing the red-haired Shanks, who used the power of the tremor fruit and the mythical beast dragon form one after another. It can be said that it completely subverted everyone's cognition. If Red Hair accidentally obtained the overlapping tremor fruit and obtained the same power as Whitebeard, perhaps, the same explanation can be used for what happened to Blackbeard and Rocks. But now red-haired Shanks can not only display the power of the tremor fruit, but also the power of Kaido's mythical beast divine dragon form. This subverts their conventional understanding that a person can only have one devil fruit power. Captain, what is going on? Am I dazzled? Wait a minute, will that red-haired guy use my float fruit power as well? The golden lion couldn't hold back. It can be said that they can become the strongest in this sea. The most important thing is that the devil fruit power, which is a symbol of their strength, is an irreplaceable source of power. This is a unique honor. However, now red-haired Shanks has subverted their cognition. No, he should have obtained a special fruit that can borrow the power of others' fruits. Look at Whitebeard and Kaido, their frustrated expressions, they may have noticed this. Chinyu glanced at everyone and said. Just now, the 5 elders' move was actually to force red-haired Shanks to take action and use more trump cards to confirm their guesses. As a reincarnated person, Chinyu's acceptance and vision are undoubtedly far superior to others. Most importantly, he had not put away his Sharingan just now, and could clearly capture the changes in the power in everyone's body. Among them, when red-haired Shanks used the power of the tremor fruit, the power in Whitebeard's body was obviously weakened. Then when he transformed into the form of a dragon, the same situation occurred in Kaido's body. It was precisely because of these subtle changes that Chinyu's speculation was directly confirmed that red-haired was the most hidden existence besides I'm. Chapter 1237 Clan D. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Looking at red-haired Shanks falling from the sky and landing in the ruins, many people couldn't look away. After all, the scene just before them completely subverted their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that this scene was real. Red-haired kid, the one who got the rule fruit is you. A monk spoke first in a deep voice. Rule fruit? The strange name made many people present stunned for a moment. What's more, they quickly searched their minds for the devil fruit illustrations they had seen in the past. They wanted to find out as soon as possible what the so-called rule fruit was. However, no matter how they thought about it, they searched their minds for all the memories, and they didn't find any devil fruit related to the rules at all. Humph, you don't have to think about it. The rule fruit is a freak. If the devil fruit is divided into 3, 5, and 9 levels, then the rule fruit is the strongest fruit among the superhuman series. A monk snorted disdainfully. As the 5 elders, they have survived for hundreds of years and know everything about the final island of Raftel. They know clearly what type of devil fruit this sacred tree can produce. At the same time, what devil fruit has flowed to the outside world? The strongest para-human devil fruit? Isn't it Dad's tremor fruit? Vista was stunned. In their eyes, the reason why Whitebeard can be called the strongest man on the sea is largely due to the tremor fruit, which has the power to destroy the world. It can be said that once Whitebeard pushes the power of the tremor fruit to the extreme, it will only take a thought to turn the world upside down and the sea waves raging. However, now the 5 elders opened their mouths and handed over the title of the strongest para-human devil fruit. This is a bit difficult for them to accept. Hey, a bunch of ignorant people. Disciple, if you know the function of the rule fruit, you will know why we set it as the strongest superhuman system. A monk snorted disdainfully. The so-called rule fruit is that after taking the fruit, you can set a rule with yourself, and then follow the rule, so that the selected person will fall into the rule unconsciously. Over time, you can establish an invisible connection with the selected person. This invisible connection, as the rules of both parties are maintained for a longer time, the power that can be borrowed will be stronger. Of course, the stronger the target chosen, and the more difficult the conditions set, the stronger the power that can be borrowed. If I guessed correctly, this guy red hair can not only borrow the power of Whitebeard and Kaido, but also Charlotte Linlands. Your swordsmanship can make rapid progress directly after returning from the East China Sea. I'm afraid it's also because of Hawkeye. Chang's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Faced with the explanation of the so-called rule fruit ability, many people were confused. However, they at least got the most important information. Red hair can not only borrow the devil fruit ability of one person, but also borrow the fruit ability of more people if conditions permit. Moreover, these people obviously don't know when they fall into the pit dug by red hair Shanks. Sold by others, still counting money for others. As for Yiseng, he said so much at this juncture, just to use this to make the temporary alliance in front of him quarrel. Humph, Yiseng, what are you planning? Don't you think I don't know? I have been planning until today, just to avenge you for destroying my family that day. Red hair Shanks said with a cold face. Since I'm as unwilling to take action, I will kill you first, and then force her to show up. I want to ask why she killed the surrendered D clan that day. The rolling voices changed the faces of many people in the field. They only knew that red-haired Shanks was an apprentice crew member on the ship of Pirate King Roger. They didn't know that red-haired Shanks was also a member of the legendary D tribe, the natural enemy of God. Although many people don't believe this legend. However, in this sea, the D tribe has appeared in every era. Rocks of the most fierce generation, Roger, the pirate king of the Great Pirate era, and Dragon, the revolutionary who rose in the Whitebeard era. Each of them has the title of D and has the ability to disrupt an era. It is precisely because of this reason that this ethereal legend has gradually become a reality in people's hearts. At least, facing the existence of the D tribe, even the 5 elders feel impatient. Humph, the D clan is originally a sinner. When Lord Im wiped out your country on Raftel, he did not kill you all. But your clan not only did not listen to Lord Im's orders and serve us, but also always thought about resistance and conspiracy. In every era, there will be people who come out to make trouble. A monk snorted disdainfully and said, as the sacred tree grows, your D clan is too much of a hindrance, so Lord Im pretended to give you the opportunity to surrender and lure you out, intending to cut the grass and wipe out the roots. After all, everyone in your D clan has extremely powerful potential. If you develop the power of the devil fruit to the extreme, once you gather together, it will be a huge crisis. So, your parents' death is your own fault. The rolling voices changed the faces of many people in the field. They never thought that there were so many secrets hidden in such past events. Especially, the details of red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. However, as the voice faded, the huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the provocation of Yiseng, not to mention Whitebeard, even impulsive elements such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlan did not show any anger. For a moment, Yiseng's cheek muscles became a little stiff, and he couldn't help twitching. This is unscientific and different from what he imagined. Yiseng, I agree with what you said just now. Everything is your own fault. You wanted to turn me into a sharp blade in your hands and take root in the pirates, but I accidentally got the rule fruit and became the host. Today, I will show you what the consequences of giving away the rule fruit that day were. The red-haired man had a cold face, and his temperament was completely different from usual. If he was a gentle and domineering king like a gentleman not long ago, then the red-haired Shanks now gave people the feeling of a murderous blade. He had already sharpened his edge and was eager to kill. Chapter 1238 Challenge the 5 Elders. After many battles, the battlefield that looked like a ruin was instantly swept by the murderous aura of the red-haired tyrant Ling Tian. The super-dominant domineering aura lurking in his body was like an invisible big knife, tearing apart the accumulated clouds in the sky. Moreover, this domineering aura detonated from the red-haired man's body was still rising as time went by. This increase in intensity was completely beyond their cognition. After all, on this sea, the concept of domineering aura is innate, and it is proved by the strong 1 in a million. This special domineering power is not like the armed color and the knowledge. Haki can be strengthened through training. The only way to become stronger is to grow with your own growth. However, the performance of red-haired Shanks now obviously overturned their cognition. The domineering haki that was displayed at the beginning was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary people. Among the 4 emperors, he is also the leader. However, now as time goes by, haki can continue to rise on its own basis. This is far beyond their imagination. Captain, what's going on? Can the red-haired kid really fight against the 5 elders? There seems to be something fishy about his domineering haki. Golden Lion couldn't hold his temper. He claimed that his domineering was unparalleled and could swallow the world. Only Roger and Whitebeard were barely in his eyes. However, red-haired Shanks climbed to this level with his former identity as a trainee crew member. But Golden Lion also felt that he was beyond his ability. Look at the expressions of Whitebeard and the others. Red Hair is borrowing their power to achieve breakthroughs on his own basis. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and seemed surprised. According to this situation, Red Hair may be able to use multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time. Even Qin Yu did not expect the appearance of the rule fruit. However, as a superhuman, no matter how difficult it is to establish relationships with others and borrow power by force, regardless of this rule fruit. This heaven-defying power alone is already a high-level plug-in in the world of the Sea King. It is precisely because of this reason that it can be explained that Red Hair Shanks dared to bet on the new era and calculate the world government and the 5 elders, and even I'm is no exception. The face of the Golden Lion changed suddenly, and he said in a hurry, "Captain, are you kidding? This joke is not funny. For the rule fruit, being able to forcefully establish relationships with others and borrow power is already against the sky. If the power of forced requisition is used at the same time, that is a nightmare for those who claim to be the strongest men standing on the top of the sea. This is not a joke," Qin Yu said lightly. "However, the 5 elders can send this kind of devil fruit out to sea. Who knows what self-sustaining means they have?" Facing the methods used by the 5 elders and I'm one after another, Qin Yu had already made a deduction. What's more, I'm is from the Otsutsuki clan and has been in control of this world for 800 years. If there is no backup, Qin Yu will not believe it. Bang! The rising domineering aura suddenly reached the top. The violent momentum that penetrated the body directly pierced the sky. Shanks' red hair moved without wind, coupled with the undisguised murderous intent, gave people a feeling like a demon. Kill! With one word, the griffin in the hand of the red-haired Shanks was chopped out with a bang. The whole world seemed to be oppressed by the sword. When the 1,000-meter sword aura came out, the void along the way seemed to be torn apart, and the black lightning splashed and turned into a street to chase the 5 elders. With that unparalleled posture, the rocks and trees along the way were directly crushed before the attack approached. The ground under his feet had already become a ruin, and it felt like it was torn apart by an invisible hand. Feeling this violent force that captured people's hearts and minds, and the posture of facing the challenge head-on, the faces of the 5 elders suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Go, suppress him as quickly as possible. The scepter in Elim's hand stomped towards the ground. Bang! The ability of the balance fruit dormant in the body was directly activated to the extreme. Endless golden light bloomed on his body. A huge golden balance that was as tall as the sky was the first to appear in front of everyone. The place where the golden light shone was instantly under Elim's control. As an old monster who has survived for hundreds of years, Elim obviously understands the awakening of the fruit ability. Facing the red-haired Shanks who possesses the rule fruit, the 5 elders obviously put in real effort and intend to fight quickly. Tianxuan judgment, I pronounce you guilty. Buzz! The golden light shook, and the world seemed to be roaring. The incoming attack was quickly weakened. At the same time, the monk, who has always been impulsive, could not wait to take action. With a big step, he crushed the earth directly like a humanoid monster. With a hideous face, he suddenly clenched the first generation of Kaititsu with both hands and chopped it head-on. One sword-style 9-dragon rock movement break. Boom! The huge island was roaring and shaking. With a sword slash, 9,000-meter-long rock dragons directly tore through the void and rose up. Collided head-on with the incoming attack. Boom! The world was shaking violently. The fierce slash, under the influence of the balance, was instantly broken by the 9 rock dragons. It turned into a hurricane of sword energy, and also crushed 6 or 7 rock dragons. However, the remaining 2 rock dragons directly broke through the rock dust in the sky and chased the red-haired Shanks in the void. However, before the attack approached, a figure appeared like a ghost 100 meters behind the red-haired Shanks. Hurricane Vortex. Boom! Hoya pressed his hands in the air. The storm caused by the explosion in the sky was directly controlled by him. With the red-haired Shanks as the center, it quickly rotated up. It formed a huge millstone, which was bound to strangle the red-haired Shanks. At the same time, mercury spears condensed out of thin air like a rainstorm, directly occupying the entire sky. The next moment, without any fancy, Hera also suddenly attacked. For a moment, the attacks launched by the 4-5 elders gathered together, and the momentum was so great that it made people feel like the end of the world. Feeling this kind of devastating attack posture, the nerves of everyone present were suddenly tense. They were eager to know whether the red-haired man who dared to challenge the 5 elders alone really expected this result. Is there really a way to fight against all the 5 elders at once? Facing this life and death scene, can he retreat unscathed? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, and their eyes were all locked on the red-haired man. Chapter 1239 Being Chased by a Knife. The huge battlefield has long been shrouded in endless attacks. Those who were watching the battle from a distance were simply retreating again and again. However, no matter how far they retreated, everyone's eyes and observation haki were locked on red-haired Shanks, who was at the center of the attack. Faced with the sudden joint efforts of the 5 elders, they were eager to know what means red-haired Shanks had to fight against them. What trump card did he have as his confidence to force out Im, who was hiding behind the scenes? Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar exploded like thunder from the sky. Red-haired Shanks, who was in the attack, quickly spread scarlet scales on his body, and the next moment he turned into a dragon. At the same time, the black armament haki, under the superposition of the power of the rule fruit, swept over his body like a frenzy. The huge body of hundreds of meters gave people a feeling of being cast in steel in an instant, and the whole body exuded a fascinating black light. A pair of dragon eyes full of murderous intent turned down in vain. The muscles on the huge dragon's tail were suddenly tensed, and the white vibration light wave, under the emergence, was thrown out suddenly without any fancy. Boom! The world shook violently. The attacks from all directions stagnated for a moment. With Shanks as the center, a fierce vibration impact broke out. Wherever it passed, the 2 rock dragons that rushed towards it were shattered. The vortex of air currents that came from the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand and collapsed. The mercury spears that came from the sky were exploded again, turned into mercury again, and were directly taken away by the aftermath of the impact. For a moment, the black and gold dragon tail, after combining the power of the tremor fruit, undoubtedly exerted its destructive power to the extreme. Witnessing this scene, except for Qin Yu, the pupils of everyone present suddenly shrank. It can be said that the scene they were most worried about still happened. As the devil fruit abilities of the 4 emperors, each one has reached the extreme. Any devil fruit alone can become a peak combat power. However, now red-haired Shanks not only uses the power of the rule fruit to forcibly requisition the power of Whitebeard and Kaido. At the same time, it can also superimpose the fruit abilities of the 2. This method undoubtedly makes red-haired Shanks' power increase, which is not as simple as adding 1. Feeling the aftermath of the oncoming impact, the faces of the 5 elders suddenly became gloomy. The cane in Elim's hand stomped on the ground again, and roared loudly. Grey, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? The sudden cry once again tightened everyone's nerves. The fight just now was indeed huge. Facing the killer moves of the 4-5 elders, many people obviously overlooked the most difficult Grey. As a spiritual fruit ability user, Grey not only has the ability to control people's hearts, but also has invisible offensive means. Whoosh! A ghostly figure emerged from the rock layer under red-haired Shanks, who was entrenched in the void. A giant dragon made of rock, acting as a temporary stepping stone for red-haired Shanks, rushed towards red-haired Shanks with Grey. The short distance of 100 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. The ability of the spirit fruit, which had been ready for use, exploded like a tidal wave. Spiritual air drill. Bang! The invisible mental power gathered into a drill of 100 meters. Without any fancy moves, it directly hit the head of red-haired Shanks, who had transformed into a dragon. Facing this invisible attack that acted on the spiritual level, many people's faces changed drastically. If they were asked to choose, they would obviously prefer to face a colored and tangible attack, and they would not want to encounter this kind of mental shock at all. Boom! Red-haired Shank's mind roared like thunder. Blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose. The huge body shook violently and almost fell in the void. Facing this invisible mental attack, the armed color domineering covering the dragon body was obviously defenseless. Looking at the red-haired Shanks, who rolled his eyes and showed a flaw. Gray, who was closest, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. After a long roar, he quickly used the shave and chased the red-haired. In Gray's eyes, red-haired Shanks was obviously hit hard by the spiritual fruit and had a short dizziness. Although, it is unknown how serious the injury of red-haired Shanks was. But when the attack was effective, Gray obviously saw the advantage. At least, in Gray's eyes, his mental attack was unstoppable. Gray, don't go over there! Aleem roared in a hurry. The sudden exclamation startled Gray, who was eager to win. The next moment, a blood-red light shot out from the dragon body of the red-haired Shanks, who was close at hand. Spiritual barrier! Gray's spine was chilled, and he roared in a hurry, and at the same time quickly used his spirit to move his body away. Puff! Blood spurted out like a tide. The scarlet knife light, like a shark, directly penetrated the mental barrier and took away one of Gray's arms. The piercing pain rushed straight into Gray's mind. The body that was moved by mental power suddenly lost its balance, and with black eyes, he almost vomited blood and fell directly to the ground below. Gray. Hoya, who was not far away, suddenly changed his face. He flipped his hand and grabbed it in the air. The air currents flowing in the sky directly wrapped around Gray's waist. The next moment, without any fancy moves, Gray was pulled away. However, just as Gray was pulled away, the scarlet light hovering in the sky instantly restored the appearance of red-hair Shanks' sword Griffin. However, now Griffin gave them the feeling that it was like Charlotte Linland's homies, who was endowed with a soul and had his own intelligence. You want to leave, have you asked me, Griffin? One sword-style lion breaking kill. Roar. Griffin turned in the air in vain, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and slashed towards Gray head-on. Bang! With one knife, the sharp knife energy was crisscrossed, giving people the feeling that it was no less powerful than the red-haired Shanks wielding the knife himself. Like a lion, he stepped through the void and pounced on Gray. Looking at the dignified five elders, he was actually chased by a knife and his arm was broken. While everyone was shocked, Gray was so angry that he spit out blood again. It can be said that in hundreds of years of life, Gray has never felt so useless. It is true that he was injured in battle. But being injured by a knife was something he never dreamed of. Chapter 1240. The first five elders to be angry to death. On the huge battlefield, the onlookers felt stunned. Facing this unexpected scene in front of them, it was also difficult for people to accept it. However, at this moment, looking at Griffin, who attacked on his own, many people present first thought of Charlotte Linland, who possessed the soul fruit. It seems that red-hair Shanks can not only use the power of the rule fruit to mobilize the power of Whitebeard and Kaido. Even Charlotte Linland, who is also one of the four emperors and possesses the soul fruit, is no exception. Break it for me. Gray woke up and covered his broken arm. The violent mental power dormant in his body exploded like a raging tide. The mental power that penetrated his body turned into an invisible wave in an instant, and crashed into Griffin's slash. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. The attack was no less powerful, and it set off a violent wave of air, which rolled back in all directions. Griffin, who was chasing after him, was overturned by the strong wind. Gray and Hoya's pupils suddenly shrank. Red-haired Shanks, who should have been injured by the mental shock and fell into a short coma, suddenly opened his cold dragon eyes. Under the surge of a murderous aura, without any fancy, his bloody mouth suddenly opened. Boom! The hot dragon breath instantly pierced through the void, pierced through the aftermath of the explosion of the previous collision, and chased after Gray and Hoya. The sudden scene made the two people's faces change drastically. They never thought that red-haired Shanks was pretending from the beginning. Feeling the violent attack coming towards him, Gray roared again and pushed the power of the spirit fruit to the extreme. Rocks, come and help me! An invisible space barrier condensed in front of Gray again. However, facing the situation of a broken arm, Gray obviously knew that it was not appropriate to confront red-haired Shanks head-on now. The only way was to use rocks, the strongest cyborg under his command, to break the deadlock in the field. Rox, who was still confronting Whitebeard and others, quickly withdrew. The black mist all over his body rushed out like a tide, and quickly rushed towards Grey. Buddha's shock wave. A golden light flashed, and the shadow of the Buddha bloomed in the sky. An invisible impact was blasted out from the hands of Zhang Guo, who had transformed into a Buddha. Bang! This was the strongest attack. At this moment, in order to snipe Rox, Zhang Guo did not hold back at all. The golden light was so bright that half of the sky turned golden. With a posture that pierced through the void, he crashed into Rox, who had just taken off. Rox, who had lost his self-consciousness and only retained his combat thinking, had his nerves tensed in time. However, as a humanoid war machine, without the will of humans, he obviously lacked the so-called sixth sense. Especially facing Zhang Guo, this long-aimed attack was obviously a beat slower. The black fog covering his body had just turned into a giant shield, and it was accompanied by a thunderous roar and explosion. The black fog giant shield exploded in full view of everyone. The invisible shock wave swept over Rox's body with its remaining power. The whole body was thrown out like a sandbag. Zhang Guo, you are rebelling. Grey opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He used his mental power to condense a mark to control Rox. To some extent, it was connected to it. Perhaps Rox's body was injured, but for Grey, it was not very affected. However, now that he suffered a series of heavy injuries, he was frantically urging his mental power. Rox, as his trump card, was directly knocked out. Not only did it affect his mental mark, but it also made Grey, who was already injured, angry and affected his own injuries. Grey, don't be distracted. Hoya roared, and the airflow circulating around was frantically mobilized to form a larger shield to block the two. Bang! The violent explosion wave rolled back, and the hot dragon breath hit the two invisible barriers, instantly raising a heat wave. The next moment, a crisp cracking sound came from the void. The invisible shield collapsed. However, taking advantage of this opportunity to catch his breath, Hoya grabbed Grey and quickly pulled away. The hot dragon breath missed and directly penetrated the rock in the distance. Feeling the aftermath of the explosion dissipate, Grey grabbed the broken arm and roared with a twisted expression. Zhang Guo, you are rebelling. You dare to help pirates. Don't you want the position of Navy Admiral? As the 5 elders hidden behind the world government, they have always had the right to control the Navy headquarters. Even the succession to the position of Admiral must be approved by them. It can be said that in the eyes of the 5 elders, the Navy headquarters is just a puppet in their hands. It is this fixed thinking all along. It made Grey obviously forget that the Navy headquarters had cut ties with them just now and stopped communicating with them. Hey, Grey, don't you think it's ridiculous to say this? Or have you forgotten what happened just now? Zhang Guo snorted coldly with a gloomy face. That day, I didn't agree with Uchiha Chinyu's words that those who kill should be killed. That's because we are the Navy that upholds justice. However, now even the justice that the 5 elders uphold has been ruthlessly trampled upon. The lives of our Navy have also become victims of your plan, so what's the point of rebellion? Everyone, this is a good opportunity. If we don't act now, when will we wait? The thunderous voice rolled away. Facing the words spoken by the great Buddha in the form of warring states, everyone present was tense. Facing the sudden, powerful red-haired Shanks and the severely injured Grey. For them, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity. They may not know what the 5 elders and I'm are up to. However, at least they know clearly that as long as Grey is killed, the cyborgs controlled by the power of the spirit fruit will be freed. It is precisely because of this reason that red-haired Shanks probably calculated this moment from the beginning. In order to eliminate this biggest threat. Grey was so angry that his face flushed and he spit out blood again. In a hurry just now, he did forget this matter. Being retorted by his former dog in public now is unbearable for Grey. Grey, calm down, what if? Hoya shouted hurriedly. However, the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his stomach. Because he had already felt Grey's murderous gaze. He was really worried that if the second half of the words were spoken, Grey would be directly angry to death. Let him become the first of the 5 elders to be angry to death. Chapter 1241 The farce should end. Do it. Whitebeard spoke in a deep voice and grabbed the Naginata with his backhand. He was attacked by Blackbeard just now and almost died here. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's rescue, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to stand here. Whitebeard was a little uncomfortable with red-haired Shanks stealing their power. However, red-haired Shanks has restrained the 5 elders by himself. For Whitebeard, this is the best opportunity to kill Blackbeard. In Whitebeard's eyes, no matter what the result will be after this battle, what he must do is to kill Blackbeard as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he is allowed to leave here alive, it will be a huge danger for the Whitebeard pirates over time. Facing a guy with no bottom line, you never know what level he can grow to. Whitebeard didn't kill him off that day. If he continues to be allowed to leave alive, it is unknown what level he will grow to in the future. Humph, that little red-haired brat is indeed a treacherous person. Although I don't know when he tricked me, I will tear you 5 elders to pieces and leave this damn place first, and then settle accounts with him. Kaido snorted angrily, hovering in the void, and his huge dragon body suddenly stirred, bursting out with fierce murderous aura. Charlotte Linlin, who was farther away, also had a bad look on her face. No one likes that their unique power was secretly stolen. Most importantly, they were still unaware of the process of stealing. If they hadn't arrived at the final island of Raftel, facing this irreversible situation, forcing red-haired Shanks to take action, I'm afraid they would still be in the dark. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that red-haired Shanks has always played the role of a good guy. Otherwise, once they really tear their faces with red-haired Shanks and confront him head-on, I'm afraid that the bug-like ability of the Rule Fruit alone will be enough for them to deal with it. After all, being able to use 3 Devil Fruit abilities at once is enough to defy the heavens. If red-haired Shanks still has some shortcomings and comes up with a 4th or 5th one, I'm afraid this will be a nightmare. However, facing the suspicion of everyone, red-haired Shanks is actually not feeling well now. Forcibly borrowing power, if it is just a simple battle, it will not be a big deal. But the enemy now is the 5 elders standing in the rear of the world government. This makes Red Hair want to use all his strength. Just force the borrowed power to the extreme. Even Whitebeard and others need to temper themselves and use a long time to let their bodies adapt to this power before they can reach this peak level. Now red-haired Shanks forces it as soon as he makes a move. The damage to the body is unimaginable. According to Red Hair's calculation, in his current state, he can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. Moreover, the power he borrowed has a huge weakness. Once the power that established the connection is borrowed by the person who died, then Red Hair Shanks will not be able to use the power of the original fruit user. Therefore, under this premise, Red Hair Shanks must kill the 5 elders with the power that has been accumulated for a long time and reached its peak before Whitebeard and others get into trouble. Then, force him out and kill him together. Red Hair Shanks believes that only in this way can he completely untie his knot. Air shock. Whitebeard took the lead, and the clenched naginata in his hand burst out with dazzling vibration light waves, without any fancy, and slashed towards Blackbeard head-on. Boom! The space suddenly shook, shattered like a mirror, and the vibration light waves all over the sky turned into a raging tide, hitting Blackbeard across the sky. Whitebeard, I call you daddy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Blackbeard, who turned into a demon, roared. The dark wave dormant in his body was madly stimulated. The rest of the people also rushed to attack. It can be said that in their eyes, since red-haired Shanks can suppress the 5 elders, now is the key to their victory. For a while, whether it was Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, or other admirals, they all took action. Together with Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin and others. The momentum of the side of the 5 elders was completely suppressed at once. Gray, you quickly retreat to the back, control Rocks and others, and go to meet the waist of the Navy. A monk roared in a hurry. He regretted it a little now. Regret for abandoning the pawn of the Navy headquarters too early. After all, in their eyes, since entering Raftel, every move of the pawn was enough to make them invincible. Originally, the power of the Guardians alone was enough to cause internal strife among the Icelanders, or even the destruction of the entire army. Unfortunately, they still lacked Uchiha Chinyu as a chess piece. It was precisely because of this contempt that they are now paying a bloody price. Now they just want to temporarily stop the Navy headquarters and Kaido and others with the help of the cyborgs controlled by Gray. Then concentrate their strength to deal with red-haired Shanks. Only by doing so can they free up their hands to eliminate Whitebeard and others. Finally, they can face Uchiha Chinyu, who has been watching from the sidelines as if he was outside. Facing this, every move can break their carefully planned plan. This makes the 5 elders feel uneasy. Knowing clearly that this farce must end only if Chinyu, the hidden danger, is eliminated. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, a monk's eyes swept over Qin Yu. The first thing that came into view was him who stood out from the crowd. Is he going to take the initiative to join the war? The idea of astonishment flashed through the minds of most people. After so many things, Qin Yu's existence can be said to be a ripple effect. Now that he suddenly appeared in the line, it was inevitable that people would think more. For a moment, the attacks in the hands of many people also stagnated. Well, this farce should be over. You have been watching in the dark for so long, you must be impatient, right? Qin Yu said with a warm smile. You should know that the layout of these chess pieces alone is no longer able to force me to take action, and you have no way to use this to explore the secrets of me. Should I call you I'm or Otsutsuki I'm? The slightly long voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. It seemed that in an instant, it overwhelmed the thunderous explosions in the sky and hit the depths of everyone's soul. Faced with this sudden speech, let alone the Navy headquarters, or the four emperors, even the expressions of the five elders could not help but stagnate. After all, the meaning of these words is very clear. The two sides fighting are just chess pieces. Chapter 1242 The World Raised. Chess piece? Whether it is Sengoku, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, or the four emperors such as Whitebeard, the expressions of the five elders changed suddenly. After all, they are the strongest standing on this sea. They have always been the most arrogant. This time, they landed on the final island of Raftel, and they were also the overlords of one side. Too. However, now that Qin Yu opened his mouth, he called them chess pieces. This undoubtedly made their nerves feel touched. Moreover, there was a taste of being despised. Especially as a monk of the five elders, Qin Yu had ruined his plans time and again, and his final layout of Raftel was also disrupted one after another. This made the monk lose his temper first and roared angrily. What an arrogant kid, you are so arrogant. Are you going to offend all the sea overlords present? However, we, the five elders, don't care whether you offend others or not, but you call us chess pieces, which is too arrogant. As soon as these words fell, the violent momentum in the monk's body exploded. At this moment, he not only wanted to show his own strength, but also planned to take advantage of this opportunity to throw dirty water on Uchiha Qin Yu. However, before anyone else could start the fight, a vibration in the air came out without warning. A dazzling white golden light column bloomed in the distance without warning. It penetrated the accumulated clouds in the sky with an unparalleled sharpness. The sudden strange scene made many people in the field stagnate. However, all this was just the beginning. After the first white light column bloomed, the second and third light columns quickly emerged and penetrated the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, the huge island was covered by white light columns on all sides. It felt like the huge Raftel had turned into a prison. When the last light column rose into the air, it shattered the remaining corner of the heavy lead cloud. An indescribable breath quickly spread out with Raftel as the center. Zhang Guo and others who were in it were startled at first, then their faces showed pain and they covered their chests with their hands. Before they could think about it, an expression of disbelief quickly appeared on their faces. No, it's impossible. My connection with the devil fruit ability has been cut off. A cry of surprise came out of Ghost Spider's mouth without any warning. Everyone's nerves were tense, and all devil fruit users showed shock. As a devil fruit user, their own strength is mostly from the devil fruit. Now suddenly, the connection with the devil fruit ability is cut off. This undoubtedly made them fall directly from the realm of the strong to the mortal world. The most eye-catching thing is the warring states who used the Buddha form ability of the fantasy beast devil fruit. At this time, the mood could not be calmed. The giant Buddha form of more than 10 meters was like a wick shaking in the wind, and the dazzling golden light quickly extinguished. The huge golden Buddha posture was also shrinking rapidly. The huge aura emitted was annihilated between heaven and earth. After just a dozen seconds, the warring states, who had transformed into a giant Buddha, had returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded without warning. Everyone just hurriedly saw a huge black shadow falling from the sky. The huge impact force directly smashed a big hole in the thick rock layer. When they looked up at the sky, the first thing that came into their sight was that Kaido, the beast who had occupied this world, had already disappeared. At this moment, they could all guess the figure that had just fallen. It was probably Kaido, the beast who had lost his devil fruit ability due to the influence of the strange light column in the field. Mom, our devil fruit ability has also disappeared. Perospero's face turned blue. Originally, he was an ambitious hero who wanted to take advantage of this melee to fish in troubled waters. Even if he couldn't become the Pirate King, he could get one of the 4 emperors afterwards. However, he never expected that the devil fruit ability that he had worked hard to develop for most of his life would suddenly disappear. This was simply a nightmare for them. Brother Peros, ours too. My devil fruit ability is gone too, what on earth happened? One after another, exclamations rang out in every corner of the battlefield. Facing the power that he trusted so much and was the foundation of his foothold in this world, it suddenly disappeared. This was an unprecedented nightmare for anyone. Even Whitebeard and others, who were one of the 4 emperors, were no exception. They did have extraordinary physical skills. But most of their strength came from the devil fruit. If they lost the fruit ability as support, they would ask themselves that their strength would be reduced by at least 60%. This was still a good inference. After all, they had always been accustomed to using the devil fruit ability to participate in the war. The body's reflex arc had long been accustomed to this kind of fighting method that was engraved in their bones. Now suddenly, they were asked to make changes. This is difficult for people to adapt to for a while. In a real battle between strong men, any slight mistake can determine life and death. It can be said that now they have lost the power of the devil fruit. They have to face I'm hiding behind the scenes. This alone is enough to show that they have already lost. I don't feel anything serious. It seems that this is something that can interfere with the power of the devil fruit. Rayleigh, who has been drinking and not taking action, said with a solemn look on his face. I finally know why Captain Roger has always disagreed with us taking devil fruits. Captain Qin Yu, why do you say these things are poisonous? It seems that if the devil fruit is this one rooted in Raftel, this tree was planted by Im, who is hiding behind the world government. Then, the power of the person who takes the devil fruit can be taken away in an instant. This is probably a huge plan. Im intends to completely control the entire world with the control of the devil fruit, so that there will be no strong enough physical skills in this world to overthrow their rule. The long voice of ER made many people in the field change their faces. In the face of this, the words from the former deputy of Pirate King Roger are undoubtedly convincing. Most importantly, only these words can temporarily explain Roger's strange rules and Qin Yu's seemingly absurd statement. In the face of the previous moment, the guardian power that can quickly transform people eventually became a means of harm by puppets. Now the devil fruit is poisonous and can deprive them of years of hard work in an instant. This series of changes made them couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. Is this world really kept in captivity? Chapter 1243 Red Hair's Good Guy Identity Online. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing Rayleigh's unexpected words, it made people feel difficult to refute. It also gave people a feeling of horror when thinking carefully. If it is true as Rayleigh said, I'm planted this sacred tree that can produce devil fruits, and used this power that can be taken back at any time, in order to seduce the world. So that the world cannot accumulate enough rebellious power, so as to consolidate their rule. This method seems very cumbersome, but it is too shocking. At this moment, they finally understood why the great pirate King Roger turned himself into the Navy headquarters and died after returning from the final island of Raftel. Used his life to open the great pirate era. It seems that all this is to make the secret hidden in the final island of Raftel known to the world. No, Rayleigh, you are wrong. Qin Yu looked at the void lightly and said. She scattered the devil fruits in every corner, not to consolidate her rule. It's just to find suitable nutrients for the sacred tree. Nutrients? The people present were stunned. Not to mention the so-called wise general, Sengoku, or the 4 emperors. Even Rayleigh, who had just sworn all his vows, was stiff. Compared to his well-reasoned analysis, Qin Yu's words instantly destroyed the self-esteem of the strong here. In their eyes, these devil fruits were used by Im to consolidate their rule and scattered in every corner of the sea. They took them and borrowed these powers that could be taken back at any time. This is not a shameful thing. However, now that Qin Yu opened his mouth, he told them that taking these devil fruits made them capable people. Destiny is equivalent to nutrients. This is simply a great shame for them. Uchiha Qin Yu, are you deliberately saying this to damage the reputation of our 4 emperors? Kaido's angry words like thunder came out from the deep pit. Now he has lost the connection with the devil fruit ability. But it does not mean that Kaido's body will be broken into pieces like tofu. It can be said that Kaido, who fell from a high altitude, had no serious injuries on his body except that he looked dusty. Look at the big tree over there. As time goes by, all the devil fruit abilities on this island will be absorbed, and eventually it will produce a huge fruit. This is the mission of their Otsutsuki clan. In the end, not only will you lose the devil fruit ability, but you will also have a connection with it because you have taken the devil fruit. As time goes by, your life will also be plundered. In the end, you will be buried here like the dry bones you saw when you set foot here just now. Qin Yu looked at the tree in the distance, which had begun to glow. A fist-sized fruit was growing quickly. With the help of the Sharingan, he could clearly see that the forces from all directions were being pulled away quickly. According to Qin Yu's speculation, if I'm was really from the Otsutsuki clan, he might have chosen a different way to plant the sacred tree. However, her mission was to make the sacred tree grow as quickly as possible, and only after it produced energy fruits could she leave this world. Therefore, in the 800 years since she came to this world, she must have provided nutrients to the sacred tree. I'm afraid that Roger came to this place that day, but he was not detected because he was not a devil fruit user. He escaped from all kinds of ears and eyes and finally slipped here. Then he found the information about this place on these skeletons and learned the horrible secret of the existence of the final island, Raftel. Boss Qin Yu, you said we will all die? Red-haired Shanks had already landed from the sky. Griffin, who had already recovered from Hamitz, clenched his right hand tightly, and his face was full of resentment. All along, he had been avenging his parents. Red-haired Shanks was a trainee crew member on Roger's ship. Later, he went out to sea for training and secretly made a deal with the 5 elders to become stronger. Until he got the rule fruit in the hands of the 5 elders, he knew how powerful this thing was. This made red-haired Shanks see a glimmer of possibility of winning. In order to become the fourth emperor, seeking more people to give face to fulfill the rules he set and gain more powerful power. Red-haired Shanks first targeted Garp, who is known as the hero of the navy. After several years in the most barren East China Sea, he learned of Luffy's existence. Finally, he went to Windmill Village to act, and even offered an arm to be torn off by the King of the Sea. It can be said that for a strong man, this kind of mistake should rarely happen. A casual domineering aura can knock it unconscious. But in order to make Garp give him face and reach a connection with the rules, Red Hair undoubtedly gave up everything with the help of Garp's powerful physical strength. It is precisely because of this that everything went very smoothly. Desperately save Luffy and bet his arm on the so-called New World. Everything is to win Garp's strongest physical skill. However, after getting Garp's power, the bug-like rule fruit did not disappoint Red Hair. With his own physical skills and strength skyrocketing, because of his friendship with Hawkeye, it is not a problem to improve his swordsmanship one step further. After combining the power of the two, Red Hair wants to let Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, who have already established their own kingdoms, give him face. Win a more powerful force as a trump card. This undoubtedly requires a higher status to be able to do it. After all, when they became famous, Red Hair Shanks was still a trainee crew member on Roger's ship. His strength has really improved by leaps and bounds, but it is obviously more difficult than slapping 2 slaps to let these stubborn old strong men put down their posture and give him face. So after returning from the East China Sea, Red Hair Shanks borrowed the 5 elders to support him to become the new emperor and weaken the influence of the old 3 emperors, and finally stepped onto the position of the 4 emperors. It can be said that without the official hype and the official background, it is impossible for Red Hair's pirate group, which takes the elite route, to rise to the same level as the old 4 emperors in just 10 years. When Red Hair completely sat on the position of the 4 emperors, he began to let the identity of the good guy go online. In any dispute or war, Red Hair would act as a peacemaker and would never miss any opportunity. He would give face to everyone he met. Eventually, Red Hair became the most active of the 4 emperors in this sea. He had no fixed base and loved to hold banquets and drink wine everywhere. Everything was just a way of growing up, waiting for today. However, the scene before him now undoubtedly made Red Hair look ashen. Chapter 1244 The Death of Blackbeard. Feeling the devil fruit ability that had long disappeared in his body, Red Hair's face was a little livid. Along the way, he was able to reach the level of the 4 emperors, and his physical skills and swordsmanship had indeed improved. However, the current situation was undoubtedly a loss of most of them at once. That feeling was no different from falling into the mortal world. However, the only thing that made people feel fortunate was that, in addition to him, all the devil fruit users present were also affected. It was also considered that there was someone to keep him company in the mortal world. No possibility, why is my devil fruit ability gone too? This is different from what we said at the beginning. Blackbeard, who turned into a devil, was stunned for a moment, and then he roared hysterically. I don't want to play this game anymore, I want to leave this damn place immediately. Bang! Blackbeard turned around suddenly, took a big step, turned into a black shadow, and rushed towards the nearest Grey. When lurking in the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard was best at physical skills. The ability of the dark fruit did increase his strength. But his physical skills are also deeply rooted in his bones, and his strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have left an indelible scar on the corner of Red Hair Shank's eye during the fight. The most important thing is that Blackbeard has not had the devil fruit for a long time, so he did not become unable to adapt to the battle when he lost the ability of the dark fruit. Moreover, the power of the Guardian allowed him to turn into a devil, which also increased his strength a lot. A distance of 1,000 meters, in this sudden situation, is only a short 7 or 8 breaths. When everyone reacted, Blackbeard had already approached Grey. As for why, Blackbeard chose Grey as soon as he rebelled. That's because he was the only one who was injured. Grey, be careful! A monk roared in a hurry. The first generation of Kaititsu clenched in his hand, and chopped it out again. Boom! The rock formations of the earth were roaring, and a rock dragon was shooting out. However, facing this field that can deprive the power of the devil fruit, they do have their own means of resistance. However, the power of the devil fruit has obviously been weakened. Facing the rebellious Blackbeard, there was obviously no way to catch up in time. Grey was full of astonishment, and he also didn't expect Blackbeard to attack him. However, just now he used all his mental power to control the cyborg to fight. Then he almost vomited blood in anger. Moreover, he was affected by the suppression field. At this stage, he could not form an effective defense against Blackbeard at all. Successful! Blackbeard was ecstatic. Facing the continuous changes in the field, he lost the power of the dark fruit. For him, it was like taking off all his clothes and facing Whitebeard and others. He had no sense of security at all. He knew knowing that the only way to escape from this hellhole is to capture the 5 elders and threaten them. As for why he didn't abandon the dark and join Chinyu's camp to fight against I'm afraid Blackbeard believes that Whitebeard will be the first to blow him up. It is for this reason that Blackbeard believes that capturing Grey as a hostage is the only feasible thing. As long as he escapes from this hellhole, he will definitely make a comeback. Bang! A dark tentacle broke out of the ground directly. Like a spear, it pierced Blackbeard's chest without any warning. At this moment, Blackbeard used his observation haki to frantically urge him to be on guard. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and powerless. Even his demon skin and armed haki looked pale and powerless under this tentacle, like paper. For a moment, Blackbeard, who was running at high speed, was suddenly stopped. While a large amount of blood was splashing, he looked at his chest with disbelief. Seeing this, rooted in his chest, as if it had life, quickly absorbing the blood in his body, Blackbeard panicked for the first time. No! Dad, save me quickly, I know I was wrong, I don't want to die. I want to join forces with you to deal with The hysterical roar echoed on the deserted battlefield. As the last words stopped, the fat Blackbeard, who had already turned into a demon, seemed to have been drained of blood and flesh, and the whole person shrank. The strange scene made many people in the field gasp. Even Whitebeard and others were no exception. In their eyes, Blackbeard, who possessed the power of the dark fruit, was a tough hero even they felt. However, they never thought that they would eventually die on a tentacle-like tree stem. Grey! Hurry up and thank Lord A monk quickly landed beside Grey and shouted anxiously. This is a battlefield. We represent Lord Don't lose your temper at the critical moment. This is disrespectful to Lord Grey suddenly came to his senses and quickly turned back to bow in the direction of the sacred tree. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone looked at the sacred tree in the distance again, and their faces changed suddenly. They found that in the short moment when Blackbeard suddenly jumped up, the blood-red fruit on the sacred tree was already the size of a basin. An inexplicable feeling of trembling spread over this fruit. Okay, you can't do it alone. Take him down. Get out of here. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded. There was no emotion in the words. Faced with this sudden order, the 5 elders were stunned at first, and Grey said anxiously, Lord Please rest assured, now that they have lost their devil fruit abilities, we will be able to take them down soon. As an important figure in this plan, Grey is eager to show off in front of Im. However, as soon as these words fell, a black tentacle pierced through the ground and cut off Grey's only remaining arm. Puff! Blood splattered, and the huge arm flew up and fell heavily on the ground. The piercing pain made Grey's face pale, and he couldn't help but screamed and knelt on the ground with a plop. The sudden scene made everyone's face change drastically. They never thought that Yim, who was hiding behind the scenes, would cut off his spokesperson's arm without saying a word. Don't do it again. If it happens again, it will be your head. The cold voice sounded again. The monk who was in a trance suddenly woke up and said hurriedly, "Thank you, Lord Yumu, for your mercy. Grey will never make the same mistake again." "Grey, why don't you thank Lord Yumu for not killing me?" "Thank you, Lord Yumu, for not killing me." Grey also came back to his senses and said while enduring the pain. Chapter 1245, A slap across time and space. Looking at the 5 elders who were cut into sticks and almost fainted from the pain. Still confessing their crimes respectfully here. The faces of the people present suddenly changed slightly, and some even took a breath of cold air. Looking at Grey, who was nervous, sweating on his forehead, and not caring about his bleeding arms, they all fell into silence. This so-called loyalty can definitely be called deep in the bones. "Well, leave." The cold voice sounded again. The 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. A monk even hurriedly picked up the fallen arm and quickly helped Grey to leave. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years and has controlled this world for so long, of course they know how to restore the arm. What a good method of training a hawk and a dog, but I really want to know if your mercy can no longer be disguised at the last moment. Qin Yu said with a smile. "I heard that when your Otsutsuki clan is desperate, you are best at eating your own people." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. For this, he started to talk about things. Many people present were concerned about the Otsutsuki clan that Qin Yu mentioned again and again. And eating their own people. After seeing the weird methods that emerged one after another. For this ridiculous talk. At this moment, they had to have a question mark in their hearts. "You arrogant bastard, dare to use the divisive strategy against us and Lord Yumu." A monk's face sank and he roared angrily. "Lord Yumu is the supreme ruler of this world. We are Lord Yumu's spokesperson in this world. Moreover, with a clown like you, Lord Yumu can suppress you with just a wave of his hand." In the eyes of a monk, they could have easily killed the strong men in this sea and successfully harvested enough nutrients for the sacred tree. However, the appearance of Qin Yu not only made them suffer losses one after another, but also made Grey break his arms and become a human stick. "Okay, everyone, retreat. I haven't seen anyone from the outside world for a long time. Since you can say that I am from the Otsutsuki clan and know the secret of the sacred tree, I think you should be the remnant who escaped from a captive world." The cold voice sounded again. "Since you want to get involved in my affairs, I don't mind helping others to clean up the mess. After years of control by me, this place has long become my territory. Your methods are indeed very good, and I have always seen it. But as long as you are in this place, you lack the most important thing, and you don't even have the chance to find my true body. Although your appearance has brought my plan forward, as long as you are hunted down, the sacred tree can also mature smoothly. Go to hell." Bang bang bang. A series of dark tentacles broke out of the ground directly. However, compared with the previous time, this time it seemed to be more powerful. The feeling of black pressure all over the mountains and plains, the number is so large that it is impossible to count them clearly. At this moment, everyone has only one feeling. The scalp is tingling. The most important thing is, as Yumu said, since they set foot in this taboo place, they have been from beginning to end. No one can see where Yumu is hiding. Facing this life and death duel. Just as Yumu said, they couldn't even find her, let alone kill her. Puff puff puff. Blood flowers bloomed without warning. The dark tentacles, like poisonous snakes, pierced through the people who were imprisoned by Qin Yu with the curse seal. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood were sucked out, leaving only a human skin. The sudden scene made everyone present suddenly wake up. Facing these strange tentacles, and suddenly losing the devil fruit ability. There was no time to think, and they all retreated violently. "Escape quickly, with our current means, we can't resist them at all. Oh my god, they are already here! Exclamations rang out one after another. Soon, they found that as long as it was the ground, these tentacles were extending rapidly. Moreover, the way behind them had long been cut off, and there was no way to retreat. Looking at the black tentacles, getting closer and closer to them, the only way was to cast his eyes on Uchiha Chinyu. Captain, if you remain indifferent, we can't bear it. Jin Shiza said with a wry smile. Having lost the ability of the floating fruit, Jin Shiza no longer had the spirited attitude. Even the floating Gyulazayakai had already landed on the ground. Facing these strange tentacles that broke out of the ground and could suck people dry in an instant, Jin Shiza believed that with his broken body, he would definitely not be able to survive for 10 seconds. Don't worry, I've already found her. Chinyu said lightly. The next moment, the whole person, like a ghost, disappeared from the spot. The sudden scene made everyone present suddenly nervous. Not to mention the 5 elders who were eager to see Imwin, even the Navy headquarters and all the pirates were nervous to the extreme. It can be said that Chinyu is now a life-saving straw for them. Now, this straw suddenly disappeared. This is simply a nightmare for them. He's here. A sudden exclamation sounded. Chinyu's disappearance was very abrupt. However, under the tens of thousands of eager eyes in the field, his figure was obviously captured very quickly. Looking in the direction of the voice, Chinyu, who first came into view, had passed the 5 elders and appeared on a deserted earthen hill. This was an instant, crossing a distance of 20,000 to 30,000 meters. However, at this moment, what they care most about is not this exaggerated instant movement distance. Instead, Chinyu raised his hand and threw a slap in the air without any signs. Yes. This slap was clean and neat, giving people a feeling of crossing time and space. However, slapping the air, this inexplicable behavior, made people confused all of a sudden. Is this Uchiha Chinyu crazy? However, this thought just emerged in his mind. The next moment, the scene that came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. The crisp sound of the slap gave people a feeling like thunder. In particular, seeing that a graceful figure suddenly appeared and was slapped away. More people were confused, and their open mouths were about to be able to fit a fist. This slap across time and space really hit. Chapter 1246 Hit left hits right. Bang! A figure wrapped in holy white light was blown away in the air without any warning. The huge force showed no mercy at all. Even the people present could not help but feel a burning pain on their cheeks when they saw the distance it flew and the crisp sound of the slap. After the figure covered by the holy white light flew out 20 to 30 meters, it fell heavily on the ground. A large amount of sand and dust was raised, and the people present suddenly woke up. Hit! The slap hit directly. A moment ago, Yumu, who was hiding behind the scenes, said shamelessly that Chinyu didn't even have a chance to find her. Not to mention winning. They agreed with this statement. Moreover, from the beginning to now, so many eyes present did not see the direction where Yumo was hiding. In their eyes, this is an absolute advantage that is invincible. However, now, as soon as Chinyu made a move, he instantly crossed tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of a void, raising his hand and slapping. This sudden attack, and a slap of tens of meters. If Chinyu said that he was blinded, they would not believe it. It can be said that Chinyu probably knew where Yumo was hiding early on. From the beginning to now, he has been playing the pig to eat the tiger, and everything is to cheat people. Ahem, I thought you would block it, but I didn't expect that you were so confident and had such close contact with my slap. I refuse to hit a woman. Are you willing to accept my sincere apology? Chinyu coughed dryly, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He just said this from the heart. However, when it fell into the ears of others, it undoubtedly made people's cheek muscles twitch. Especially, the 5 elders who always regarded Yumu as a god and high above. The expression at this time gave people the feeling that they were in a dream. At least, in their eyes, the god in their eyes was slapped in public. This is the biggest insult to their faith. No, there is no possibility. This must be the clone of Lord Yumu. The real Lord Yumu will never be discovered. A monk was the first to lose his temper. He has suffered a lot in Chinyu's hands all along. Just now, the game that the 5 elders had painstakingly set up was cracked by Chinyu one by one. It directly led to Grey being cut into a human stick, and they were also blamed by Yumu. This series of frustrations made a monk firmly believe that the god-like Lord Yumu they believed in could suppress Uchiha Chinyu with one move. However, now Chinyu's slap gave them the feeling that not only Yumo was slapped away. It also directly shattered the halo of God that enveloped Yumu. Shut up! The hysterical roar sounded with a violent mental shock. At this moment, after being slapped and beaten, Yumu, who had always maintained the aura of God, looked down upon everything with a contemptuous attitude, completely went berserk. The thunderous words made everyone present groan. The whole person was like being struck by lightning, and his body suddenly shook violently. It can be said that everyone who has survived after experiencing so much can definitely be called an elite. However, under this roar, many people spit out blood and fell straight to the ground. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Even the strong men such as Whitebeard couldn't help but look a little pale, and a trace of scarlet blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. Facing this sudden scene, the faces of many people present changed drastically. They thought that Yumu's strength would be much stronger than the 5 elders. However, in their measure, as long as they are willing to join forces, at least they should be able to fight against her. However, now, with just one sound, they were all injured. Not to mention, fighting against her, or even defeating her. Bang! The white light exploded like a frenzy. It gave people a dazzling and boundless taste. At this moment, Yumu, who was shrouded in white light and gave people a holy taste, was like the incarnation of the sun, making people unable to see. What's more, because of direct observation, their eyes suddenly hurt and fell into temporary blindness. What made them unbelievable was the observation haki that had always been invincible and was regarded as a powerful means by them. At this moment, there was no way to lock on Yumu. Damn arrogant guy, I don't know why you can find me, but you dare to take advantage of my unpreparedness and hit me in the face. I will kill you today. If you have the guts, hit me again. I don't believe you can succeed again. The high decibel scream and roar unique to women simply gave people a feeling of breaking through the sky. Many people, facing these words and the dazzling scene in front of them like the sun, simply fell into the point of blindness and deafness. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they are more eager to see. This Lord Yumo lurking behind the scenes is definitely not a simple commodity. Just by a few words, the casual exposure of the arrogance of the turtle makes people feel that they cannot be defeated. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? The Buddha said, if you hit the left side, you should hit the right side. This is called the kindness you sow and the fruit you reap. But I didn't trademark expect you to be so wise and understand such profound Buddhist teachings. My Buddha is kind. Sadness, let me save you, my destined one, again. Chinyu chanted a long Buddhist chant. This made the furious Yim and many people present stunned. With this posture and words, is he going to hit the left cheek and then the right cheek? However, in this situation where he was like being in the scorching sun, even the observation haki could not be locked. Does Chinyu really have a way to hit him again? Snap! The crisp slap sounded again. It directly interrupted the terrible screaming sound waves in Yim's mouth. It can be said that the crisp sound of this slap was even worse than before. Faced with this sudden scene, even Yim couldn't react. She was still thinking just now, and she had no time to react to Chinyu's inexplicable words. When she came to her senses, a black shadow had crossed thousands of meters and appeared in front of her again. What came into view was the huge slap. The force was even greater than before. This was completely contrary to the guilt and pity he showed the moment before. Most importantly, this guy completely practiced what he said just now, and really slapped her on the left cheek and also on the right cheek. Moreover, all this happened because of the harsh words she had just shouted. This slap was too fierce. Chapter 1247 I Can Still Slap. Snap! The crisp slapping sound was like thunder at this moment, covering everything. The bright light that was blooming all over the sky seemed to be completely condensed at this moment. The pupils of many strong men who were able to restore their vision and hearing suddenly shrank. Looking at Yim, who was slapped away again like a rag bag, I couldn't help but take a breath. Hit! The dignified Yumu, hiding behind the world government, was slapped and sent flying again. Most importantly, Yumo mentioned it just a moment ago, which made Chinyu feel like slapping the left cheek and then the right cheek. Now, this result came a little abruptly, but this slap in the face was really too fast. Moreover, in the case of strong light and strong noise just now, even the observation haki could not lock Yumu. How did Qin Yu cross the space and send a slap from 1,000 miles away? Bang! The figure shrouded in holy light was directly slapped and sent flying 100 meters away. The huge impact force even smashed a pit in the ground. The large amount of sand and dust was raised, causing everyone's cheek muscles to twitch. Yumo is a girl after all. If it was a normal life and death battle, she would be hit and sent flying. They also thought it was natural. However, the slap could be pulled 100 meters away. This kind of method is completely ruthless, without any mercy. Master Yi. Lord Yumu, we are here to save you, damn guy, I will kill you. A monk suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. He took a big step and directly used the shaving to the extreme. He intended to cross thousands of meters and snipe Uchiha Qin Yu. In their eyes, Yumu is behind their 5 elders, high above, and used for worship. When have they ever encountered such a slap in the face? It can be said that this slap not only hits Yumu's face, but also hits their hearts. This makes them feel trembling with heartache. Get out! A sharp roar suddenly sounded. Yumu burst out dazzling holy light like the sun again. The huge mental shock, like a frenzy, hit the monk. The monk spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out with an unbelievable look on his face. Finally, he fell heavily on the earthen hill dozens of miles away, raising a large amount of dust. At this moment, his mind was still blank. He just saw Yumu being shamelessly blown away by Qin Yu, and in a hurry he wanted to stop him. Everything was for Yumu. But he never thought that he would be the first to be hit. Damn native, I am from the Otsutsuki clan. You dare to hit me and leave a space mark on my body. I will kill you today. Yim roared. The whole person rushed up to the air in an instant like a dazzling sun. The power of the evaporation explosion made the air around it roll rapidly. The flying thunder god mark that was hidden on Yim's cheek and secretly left by Qin Yu's first slap was directly washed away. After being slapped one after another, she obviously realized that something was wrong. It was just that Qin Yu didn't expect that Yim had the ability to easily eliminate the flying thunder god mark. In the Naruto world, even if two spent decades, he couldn't do it. What's wrong? Seeing your face full of shock, didn't you expect that I would find your space mark? No wonder you came to this world. It turns out that you also know how to jump through space. Yim roared angrily. However, without this method, I want to see today how you can break my body protection holy light. Buzz. The air suddenly shook, an endless white light quickly bloomed on Yim's body. Soon, the powerful force gathered like a tide into a set of holy armor. There were 3 pairs of wings made of holy white light behind him. The next moment, he turned into a meteor, swooping down towards Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that the distance of hundreds of meters was only approached in the blink of an eye. When everyone could see clearly, Yumo had already taken the lead and arrived in front of Qin Yu. The holy white light of his right hand bloomed, and it turned into a sharp blade, swallowing and spitting out the rays of light, and stabbed straight at Qin Yu's chest. The swift and unparalleled attack made everyone's expression change drastically. What made people feel more surprised was that Qin Yu seemed unable to react in time and stood there in a daze. The next moment, a warm smile appeared in front of everyone. The sudden change of expression was not to mention the white beard and others who were watching from a distance. Even Yumu, who attacked in anger, had a stiff expression. Bang! The blood-red light blocked Qin Yu without any warning. The blade of light swallowing and spitting out the holy rays of light seemed to stab on an iron wall. The huge impact force caused the inexplicable red light to have a concave shape. The next moment, the scarlet blood light quickly expanded like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into huge ribs, directly on Qin Yu's body surface, and turned into a 100-meter Susanoo. The half-body posture that stood upright just appeared in everyone's eyes, but the warm smile on Qin Yu's face just now flashed in their minds. Looking at the huge slap that whistled again. This was an attack from Susanoo. Sorry, I can still slap, but this slap is a bit big. Bang! At such a close distance, there was no way to hide. In this situation of deliberate calculation, Yumo had no time to react. The huge slap of more than 10 meters, with a whistling wind, came. Under the huge impact force, Yumo felt as if he was hit by a mountain across the sky. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. He smashed countless earthen hills along the way. The holy light armor condensed on his body quickly broke apart inch by inch. It turned into a sky-wide light and dissipated in the void. Finally, who showed his true form, smashed heavily on the golden wall that was spared and not broken, and barely stopped his body. However, the distance he was blown away this time was at least 10 times greater than the sum of the previous 2 times. If this blow fell on someone else, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured and even turned into a blood mist. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure shrouded in sand and light spots, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. In addition to their eagerness to see clearly what this woman who hid behind the world government, lived for 800 years, and claimed to be a member of the Otsutsuki God clan looked like, they were most eager to find out why she was blown away for the 3rd time. What was Yumu's expression like after being hit by a palm that was more than 10 meters long? Would he just run away and go crazy? After all, Yumu gave them an unfathomable feeling. Now Chinyu slapped him 3 times in a row. The so-called halo of being high above was also shattered. Chapter 1248. This is not the first time I have killed a god. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. The monk forgot that he was still vomiting blood, and stared straight at Lord Yumo, who was hit and fell on the golden wall in the distance. At this moment, in addition to being full of resentment, he also felt a little urgent in his heart. The 5 elders have always regarded themselves as the spokespersons of Yumu after he came to this world. But all along, they could only see the luminous body once every 3 to 5 to 7 months. For hundreds of years, they have never seen Yumu's appearance with their own eyes. Now, Chinyu slapped Yumu for the 3rd time. They were heartbroken. However, the first thought was to see what Yumu, who had been hiding in the luminous body, looked like. I'm sorry, I resisted the Birdman from the bottom of my heart, and I accidentally overexerted myself, Chinyu said helplessly, touching the tip of his nose. But compared to your scolding just now, which made your guard dog fly away, I was still too gentle. The small voice quickly broke the silence in the field. The monk's face sank, and he roared angrily while waking up in shock. What an arrogant guy, you dare to provoke us, our loyalty to Lord Yumu. Just now, Lord Yumu just didn't want me to interfere with the battle, and at the same time didn't want me to be humiliated. As Lord Yumu's spokesperson, our 5 elders will stand firmly in front of her and be the strongest shield and sharp blade. The stern voice suddenly overwhelmed Chinyu's voice. However, more people's eyes still fell on Yumu. Even Chinyu was no exception. He has always suspected that the mastermind behind everything in the Sea King world is the Otsutsuki. Now, was shot out of the luminous body, and the appearance and posture presented in front of everyone may completely confirm Chinyu's guess. Dressed in white, pale skin, silver hair, and a pair of spiral gold horns on the forehead. And a pair of spiral-patterned Megatama Samsara eyes. This is exactly the same as the Otsutsuki clan that Chinyu knows. Asshole, asshole, I am from the Otsutsuki clan, I don't care who you are, I will let you see today that the anger from the Otsutsuki clan can easily kill you. I am rose from the sky. With a twisted expression, he didn't care about repairing the wholly broken armor on his body. At the same time, he didn't continue to hide himself in the luminous body. After being slapped one after another, he was almost humiliating. Couldn't care about these anymore. What she urgently needed to do now was to return the humiliation she had suffered to Chinyu twice. Originally, I wanted to play with you and wait for the energy fruit to mature, but now I have to delay for a few decades to kill you. Roared repeatedly. Look at your eyes, the power emanating from them is also related to our Otsutsuki clan. It seems that you are also a hybrid with the blood of our Otsutsuki clan. That's just right. I'll show you what absolute power suppression is. Come here. Looked ferocious and grabbed the sacred tree from a distance. The scarlet fruit that had just grown on the sacred tree seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. It was pulled down abruptly. In full view of the crowd, it quickly shot into Yumu's hands. Chinyu, stop her quickly, this thing is too weird. Zhangguo shouted in a hurry. Zhangguo has always regarded Chinyu as a great enemy. However, now facing Yumu, he obviously can't care too much. The only idea is to defeat Yumu as soon as possible and leave this ghost place. No need, she left a space seal on this fruit. No matter who intercepts it, this fruit will instantly cross the space and fall into his hands. She did this just to humiliate the person who shot it. Chinyu said lightly. What's more, this is not the first time I have killed a god. As Yumu, who has been guarding this sacred tree for 800 years, Chinyu doesn't believe that Yumu will make such a low-level mistake. This fruit is something she is determined to get. Killing a god? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, Qin Yu's strength and means are indeed beyond their cognition. However, facing Yumu, who had lived for 800 years and was hiding behind the scenes, he dared to show such an attitude and say such harsh words. It undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Killing God? You arrogant kid, you don't know the power of God at all. Today I will let you try the feeling of being helpless when you act as an ant. Yumu grabbed the energy fruit. Just now, he deliberately took it from a distance, just as Qin Yu said, just to make a humiliating scene. However, no one expected that Qin Yu would see through it at a glance. Once again, he suffered a loss in words, so Yumu couldn't wait to take the energy fruit. Let Uchiha Qin Yu experience what the absolute power gap is. Puff. Yumu opened his mouth and bit the fruit. The scarlet juice splashed out of the corner of his mouth, and there was no holy feeling of the luminous body just now. Now, the taste presented in front of everyone is like a savage who eats raw meat and drinks blood, which makes people feel a little cold in the spine. As Im's throat rolled, the fruit fell into his stomach. The power dormant in his body exploded like a tidal wave. Bang! A scarlet beam of power rushed out of Im's body. With a mighty gesture, it directly penetrated the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. The violent air waves raised gave people a feeling of a hurricane rolling back and crushing the whole scene. Facing this sudden impact, even the whole sky couldn't help but turn red. It felt like it was stained with blood, and it only added a few inexplicable suffocation feelings. What shocked people the most was that a scarlet crack tore out of Im's brow without any warning. The next moment, like an evil eye awakening, it was forcibly opened. As the energy fruit in his hand was gradually swallowed by Im. As the breath of the outside rose step by step, the vertical eye that was originally slightly opened suddenly opened. Boom! Scarlet eyes, spiral patterns, 6 megatomas rotating, the power that had risen to the extreme, suddenly broke through the sky. At this moment, the whole world shook violently. The world within sight was completely reduced to blood, giving people an inexplicable creepy smell. It was as if they were in the hell of Shura. Everyone present felt this huge force, and their skin seemed to have an inexplicable tingling feeling. Most importantly, being in this oppressive force, it added a suffocating feeling. Facing that figure standing in the sky and earth, completely contrary to holiness, people suddenly felt a sense of insignificance. Chapter 1249 I forgot to take back the tortoise shell. Roar. The roar like a prehistoric beast exploded like thunder. Facing Im, who had completely swallowed the blood-red fruit, clenched his hands like crazy, and laughed ecstatically. That hideous face not only made them feel small and helpless. It also overturned their cognition. In their understanding, the gods should be similar to the Yim they saw at the beginning. A dazzling light, a hazy and mysterious face. With holy wings, it gives people a sense of holiness and flawlessness. However, the scene presented in front of everyone now completely overturned their cognition. Most importantly, this Yim should be a woman, right? Why is it so vivid now, giving people a feeling that the devil of hell has resurrected? With the blood-red sky and the suffocating power surge, the scarlet vertical eye on the forehead made the 5 elders feel dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Gray couldn't help but speak. With the help of the breathing time just now, he had recovered from his rage, and his arms were temporarily connected. Although he was still in pain, he was also attracted by the scene in front of him and completely forgot the pain. Gray, don't be rude, this is Lord Yumu. No matter what he looks like, we 5 elders are the spokespersons of Lord Yumu. A monk hurriedly came back to his senses and shouted. However, as soon as the voice fell, Yumu, who was suspended in the void and exuded a strong power all over his body, glanced at them. The words that the monk was about to say were swallowed back again. While the spine was chilled, there was also an inexplicable hairy feeling in the heart. In the moment just now, only one thought flashed through their minds. It felt like an eagle looking at its prey. What are you thinking? The 5 of us are Lord Yumu, the spokespersons who rule this world. Even if everyone on this island dies, nothing will happen to us. The monk roared again. Gray and others also came back to their senses. After looking at each other, they nodded heavily in agreement. After being selected by Yumu as spokespersons, they lived for hundreds of years. They have been fine all the time, and they have supreme power. They believe that it was like this before and it will be like this in the future. Now Yumu has exerted such a powerful force. As long as the arrogant guy in front of him is wiped out in an instant, everything will return to the original state. Haha, this is the power I have been waiting for many years. If it weren't for you, a guy, who suddenly intervened and let me pick this fruit in advance, I would have gone back to the Otsutsuki clan with it and could definitely easily seize the position of princess. Yumu smiled grimly and clenched his fists. Mayflies also want to shake trees, I'll show you what the power of God is. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Boom. Yumu's big hand suddenly grabbed the void. Endless lightning seemed to respond to her call, and gathered from all directions accompanied by the sound of thunder. Before everyone could react, it fell directly into Yumu's hand. However, facing this almost self-mutilation scene, Yumo was not only not injured. The violent and unparalleled thunder gathered madly in his hands. Finally, it turned into a huge 100-meter-long thunder halberd that spanned the void and burst out with a breathtaking breath. The arcs of lightning that splashed out on the halberd gave people a feeling of distortion that made the space seem unbearable. Feeling this long-lost huge power, Yumo's face became even more crazy. His eyes suddenly turned down, locked on Qin Yu, and laughed ferociously. Little ghost, do you see this? This is the power of God. With just a wave of your hand, it is enough to destroy everything. You are just a mayfly, and you dare to show off in front of God. Today, I will see how strong your tortoise shell is. When I thought about it, I was slapped twice by Qin Yu just now, and then I was slapped by Susanoo. This is simply a great shame and humiliation for Yumu. Facing all these things, let alone the pride of the gods, there is also the reservedness of women. All this, she has long been unable to care about. Go to hell. These 3 short words revealed Yumu's hysterical resentment at this moment. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly grabbed in the air, and the huge blood-colored thunder halberd was swung abruptly without any fancy. Bang! The air was penetrated first, and the ripples were stirred. Everyone just felt that the giant halberd seemed to penetrate the sky and earth, directly spanning a distance of 10,000 meters, and chasing Susanoo. At this moment, everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they came to their senses, they were already close. Facing Im's angry thunder attack, everyone's face was eager. They were eager to see if Qin Yu could continue to block Im, who was almost out of control. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded without any warning. Qin Yu, who was in Susanoo, disappeared like a ghost. When he came to his senses again, the person who replaced him was Im, who had a ferocious expression and was eager to see the giant thunder halberd pierce Qin Yu. Looking at this sudden scene, Im was stunned. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. They never thought that in this situation, Im was still unknowingly pitted by Qin Yu. Most importantly, they didn't even know how and when Yumo was tricked. The only thing that could explain the problem was that this angry thunderbolt had now become a death-threatening feeling for Yumu. The only thought that came to Yumu's mind now was that she hoped that the tortoise shell that she wanted to penetrate just now would have a stronger defense, so that she could have a chance to breathe and free her hands to resolve the dilemma. I'm sorry, I forgot to take the tortoise shell back. In fact, it's quite good to catch a blade with bare hands. Qin Yu said with a faint smile. The small voice seemed to penetrate everywhere at this moment, directly hitting the depths of people's souls. Facing Qin Yu's light and fluttering posture, everyone's face suddenly changed drastically. The towering Susanoo figure collapsed between heaven and earth. Yumu, who lost this layer of defense, really felt like she was showing her naked body to others at this moment. He stared at Uchiha Qin Yu, who had switched places with him, and roared hysterically. Damn you, I will definitely kill you. Boom! Lightning exploded. The scarlet thunder halberd, with a posture that tore the world apart, slammed heavily on Im's body. As the violent thunder explosion overturned the air wave, a figure cut through the sky. It smashed heavily on the mountain 10,000 meters away. Chapter 1250 The Legendary Fruit Thief. Boom! Thunder exploded. The violent lightning arc splashed, mixed with a devastating posture, sweeping across the entire ruins. As the rolling sand and dust rushed into the sky, the thunderstorm erupted from the thunder giant halberd directly covered the area of several thousand meters in radius. Looking at the mountain that was razed to the ground in an instant, many people present swallowed their saliva. Just a moment ago, they were still shocked by the fact that Yumu, with his gestures, condensed a 100-meter-long thunder halberd, like a god controlling the thunder. They never thought that the moment they came to their senses, the dignified Lord Yumo was thrown out like a sandbag. The gap between the before and after was too big. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that all this was true. Even the 5 elders couldn't help rubbing their eyes, eager to see the truth of the scene in front of them. In their eyes, Lord Yumu, as the master of this world, should have overwhelming means. He was just taken advantage of and slapped a few times. However, after taking this kind of fruit, he should have crushed this villain with a crushing attitude and vented his anger. However, the scene before his eyes was too dreamy. "Goddamn guy, I'm going to kill you." Bang! Yumu soared directly into the sky in the ruins. The dust that was brought up, while rolling back, the power dormant in the body exploded. The violent power swept like a hurricane. The power of fire, wind, thunder, water, and earth, the 5 elements, appeared above the head, forming a vortex that covered the sky and the sun. The violent power gave people a feeling of sweeping across the heavens. As time went by, this power became stronger and stronger. When it reached 10,000 meters, Yumu, with a distorted expression, roared again. "And, let you try what it feels like to be crushed. I will grind you into the dust of the world. As a mayfly, you are not even qualified to shake the tree." Boom! The energy vortex with a diameter of 10,000 meters was swung. Like a millstone, it went straight to Qin Yu. Wherever it passed along the way, whether it was rocks or space, it seemed to be torn apart, showing a domineering and unparalleled feeling of shattering the heavens. Tens of thousands of meters away, under this kind of sky-shattering attack, it only takes a blink of an eye to close. Looking at Qin Yu, who was standing in front of the attack, with a very different body size, like a speck of dust. All the onlookers were tense to the extreme, holding their breath and staring at Qin Yu. Using the power of 5 attributes at once. With every move, he launched an attack that covered the sky and the sun. If they still had the devil fruit, they might still be able to fight. But without the devil fruit's ability to defy nature, even Garp, who has a pair of iron fists, would probably find it difficult to escape unscathed from this crazy attack. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Qin Yu. The moment he raised his head suddenly, a pair of snow-white eyes, and the 9 megatama contained in them suddenly turned. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Because they found that Qin Yu and M's eyes were from the same style. Moreover, Qin Yu's strange white eyes contained 3 more megatama than Yumu. The next moment, Qin Yu pressed his right hand in the air without any fancy moves. "Seal the seal." Boom! The 10,000-meter energy vortex, with its crushing posture, suddenly stopped. The reverse wind seemed to be frozen at this moment. A strange scene appeared in front of everyone. The 5 elements vortex with a diameter of 10,000 meters was directly swallowed up as if someone had torn a hole in it. In the blink of an eye, the huge energy vortex that was crushing the sky disappeared without a trace. The accompanying destructive momentum also disappeared in an instant. The strange scene made Yumu, who was originally furious, stand there in a daze, with disbelief on his face. The next moment, he couldn't help but exclaimed. You, who are you, why do you have the supreme samsara eye? My time has not come yet, and there is absolutely no way that my family will send anyone here. In Yim's eyes, she is responsible for the task of planting the sacred tree in this world. It took nearly 1,000 years to make the fruit of the sacred tree mature, and then become more powerful. Only after obtaining the energy fruit and undergoing transformation. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan sent to this world, they are qualified to return to the clan. Otherwise, after a long time, there is only one way to die waiting for them. However, Qin Yu, who appeared in front of her now, subverted her cognition. No, you don't have the unique aura of the Otsutsuki clan, and you are not a monitor. You are a fruit thief. Whose fruit did you steal? Yim saw the clues instantly and hurriedly roared. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, I had also heard of the legend of the fruit thief. This is after the sacred tree was planted, tree planters like I took a shortcut to make the sacred tree condense fruit faster. Therefore, with the help of the natives of this world, they were assigned to temper their strength. When these forces reached a certain level, they were recycled again to further strengthen the energy fruit and speed up the maturity. This method can indeed speed up the growth of the fruit, shortening the sacred tree that originally bore fruit once 1,000 years to more than 800 years. However, the disadvantages of using this method are also not small. Once the natives who were assigned power cannot be controlled. When he knows the secret of being raised and has powerful power, then the tree planter may suffer a backlash. Of course, facing this legend circulating in the Otsutsuki clan, has always regarded it as a rumor. In her eyes, the high and mighty gods will never be defeated by an indigenous person. The energy fruit that she had obtained after hundreds of years of hard work and countless methods was stolen by the natives. So from the beginning, in order to escape from this hellhole as soon as possible, I madly distributed the fruit power, using the people of this world as nutrients to strengthen the power of the devil fruit and then give it back to the sacred tree. Intend to use this method to speed up the pace of ripening the energy fruit. For all this, I'm directly destroyed the D dynasty, which belonged to this world and had the three powers of the King of Heaven, the King of Pluto, and the King of the Sea. He also used this island to plant the sacred tree. Created the final island Raftal. However, in this situation of doing everything possible, I'm never thought that he would encounter the legendary fruit thief. Moreover, the blood power and the 9 Magadama Samsara eyes that the other party possessed seemed to be more powerful than her.